Check, 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 check. One, checking one, 1, 2, 1, 2, check, 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 1, 2. Test, test. Test, test. Check, check, 1, 2, check, 1, 2. Check, check, 1, 2. Check, check, 1, 2. Sorry.
Do you need me to test one? Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3, test. 1, 2, 3, test. So if you guys are down here and judges, if you're doing this, compared to if you're doing this, I can't make it wide because we're sitting in front of the speakers.
Right.
So we got to keep it nice and tight.
So I'll make sure we tell them that.
And there's going to be 2 mics to just kind of pass around that you're on. You can see it takes just a little second, and now it's ready to make noise.
Okay.
So I just don't want you guys. You'll see it go through its menu. We're ready to make noise. So don't turn it on and go straight for it. Wait until you can see that sure pop in, and then you guys are good to go. Holding it down here compared to holding it up here.
Okay, let me say something.
Sure.
Hello, Pineapple Girl. You all need to come up with a song about pineapples.
Test, test, test.
It will take a minute to populate. Make sure that it stops all of its little stuff before you start. Oh, you know what? Actually, that brings another question.
Hello. Hi. Good morning. Woohoo! All right. Welcome to Bridging Innovation Week. I just want to say a quick hello. I'm Amber. I'm the director of the West Virginia Entrepreneurship Ecosystem. Thank you for being here. My favorite part of Bridging Innovation Week every single year is Competition Day, and I have a little bit of a personal bias towards Spark West Virginia because it is ran and organized by the Adventure Group, which is my prior organization before founding the nonprofit that now supports the West Virginia entrepreneurship ecosystem. And I am not lying when I say that you students are among the most talented pitchers that will be going today. I have told all of the judges here that we pull all the decks for all 4 competitions, and I feel like you guys could compete with these adults, and you do. And so thank you for being here. Thank you for being on this stage. I'm just gonna say a quick hello. If you are nervous, this is fight or flight reactions. So if you're nervous, genuinely get up and shake it out. Do some push-ups, do some pull-ups, do some jumping jacks. You have no reason to be nervous because you all are gonna kill it, but it's a totally normal reaction, and we are just so proud of you all for making it here today. So, thank you. Without further ado, I'm going to introduce Kim Zirk, who is managing the Spark West Virginia competition, and she's gonna take it away.
All right, welcome everyone, and thank you for joining us and participating and supporting Spark West Virginia this year. So I'm gonna go over a couple quick housekeeping and kind of logistic run of show information for everybody before we kick off the competition officially here in just a few minutes. So, participating teams, thank you all so much for being here, your hard work, and everything it took to get here today. When you are ready to present, we will run through the order that was shared with you previously. We'll start with small business track, and then we'll go into big idea in the order that was shared with you previously. When you get on deck to pitch, you will be handed this clicker to be able to advance through your slides. The green button will move your slides forward. The red button will move your slides back. If you happen to hit the black button accidentally, it will black out the screen, but if you hit it again, it will come back. So no worries, and we're here if anything happens, so don't stress. We'll help and take care of you. With that, when you are announced, when your team is announced to be on deck, that is your invitation to go ahead and come up the left side of the stage here. If you have anything that you wanted to put on a table or present on stage, please set that up during your on-deck transition time so that you're ready to go for your pitch. As a gentle reminder, you will have 5 minutes for your pitch. There's a timer right here beside your confidence screen. When that timer goes off, you will have only a few seconds before the mic and the audio is cut. So please do make sure to be mindful of that timer and complete your pitch in time. And so after that 5-minute pitch, then you will have 3 minutes for question and answer from our judges, and then the 2-minute transition time to prepare the next team. And again, we'll say on deck, the next team will come up and start preparing during that transition time. In that transition time, if you also have a prototype that you are sharing with judges, we will share that ahead of your pitch so that they have it while you're presenting. All right, so with that, any questions before we get started? Perfect. All right, so welcome, first and foremost, to Spark 2026. It took a couple of months and 3 rounds of competition to get here. So just before we begin, I just want to give a big round of applause to all the participating teams that are here today. So great job. Just to let you know where this competition started, back in November before the first round, we had 135 students join this competition from 18 different counties in West Virginia that brought 74 innovative business ideas to life. And that brings us to today, where we have 12 finalist teams, 6 per track in small business and in big ideas. These will be our competing teams that will be taking the stage today, and we'll hear a little bit more about their innovative ideas and businesses as they pitch. We couldn't have gotten here today also without the support of our judges. As you can see on the screen, we have a full packed list of supporters that have helped us get through this competition and provided valuable impact and feedback to you all to help strengthen you and get you to this final round. So let's give it up for our round 1 and round 2 judges that helped, and I know a few of them are in the crowd today, so thank you very much. And I would like to welcome to the state, or welcome to the competition, our 2026 Spark West Virginia judges. We have Dr. Jorge Atiles, VP for WVU Division for Land Grant Engagement. We have Micah Whitlow, the Director of Facilities from the West Virginia Department of Education. Taryn Quinlan, the founder and CEO of Get To There. Logan Kuvo, the CEO and founder of Best Damn Tape, and Mark Burdett, the Deputy Director for the West Virginia Small Business Development Center. We really appreciate you all joining us today and again providing that valuable impact and feedback for these students that are participating today. So let's give a round of applause for our judges today. And we want to also thank our partners. We could not have gotten here without the partners that are supporting us both today and through those first 2 rounds of competition. So thank you to all of our sponsors and our partners that helped us get here and make this a really meaningful and impactful experience for students. This includes the West Virginia Department of Education, the Jumpstart Savings Program, as well as a sponsorship from the West Virginia Higher Education Policy Commission. This is enabling us to help support this competition and support these business ideas and award at the end of the day at the awards banquet. So thank you so much to these sponsors. And I want to give a special shout out to a couple of businesses and CTE centers that also helped and contribute today. We have previous gifts and donations from the Mad Jammer, which was our 2023 to 2024 small business winner. We also have live boards that were made and curated from our second place small business winner last year, AT Woodwork. And our t-shirts today, I hope everyone got one. If you don't, please see me or Kieran. We'd love to get you a Spark t-shirt. They were actually made by Wetzel County Career and Technical Education Center. So let's give a big round of applause for our sponsors and partners that helped us get here today. All right, and with no further ado, let's kick it off with the small business track. Up first, we will have Wildcat Designs. If you all would like to go ahead and come up to the left side of the stage, we'll get you ready.
Can you do it? Hi, we are Wildcat Designs CTE, a student-run small business at Guyan Valley Middle School. We design and sell custom spirit wear while building student leadership and real-world skills. Our business is completely run by students. We handle design, production, pricing, inventory, customer services, and marketing. We don't just learn the business, we run the biz. We design, create, and sell custom spirit wear and personalized products. This includes shirts, sweatshirts, cups, and mugs, and other items in our Wildcat store. Every purchase supports our school and student learning.
Problem 1. Spirit wear is often inconvenient and expensive. Orders take too long, cost more, and don't always represent our school. And large companies don't support our community. We need a better way that is fast, affordable, and ours. Problem 2. Students often lack real business experience, learning isn't hands-on, and there are very few chances to build real skills like selling, budgeting, and teamwork. We give students the chance to learn, lead, and succeed through real life experiences. We solve both problems with one solution, a student-run spirit wear business. It's affordable, made at school, and supports our community. One solution, big impact, stronger together.
Our solution. We create custom spirit wear and real opportunities for students. Students can gain experience in design, production, inventory, money handling, and customer service. We don't just learn business, we live it. Why this matters. Students can wear something they made that represents their Wildcat family. This creates purpose and ownership. Students show up, engage, and see real value in their education. Our main customers are students, staff, and families. We can also earn through events and custom orders. Our customers are already in our school and our community.
While Wildcat Design CTE stands out, we are a real business inside of a middle school. Students manage real orders and real customers. Profits go directly back into education. This is not just a fundraiser, it is a sustainable business. Students today, leaders tomorrow. How we operate. Our model is simple, our impact is big. We design, product, sell, and reinvest. We make money through product sales, custom orders. We track items, profit, and student participation. We don't just make products, we build skills, community, and futures. Pricing and profit. We keep pricing affordable, still making a profit. Our goal is about 50% margin. Profits are reinvested into supplies, student learning, our promise, fair prices, quality products, real experience, real impact, affordable for today, sustainable for tomorrow.
Financial ask. With West Virginia Spark support, we will upgrade equipment, expand products, improve our store, and increase efficiency. Funding will help us grow Wildcat Design CTE into a sustainable, long-term student business model that can be shared with other schools. Funding request, how we will use it. We are requesting $3,000. 50% goes to equipment and supplies, 30% supports inventory, 20% supports student growth. Every dollar directly supports student learning and business growth.
Wildcat Designs is more than a business. It's students building skills, confidence, and futures. Thank you for believing in our students. Be a Wildcat, be your best. They'll ask. That's the end. We're ready for questions. Thank you.
All right, did it come on? That was really great. Good job to all of you. Definitely excited about this. My background is at Under Armour, so I understand the apparel side of things. You guys have great margins, and so I think you're pricing it well. I had a question on your kind of your inventory strategy. Like, how long is it taking you with your lead times to turn these around? And then, do you have any plans to expand to the high schools or others in your county? Yeah, so when someone places an order, how long does it take them to get their T-shirt or their mugs? Oh.
Most companies, it'll take at least 2 to 3 business days to at least get some of your merchandise.
Yeah.
For us, it takes at least a day.
Okay, great. And then do you have any thoughts of expanding to the other schools in your county? Or just stick with the middle school?
Lincoln County High School, which is the next high school up in our county, They have like a bigger CTE thing, and they have like a Lincoln County design, something more similar.
Yeah.
And they do make like shirts and other items and products.
Awesome. Well, good luck.
Hi. Thank you for sharing your idea today. To really be successful in a business, who you're partnering with is very important. I love how you all came in unison and put out some slogans there. Could you tell me a little bit about how do you come together to come up with ideas, to define your business plan? Is it hard? Is it easy?
It's hard, but we can work together to make it work. We take suggestions from other people in our school.
Hi guys, great job. I saw that you had 4 products, I believe. Are you guys planning to expand to any more products, and who's doing the designs for them as well?
We're currently working on making more items available, but right now we only have those certain items available.
And are you guys doing all the designs for them too?
Could you repeat that?
The designs for the logos on those, are you guys doing those?
Us as a class, we do make it.
Awesome.
We work together.
Most people get dressed in seconds. For some, it's the hardest part of the day. My name is Kyrie Thornburg, and I don't just understand this problem, I live it. For the past 17 years, I've suffered from sensory hypersensitivity, a condition that makes it difficult for me to feel comfortable in the clothes that other people love, and I'm not the only one. For 1 to 3 out of every 20 people, getting dressed isn't simple, it's painful. Sensory sensitivity stems from conditions like sensory processing disorder and autism, and it causes things like physical fatigue, constant discomfort, and reduced confidence. All of us can relate to being dressed up in fun clothes by our parents when we were children. This is just one example of the kind of dress I would have to wear as a little girl. The seams are jagged and cutting. The neck is restrictive and binding. This dress looks loose and flowing, but the arms are restrictive. They cut into the underarm, and this gummy material will leave marks on the wearer long after the garment has been removed. So what's the solution for people who are looking for really comfortable clothes, for people who truly want to feel confident in their own body? The solution is conscious quality. Fully custom, sensory-friendly clothing made one-on-one with each client to meet their exact needs. We see a future where clients are understood and taken care of. Our tailors will work one-on-one with each client, meeting them where they are and giving them exactly what they're looking for in an article of clothing. We look forward to real-time problem solving, sustainable clothes, durable clothes, and a 10-day trial to ensure that clients are getting what they're looking for. We can all relate to going to a clothing store and trying on clothes and loving how they look in the mirror, but then you get home and you try on the outfit again, and it doesn't feel quite the same way that it did before, but you can't return the outfit to the store, and now you've wasted your money. Conscious quality aims to fix problems like these and put the customer at the forefront of our focus. What sets us apart from other clothing businesses is our deep customer empathy. We understand that customers want to feel confident in their bodies and their clothing. We focus on what the customer needs and we meet them at their level. Everybody has things about their clothes that they either love or hate, but our focus is on the people who suffer the most. Hypersensitivity is prominent in people with autism, sensory processing disorder, or tactile defensiveness. We aim to meet these people where they are and work with them one-on-one to combat all of their needs. Our process is simple and accessible. We'll offer consultations to every client to identify each of their needs. From there, we'll sit down with them and figure out exactly how we're going to make their clothes to make them the best for them. Oftentimes, what people with sensitivity are looking for is breathable, light clothes that can make them feel free in their bodies, soft necklines, and reduce pressure with easy seams to move around in. We want our customers to feel confident and proud when they go out in the world, and that is exactly what Conscious Quality aims to do with these processes. We identify ourselves growing in 3 phases. 1, to prove our credibility. 2, to create our product, and 3, to scale our impact. To do this, we need your help. We are asking for $110,000, $50,000 for our operations, $30,000 for our mobile unit to deliver clothes to these customers, and $30,000 for our materials and our tools. Because Conscious Quality is about more than clothing. It's about giving people the ability to feel comfortable in their bodies every single day. Because when you change how somebody feels in their clothes, you change how they feel in the world. Thank you.
Hi, great pitch, great job. I saw you had your pricing on there. What are your margins on those products? How much profit are you making on the $75 or on the $150?
So our pricing heavily depends on what exactly it is that each client is looking for, what type of fabric they're looking for, be that linen, wool, bamboo, and then what exactly kind of clothes they're looking to make it, whether that be everyday clothes or more unique special occasion clothes. So we're looking to make hopefully a 50% profit off of each clothes that we make, but again, it will depend on exactly what it is that the customer is looking for in that outfit.
Awesome, thank you.
Love the name, love the what you're doing, bringing more awareness to this. One question I have is on phase 1 where you say build the need under your ask. Can you peel back that a little bit? What are you going to use that money for to build the need? What does that mean?
So our big focus is on showing people what sensitivities are, on proving that hypersensitivity is a much bigger issue than people think it is, on reaching out and educating people about it, on proving that it's something that should be focused on and should be taken care of.
Back to that slide about your investments, please. Okay, so I'm curious to know how you're going to reach the target. I mean, do you have data about how many people suffer from these different conditions that necessitate this kind of product? How are you reaching out to them, or will you be reaching out to them for them to really be able to find a solution through your company?
So our focus for essentially starting our clientele base is to go out to places where people with sensitivities are already looking to get help. There's a few autism-based schools in our area that we're going to go out to and talk to the families there. There's therapists where people have to go and talk about these issues because it truly does impede on their everyday life. We'll intend to go there to build our clientele base and then go around in our mobile unit and just deliver this product to our customers, and then also just build awareness about what we're doing.
So if you go to the slide where you have the costs, you know, $75, the standard basic design and with 3 material options, is that the profit? I mean, I wanted to make sure that I understood that.
These are the base costs that our clothes would start at.
Okay, so that's not the profit that you get out of the clothing.
No, these are the costs for the clients.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Just the label confused me, but thank you for the answer.
Good morning. My name is Vincent Sigley. I'm an FAA certified drone pilot, and I'm also the owner of Sigley Aerial Services. There's a problem in my community where there's a significant gap in affordable, high-quality aerial services. There's increasing opportunities for aerial services to be offered, but this opportunity goes greatly unmet. There's a large growing market in applications like construction, inspection, and the oil and gas industry. There's opportunity because the oil and gas industry is continuously growing in north central West Virginia. In this industry, drones can be used for photography, videography, and 3D mapping. Sigley Aerial Services can do all of the above. The solution: offer affordable, high-quality aerial services tailored to the needs of my community. The oil and gas industry offers client potential in the companies themselves, home and landowners, surveying companies, municipalities, and the State Department of Transportation. All of the above would need these services. Here's how I know there's opportunity. According to the West Virginia Secretary of State's office, West Virginia is a top 5 U.S. state for natural gas production. Major production is concentrated in Tyler, Marshall, Doddridge, Ritchie, and Wetzel counties. This graph illustrates that growth from 2016 to 2026. The sources are provided in the judge's packet. Here's a map of my competitors. This is as of January 21st, 2026. These were just the top listings that I was able to find, and the white pins represent their locations in north central West Virginia, and the gray circle outlines where there's a potential market opportunity for Sigley Aerial Services. Target market. Previously, I've worked with real estate agents, business owners, town halls, homeowners, construction and inspection companies, and in the future, I might have the privilege to work with oil and gas companies. The pictures on this slide are from Water's Edge Campground back in October 2025. Business timeline. I recognize the need for affordable, local, and specialized aerial services. I created a detailed website, became FAA Part 107 and OSHA 10 certified. I purchased high-quality drone for my aerial services. I purchased professional job attire as well as a 3D mapping rendering website, and I was able to gain on-the-job experience doing that. Advantages. What sets me apart from my competitors is that I'm able to offer 3D mapping that some competitors don't offer. 3D mapping is commonly used to plan engineering projects and provide valuable interactives for progress monitoring for individuals that can't physically be at a job site and need a detailed view of the site. This was for a customer that has property bordering a well site and wanted imagery of their property where they couldn't access. Business model for year 1 and year 2. Revenue streams include aerial photography, videography, and 3D mapping. Pricing. The average job value in 2025 fell between $120 and $180. This can be scaled as I first focus on entry-level and local clients. As I expand into higher value segments, my average job value is expected to increase. To further scale my business, I want to maintain repeat customers and target higher value segments and more commercial jobs. Expenses. My total estimated expenses annually for year 1 were $255, and my total estimated expenses annually for year 2 are $686. My estimated revenue for year 1 was $650, so that makes my net profit margin 60.7% for year 1. Financial ask. I'm seeking a $1,000 investment for my business to cover the operating costs for this year. I plan to use the remainder on marketing to focus on customer acquisition and increasing the reach of Sigley Aerial Services. Thank you.
So in a market like this, your competitor is also not just people that have started a business, it's also people that can go buy a drone on Amazon tomorrow. And so how would you separate yourself from those folks versus what you do?
Separate myself from, can you repeat that again?
The people that can just go on Amazon and buy a drone tomorrow and send it up in the air, how do you separate yourself from that low startup cost, people that can just do it tomorrow?
So one thing that makes Sigley Aerial Services special is that, in the specific part where I'm offering services, I'm local, affordable, and, I'm the only one really in that area that's providing services. But I'm also able to provide, not just photography and videography, but I'm also able to provide 3D mapping that, not only is aerial photography not present in that area, but it's not. Okay. But the 3D mapping sets me apart from everybody else.
Nice job. I kind of follow up to that of getting yourself out there and marketing yourself. I know you said that as part of your spend that you want to do that. What are your thoughts on how you want to market yourself? What channels do you think will be best to get out to these customers?
Yeah, so as stated in my financial ask, I said that the $1,000 would be used. I plan to use the remainder of that money when I said for customer acquisition. What I mean by that is, like, if I were to attend trade shows and stuff like that, and so that kind of goes into the marketing and customer acquisition, that's what I mean, being able to attend trade shows, stuff like that, different networking opportunities to be able to expand my reach. Hopefully that answered your question.
Great job. I just have a question on the actual drones. Do you have any numbers for, what you're spending on those, what those are costing you to actually do these? I don't know if I saw it in the slides or not.
Yeah, so the drone so I have two drones. The one was gifted to me, and the other one was right around $1,000. That was something that I had already purchased anyways, because going into this, it was a hobby, and then I realized as I got further into it, like, that I really like this, and that's why I got licensed and all that. And when I list on my business timeline, and I said that I purchased a drone, I already had that first drone. That was just a better, higher quality drone that now I'm able to use for like 3D mapping and better quality images. So that wasn't really factored into my expenses, just because that was something that I viewed as a personal expense rather than a business expense.
I have to check if this works well. Oh, the big one. Have you ever had a cup of coffee and thought, wow. Have you ever had a cup of coffee and thought, wow, this smells so much better than it tastes? Well, that's not a coincidence. Your perception of coffee is almost entirely based from coffee that sat in a warehouse, then a truck, and then a shelf. But it doesn't have to be that way. Pure Roast Coffee Co. Fresh, flexible coffee without the bulk waste or high markups, based in Wayne, West Virginia, which is approximately 30 minutes from Huntington. So what are the current problems? Well, local suppliers are missing some real gaps in the market. Prices for roasted coffee have risen 15 to 50% nationally, and that's just in the last year. Fresh options require a long drive, and small order flexibility comes at a steep premium. Want an exclusive blend? You're either paying a high markup or committing to a bulk order. The nearest roastery is 30 or more minutes away from Wayne, and coffee roasts have a 4 to 5 day window for peak flavor shortly after roasting. But small businesses forced to overbuy to keep costs low can't take advantage of that. Rising prices and stale product make it harder for them to stand out. Pure Roast Coffee Co. addresses all three of these problems. We will offer consistent, predictable pricing through recurring business-to-business agreements. We will operate locally, putting that 30-minute drive down significantly, and our 2 and 12-pound batches let us serve smaller, exclusive orders and high-volume wholesale without the premium markups that come with small batch ordering elsewhere. We're targeting local cafes like Samaritan's Market and 12 Pole Trading Post, community hubs like local churches and Holy Cross Monastery. And we're also targeting local enthusiasts who are tired of driving far or settling for grocery store coffee. And we're already moving. We've already had promising conversations with Samaritan's Market, Holy Cross Monastery, and local enthusiasts. We also have a lead for a New York supplier through Team Connections that we're pursuing for near wholesale pricing at a smaller volume. But where are we headed? Well, the first month we're going to set up, have experimentation with different types of brand, create a brand identity, and begin production. Month 2 and 3, we will begin our business-to-business sales. Then we will focus on retail, marketing, and begin our online presence. And in the long term, we will flesh out our online presence, begin buying from cheaper suppliers, and develop a deeper business-to-business focus to really develop a strong foundation for our long-term goals. Our model prioritizes business-to-business subscriptions, consistency, freshness, then retail online. We're not betting on early online sales. First, we're building real local connections. Everything else follows. 2 roasters, 2 purposes. 12 pounds for retail, wholesale volume, and lower cost per pound. 2 pound for flexible, exclusive blends, with batch sizes matching client need, always balancing freshness and scale. Initial fixed costs are $6,213, a lot of which is just equipment. Ongoing monthly costs run about $2,175. And of course, beans being our biggest expense, which we assume to be about $8 per pound for a mid-tier blend. My dad on the left personally invested, a 20-plus year business owner, and he's the reason we have our most promising early conversations with buyers yet. Vincent on the right, my former coffee shop manager with connections to a large coffee bean supplier that we're pursuing. And me in the middle. And who am I? Well, I'm a high school student. I have 2 years experience working at a coffee shop. I know this product and I know the customers. I have 1 year of hands-on marketing at the same coffee shop, so I know how to market coffee. And I grew up working with a man who built businesses from nothing. Help me sell coffee to our locals and create a better environment for them to thrive.
Thank you for your presentation. So I would like to know more about why are you passionate about this?
I'm passionate about this because I've lived in, or I go to New Jersey, North Carolina, places that fairly often, and I've always had this passion for their amazing tasting coffee and this just high-class feel that certain places have. And where I'm from, especially in West Virginia, there's a lot of poverty, a lot of hardship, and my dream is to create a West Virginia that is proficient in something especially. And so to begin with that, I want to help small businesses that people go to every single day, like coffee shops. So that is why I'm passionate about it.
And how are you going to keep it affordable?
Well, I'm going to keep it affordable by prioritizing business-to-business relationships. That'll be our foundation of our business. But in terms of long term, we're going to buy from cheaper suppliers, and our initial expense is fairly low. I'm a high school student, so I'm still living at home. We have a very nice garage at our house that I will put my roasters in, and that will allow for me to keep my expenses low and prioritize the businesses that need help the most.
Do you feel that your wholesale pricing allows enough room for profit for the retailers compared to how you're selling at retail yourself?
Yeah, so in terms of the pricing, it's fairly good margins. I forgot to slide through some of the slides, so you guys missed out on some details there. But for our business-to-business relationships, that's 50% profit margin. Then for retail online, that's 100%. For retail, we have a location, Samaritan's Market, that we're talking to for potentially selling on location. My dad is the chairman of the board, and my other invested associate is that manager. So we'll be selling coffee there on site. But like I said, initially, my goal is not about me. It's about the local businesses. And because I'm living at home, I don't actually have to, squeeze the most profit out of things early on. That might be more long-term for when we're more on the online sales.
Good afternoon, everyone. If you gave a high school graduate a credit card, asked them to balance a budget, or explain how interest works, most would have no idea where to start. And that is exactly the gap that I seek to address. My name is Jenna Lindsay, and I'm the founder of Future Finance Leaders, a social enterprise that operates as a business-to-business model, equipping both students and schools with the resources they need to teach younger generations financial literacy. Financial literacy is something that students don't begin learning until they're already making real financial decisions. And this, by the time they are signing, loans, they're opening credit cards, and they are managing money, most of them don't have an idea of exactly what they're doing. So with that, I founded Future Finance Leaders as a local FBLA project, and it was never intended to be a business at first. I taught financial literacy workshops at my local middle and high schools and equipped them with toolkits containing financial literacy products that went hand in hand with the concepts I was teaching them in the workshops. So with that, students were learning concepts like budgeting, saving, investing, and credit. And one student came up to me in a workshop and had said that this was the first time that they were ever introduced to tracking money or, learning anything about finances. So with that, I was able to kind of see the issue with the gap of financial literacy. And with this project, I was able to expand it to thousands of students by using a platform that I was given. So last year, I was elected the West Virginia FBLA state president, and this gave me opportunities to advocate at the national level, as well as connect with other state leadership teams. So what I did was I utilized this network of thousands of community-minded business leaders who were interested in finance to not only expand my work in West Virginia, but other states as well. And so from that, the project was able to grow tremendously into hands-on workshops, organizational partnerships, social media education, financial literacy competitions, an investment league, and so much more. And at the bottom, you'll see some of our most notable partners. And with that, expanding into a business-to-business social model, we are set to sell licensed curriculum, promote more of our workshops in financial literacy education by creating a structured program to provide to schools. And our marketing plan is going to be mainly students, but also our secondary market is going to be schools and sponsors who are mainly just looking for financial education that is both engaging and easy to use. So our management and operations are going to maintain ongoing partnerships with financial institutions, mentors, recruit more student ambassadors, and create a plan of action for them to drive marketing and interest, as well as post more tailored content for teens and manage outreach and drive for further funding and development. And then schools already currently established our curriculum with using our curriculum that we had provided before. I worked alongside Morgan Stanley to create financial literacy education that was both effective but tailored from a youth perspective so that students can understand.
So the management and operations, on one side you'll see we are partnered with organizations like United Bank, City National, and Morgan Stanley, and this project has already gained over $10,000 in funding in just sponsorships. And this project has also gained national attention from organizations like Lady Gaga's Born This Way and Channel Kindness, both organizations that highlight youth impact stories on an international level. And down at the bottom, you will see just one of our budgeting courses that I had partnered with Morgan Stanley to create and is distributed to schools across West Virginia. Going into our revenue channels, we are seeking to sell or licensing curriculum. We want to sell branded content or branded products like budgeting books, savings trackers, and financial literacy education books, as well as utilizing digital content to earn money from monetizing that. And then some of our financials include, we are projected to revenue about $25,000 just in the first year, with our startup costs remaining low by utilizing digital platforms like Canva and what we have already done with social media. And the risk analysis, West Virginia poses a strong alignment.
I think it's awesome that you're trying to address financial literacy in the schools. Can you share your reason why and how you identified this as an opportunity that you wanted to pursue?
Yes, so I think growing up in West Virginia, we are a state that consistently ranks low in economic indicators like opportunity and in our economy. So just seeing that firsthand, I really wanted to create something that would change that. And working with students in my own community and working with them to see that these concepts that we were teaching excited them and made them curious to know more, as well as feedback from teachers who observed the workshops as well, just saying like, I didn't learn this when I was younger, I wish this was something I knew. So that alone really drove me to expand it into, using FBLA, Future Business Leaders of America, as a platform to expand it to more students, because it is a global crisis, and I have been affected by it personally. I've seen members of my community affected by it personally, and it's just something that, like I'm about to go to college, and doing this project and developing it, I have gained so many things that if I had not known and were not going to take with me, I feel I wouldn't be as prepared and set up for success.
Thank you for that presentation. I definitely agree with Mark. I mean, I certainly think this is pretty important for kids of all ages. So I have two questions. One, kind of how young does the curriculum go? I know like my 6, 7-year-old could certainly use this at a certain level and being tailored to that. But then also, speaking of financials, what's the pricing structure? I was missing that a little bit of like, what are you actually charging for these subscriptions or for these materials?
Yes, so I'm going to go back to this slide. I wish time had permitted me to explain a little bit better, and I think I froze up a bit there, but with licensing curriculum, like I said, this business is very cost efficient, and for me, profit is not the main driver. It's really about creating a difference. This is something I'm passionate about, and I really want students to learn about these things, but with that curriculum, we can keep things cheap because it's not that costly to make. So I put together budgeting books and different curriculum on Canva and resources like that. So we can keep it fairly cheap, working at about $2,000 per school, and these are year long. And then like branded products, that is going to entail like in the financial literacy kits I made, we had budgeting books, savings trackers, even just like cute little piggy banks that we took to the middle schoolers just to show them, how to use these things and how helpful they can be. And those don't really cost much either. With the financial literacy toolkits, I created about 500 using, I want to say $700, and those had so many different things in them. So to brand things like that and sell it or provide it to students would be fairly low. So curriculum, about $2,000. Content, unless we were paying for more marketing on social media to get more things out there, that would just be 100% margins, because really you're just monetizing that and whatever income is coming in. And then books, just like what you would go to the store,
$10, $12 for a book, and donations are a big thing with this project. We've already received over $10,000 in support, so this is something people, they see the value in and they're interested in investing in.
Thanks. One last thing, I know we're at time. What's your ask? How much money are you asking for?
$1,500.
Okay.
Sorry, I did not explain that.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Parker, and one time I was at the mall with my mom, and I wanted to get a pair of custom shoes, and they were $500. So I went home and started painting shoes, and I made my own shoes, and my first customer is the director of the WVEE, Amber. The problem is kids that want custom shoes can't afford them, and the opportunity is kids want unique shoes, families want affordable options. Who Recraft Kicks is for? Kids and teens who like sneakers, people who like customizable shoes, and families looking for cheaper options. Solution and business idea. Donated shoes can be used to make cooler shoes and giving back to the community. Why Recraft Kicks matters. Affordable custom shoes made from donated sneakers, recycling and giving back. Designed by kid for kids. Sales and marketing, local, person-to-person, word of mouth, craft shows, YouTube and TikTok, website or mobile stores. How it works. Choose your shoe, choose your design, and there's your total cost. Example, shoe plus standard design equal 50. How I get my estimated profit. Total price $50 minus estimated cost, total cost is $25. So I should make about $25 per pair. Financial ask, $830 for airbrush supplies, shoes and resale stores, customization supplies, and workspace setup. Future impact. I hope for this to become a successful business and to donate back and give to the community.
I gotta go first. I love those shoes. I'm a size 13, so it's gonna take more paint to be able to get that done. I really am fascinated by how you are taking something that will otherwise be disposed, that's one of your options, right? And making it into something cool that someone else can use and that you can still make a profit with it. So that's quite fascinating. Now I'm trying to get to the question here. How long do you think you're gonna be doing this?
What?
How long do you think this business will go for?
I think it will be pretty successful, and I think that I will get a lot of donations and a lot of people asking for shoes.
Hey, buddy. Great job. I don't know why you don't have any swag on your feet right now. You should have some custom shoes on. But, you know, how do you plan on, you know, keep getting it out there to, you know, West Virginia, the community, you know, marketing it?
I'm going to like post content on TikTok and YouTube, and I'm going to open a website.
Awesome.
Just one last question. I think that was great. I love the designs. Did you do your own shoes?
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. How do you get inspiration for your design?
Design they want, and if they just want a surprise, then I'll use the colors that they gave me to make up something.
Last year, a woman I interviewed in McDowell County walked into 7 banks. She had a steady job, she paid her rent on time for 9 years, and every bank told her no. This was because she didn't have a credit score. I'm Siddharth Rathinam, I'm 17, I'm from West Virginia, and I'm building the platform that says yes. Rural America doesn't have a banking problem. It's in fact a banking desert. Around 127,000 West Virginian households are underbanked or unbanked. $3.45 billion lending annual gap. And what's the alternative? Tribal leaders are charging 400% APR, evading our state's 31% cap. And national fintech treats rural Appalachia as a rounding error. That's actually predation. Our total addressable market is $3.45 billion. Our serviceable market that FINSA can actually target is $1.2 billion. We have 0 direct competitors. We're not entering market, we're actually defining one. This is FINSA. It works in 3 simple and easy steps. Score, alternative credit trained on Appalachian data. We take rent, utilities, and employment, and we see borrowers that FICO ignores. Our second step is match. A borrower posts a request, neighbors fund it together. For an example, a widow in Fairmont, a retired teacher in Morgantown, and they combine their risks and combine their returns. And our third step is fund. We have 48 hours guaranteed to capital, 8 to 15% APR versus 30 days at a bank versus 400% at a predator. This isn't in lending gap, it's an economic infrastructure. Lending Club, Prosper, Upstart, and Honeycomb. Each one requires FICO data that we don't have on credit invisible borrowers. None serve rural Appalachia. None have lending circles. None have a regulatory sandbox shield. National platforms view rural Appalachia as a rounding error. We view it as a homeland. That's the moat. I've researched four unfair advantages, compounding and regulatory. 24 months sandbox shield, data from every local trains a model built for Appalachian economics. Trust. Local credibility cannot be bought. And our first mover, there's more room for one rural peer-to-peer standard, and we are going to be it. We don't chase early adopters. We recruit community anchors, pastors, farm bureau chairs, chamber directors. One anchor brings 40 to 60 borrowers at a near zero acquisition cost. We have 3 revenue streams: 5% origination, 2% spread, 1% servicing. Per $10,000 loan, 57% contribution and 82% margin. Year 1, we're at $35,000, and year 3, we're at $55,000. We're at break even at month 18 at 0 debt. I'm 17 years old, shipping product software since I was 15. Running capital and algorithmic markets, I understand the technology and the market because I live in both. Capital efficient, milestone gated, 18 months to break even without a second raise. The smallest reasonable check to launch the most needed platform in rural America. 20 years ago, urban America got fintech, and rural America got payday lenders. 20 years from now, that gap is either a chasm we never closed or the founding scar of an economy we rebuilt. That woman in McDowell County, next year, she's gonna get funded by her neighbors through FINSA. Banking for the unbanked, powered by her neighbors. Bill in West Virginia, thank you. I can take questions anytime.
All right, so there's a lot packed in your presentation today. And I can only imagine that because every time you deal with finances, it's complicated. So the concept of neighbors, helping neighbors, financing neighbors, basically, coming together towards accessing funding is quite fascinating. And how do you do that and prevent any kind of issues between the neighbors that are coming in together for this enterprise?
By issues, can you specify, did you mean returning the loans or funding issues?
We pick either one. Yeah, they're gonna be issues. So how are you planning to address those?
Yeah, that's a great question, and I was actually hoping that one of you guys would ask that. So we actually employ local leaders such as pastors and local farm commissioners, and by that, they kind of sort of vouch for each customer that we decide to lend for. And of course, this is still a startup as well, and I am trying to hope to get more, insight from you guys on how we can get the customers to actually return the said loans. And there's also a hard cap on how many each person can loan, as we're targeting more microloans than major loans as well.
Great job. How are you partnering to get a good APY? How are you setting that up for these people who come in to do that? What is that in your back? Are you partnering with banks? Are you partnering with financial lending institutions? Just talk a little bit more about that.
So we're actually partnering with our neighbors as this is a peer-to-peer platform. So we will have one centralized location with like servers and everything. But other than that, it's mainly a huge peer-to-peer based platform. So we will be using our neighbors' funds, anyone coming in, if I can actually go back to the other slide, we were actually talking about how like literally anyone can help fund too, like a retired teacher or the widow I was saying earlier. Yeah.
Awesome.
Thank you for the presentation. Quick question on the, I think you had the ask slide, but then it also was saying that you had the seed funding. So is the ask the 50K or you have 50K and you're asking for something different?
The ask was 50,000.
Okay, and then can you just walk us through what you'd be putting that towards to start?
Yeah, if we can, down here, I have our percentages right here. If we can see below the 50,000, there's a 40% going to platform development and our mobile app, our credit algorithm, and security infrastructure. If we can go back more. Yeah, if we have one right there, actually, I designed a sample UI for you guys. So right here, we have an interface that says an active request at our 12% APR. And there's our lending circle down here. And it shows each person and I guess kind of like their occupation, what they do, and how much they have put into funding this ask. And I've tried to make it a simpler UI where there's like a raised icon and everything for the funded percentages.
Last thing, I see you're partnered with Vantage Ventures on there. Are you a part of the Next Accelerator?
I am actually planning to target with them as well. That's just a predicted path that I've researched.
Have you ever been to a public restroom and noticed the gap in the public restroom stalls and felt just a little uncomfortable? That small gap can create a big problem when it comes to privacy. And that's just something millions of people deal with every single day. My name is Cheyenne Pulling, and I created the Peek Proof with one simple mission: to give privacy back to the people. I was sick and tired of dealing with people trying to peek in on the bathrooms to see if the bathrooms were occupied or not. My product not only eliminates that gap altogether, but eliminates the need to peek. Most public bathrooms can make you feel exposed, anxious, and uncomfortable. Privacy in schools, airports, works, and restaurants isn't a guarantee, and the truth is, it 100% should be. My product is a blackout silk that covers instantly with no tools, no installation, no hassle. Just take it out, place it, and you're covered. Wrong slide. I'm so sorry. It's lightweight, it magnetizes to the top of the bathroom stalls. It's simple, quick, and discreet, so anyone can use it anytime, anywhere. It's an affordable alternative to full door stalls that most public bathrooms don't offer, and it gives instant privacy back to the people. My target market is women in the age range of 18 to 45, including students, college workers, commuters, and frequent travelers. And my early adopters would include women who use shared or high trafficked restrooms. I would sell my product through platforms such as Amazon and Etsy, or bulk orders such as schools, offices, or traveling kits. My costs would include my materials, my manufacturing, packaging, marketing, and shipping, keeping it affordable and scalable. Why PeakProof? PeakProof solves a real everyday problem, and it's simple, practical, and something people can actually use. PeakProof isn't a luxury, it's a peace of mind. I'm seeking $7,500 for the first production of 300 to 400 units. This would cover my manufacturing, packaging, marketing, and distribution costs, and also allow me to test my market, gather feedback, and build a strong customer base. PeakProof is meant to make you feel safe, comfortable, respected, where everyone deserves. PeakProof can turn an uncomfortable moment into a confident one, anytime, anywhere. Thank you.
I can go first since I'm probably the target market here, the higher end of it. But I definitely feel the problem as far as what you were talking about. I mean, sometimes you even go into a stall and there's not even a door at all. I think my two questions would be, and just thinking of like my day-to-day use of it, kind of how much would it cost me, so the retail price, and then how would it be packaged? Because I'm just thinking there's plenty of times where you know, if I'm at an event and I maybe don't have something on me, like how am I taking this thing to the bathroom and setting that up, and like, oh, I forgot it at my table or something like that?
Yes, so I would sell my product for roughly $20 to $25, and I would also include a hygienic pouch for you to be able to fold up the PeakProof and put it into.
Okay. And then I know you have to get the prototypes to figure out what is your thinking on what you would make on that. What's the profit on that?
So my prototype just for the PeakProof itself would roughly be $8. Okay. That's not including the hygienic pouch. But the production cost overall would be under roughly $12.
Okay, that's good margin. All right, thank you.
What was the product made out of, and is it washable, and how long does it last?
It's a faux silk fabric, so yes, it is washable, and it is machine and dryer washable, but it is meant to be like that, so then you can use it more than once and not have to wash it every single time.
Do you do any kind of market research? Have you talked to people who will be using these?
I have gone around to people at my schools and works and just gone out into the environment and community and asked people, like, how do you feel about the gap in the public restroom stalls? Like, how do you feel? Does that make you uncomfortable? And a lot of them said that they did feel uncomfortable, exposed, and anxious, and that's where I got that from.
Okay.
One of the thoughts immediately, because I'm thinking to Tieran's question, am I going to carry this around myself and make it available to myself? Maybe look at it on the opposite side is to contact hotels, airports, and have them make that available so it'd be more convenient. Just a thought. Have you already thought about that? I don't know.
That's why I had the bulk orders to the traveling companies and the office companies and the schools. Those were just some examples of places that I could offer bulk orders to.
Encourage you to increase your target market, because I'm 54. I'd be interested in this.
That's just my target.
Just saying.
This is
Just
completely
saying.
for anybody and everybody who feels uncomfortable in the bathrooms, yes.
I would encourage you to also talk to people who are at those airports. I mean, police, security people. You never know what the unintended consequences of blocking the view could create in a case of an emergency. Just check.
Yes.
Quick suggestion, if maybe you can make the magnets removable for when you're washing them, they're not clanking around. And also vending machine outside of a bathroom seems like a great place to put it.
Good morning, and thank you for this opportunity. My name is Mia Tomlin, and I am the founder of ERS, the emergency rescue slide built for a fast, safe emergency exit during house fires. I'm so excited to be here today, but first I'd like to tell you a little bit about myself. I am 16 years old and a student at the Woody Williams Center in Barboursville, and my journey into fire safety began in March of 2025 when my mom rejoined our local fire department. She encouraged me to learn about it and then join whenever I turned 16, and since then it became more than just my passion, it became my purpose. And since then, I've had the opportunity to work alongside members of our fire department to develop this life-saving product to ensure that it's practical, realistic, and effective in real emergency situations. And through my experiences, I've started to notice a serious and often overlooked problem, and that's what led me to ERS. When a fire breaks out in a home or apartment building, escape becomes extremely difficult. Most families only have one main exit, usually a staircase, but if that exit gets blocked, escape becomes extremely difficult. Traditional escape tools like fire ladders exist, but they aren't practical for everybody. Young children don't often have the strength, coordination, or understanding to safely climb down a ladder in a high-stress emergency. Elderly individuals or those with physical disabilities may also struggle. And the reality of this is heartbreaking. Thousands of people die in house fires each year. Hundreds of those are children, and over 30% of victims are asleep when the fire starts, which causes them to have less time to escape. And in many cases, it's not the fire itself, it's the inability to escape. Just a simple, immediate exit to safety. ERS is also designed to be child-proof, but still easy to use in the event of an emergency, so it won't accidentally deploy. ERS stands for the Emergency Rescue Slide. It is a fireproof inflatable slide system that is installed directly under a windowsill. So in the event of an emergency, you simply open the box, pull the cord, and it creates a fast, safe, and easy escape route. No climbing, no confusion, and it can still be activated quickly. Additionally, the slide will come in different lengths, making them adaptable for different building heights, from homes to larger buildings. And after talking with Marshall Manufacturing, the slide will be able to be repackable in case of someone deploying it on accident. Compared to other solutions, fire ladders are difficult to use and unsafe for children. Jump cushions are fast but risky and not accessible for homes. Fixed fire escapes are slow to install and cost a lot of money. And as graphic as it may sound, yes, jumping out of a window is an option, but it will likely result in serious problems or death. ERS stands out because it is fast, safe, easy to use, and designed with real people in mind. ERS is made especially for families with young children, those who live in apartment buildings, or anyone who may struggle with traditional escape methods, but this is just the beginning. We hope to expand into larger scale markets, including hotels, hospitals, nursing homes, and any other multi-story building, anywhere that safe, fast evacuation is critical, because this isn't just a product, this is a lifesaver. By providing a reliable and accessible way to escape, ERS can help reduce injuries, prevent deaths, and gives families peace of mind knowing they have a backup plan. Today, I'm seeking $15,000 in funding to begin production and launch my business. My goal is to develop and sell the first ERS unit at a price of $899 per slide, making it both accessible and scalable. From doing extensive research, the cost to make these will be right at $399, which will leave my profit being right at $400 per unit sold. This funding will go towards 16.7% for marketing, 25% for safety testing, 50% for manufacturing, and 8.3% for initial marketing. ERS was created from my passion for the fire service and my desire to protect others. With real-world guidance from the fire department and a focus on safety, this product is built to make a difference. Because at the end of the day, no one should ever feel trapped in their own home. Thank you for your time, your belief, and believing in my vision.
Great job. Great presentation.
Hi, I'm Zach Dillon. I'm a fireman for Barbersville.
I just wanted to ask on the sizing of the
for 6 years
actual
now.
materials. So how far does the slide go down, and like how many stories will it be able to fit?
I do not know the exact feet right now, but it will be right at the size that it will go from a second-story house window size down to the ground floor. But we will also have them in different sizes to say you need to go from the third or fourth floor.
Awesome.
What's the propellant that makes this slide blow up so fast?
Could you repeat that?
Like it needs some sort of propellant or something that would make the slide blow up in a fast manner. How does that occur?
I'm so sorry, I can't hear.
So what makes the slide blow up or come out so fast?
Okay, so they have compressed air tanks in the box, it'll be like a flower box installed right outside your windowsill. So whenever that cord is deployed, the oxygen tanks will inflate the slide. And then also it will automatically alert 911 in your district like iPhone automatic crash detection does.
So you talk about children and how this could be a better solution for children trying to escape, a situation there. So my mind went to what you just described. It would be so much fun just to pull the cord and slide out the window. I would be that kid doing that unnecessarily. So I think, you have a great idea here. I think it's important to continue to look for answers to things that could go wrong. I think that product will work well with in a housing environment in which you actually have a yard that you could extend that slide to.
Yeah.
In other places, it would not work. But thank you for your presentation today.
Thank you all so much.
Hi, my name is Keon, and I'm very proud to be representing Arrive Track in Spark, West Virginia. So, I'm pretty sure a great majority of us have experienced some form of either waiting outside for the school bus too long or missing it frequently. And I know this experience can be nerve-wracking and annoying, especially under inclement weather conditions. Now, but with Arrive Track, you don't have to go through these experiences. Arrive Track is a practical solution that enables parents and students to receive accurate notifications for when their school bus will arrive and know when it will come, so we can be better prepared. So first, I'm going to introduce our team. There's two main people on our team. First one's it's my dad. His name is Said Nurzi, and he's the main mentor and the business director, and he gives us ideas for features. And the second one's me. I'm an 8th grade student at Suncrest Middle School here in Morgantown, and I'm the designer and developer of ArriveTrack, technical stuff. And the idea was from my initial poor experiences in bad weather. So what are the problems? Unpredictable school bus arrival times, or ETAs, they're a major source of daily stress for parents and students alike, and it disrupts effective time management, especially in cases of inclement weather. And this results in increased tardiness and missed classes, as well as longer outdoor wait times in severe weather, which supposes a health risk for students. So what is the solution? ArriveTrack, the practical solution, is an affordable and user-friendly platform that works as an app and a website that gives parents and students abilities to track their school buses in real time, receive timely notification, and have easy communication with schools. There's big demand for this stuff. About 50% of absence are due to transportation, and 80% of parents want online school bus tracking. So these are some of our competitors over here. I did rank these based on parents' reviews and frequencies of app crashes and bug reports. As we see, most of these competitors have some sort of reliability and GPS tracking data issue, or they're hard to use. There's only 2 competitors here that are both reliable and easy to use. One is just called Here Comes the Bus, the other one's us. So here is a sample walkthrough for what a parent might do. We have a bus tracking page. We can receive accurate notification. We can report absences and upload excuse letters. We can receive district announcements and communicate privately with admins. So we have 3 main types of users. First of all, we have students who are not in favor of waiting long times under inclement flat-terrain weather conditions, and they don't want to miss the school bus. Parents are also another type of user. They want to have real-time visibility into student location and a better schedule management. And we also have admins whose duties are to manage drivers and buses and give students permission to use the software. So here are some of our costs, most of our costs. Most of our costs are operational costs, but we have about $4,000 in startup costs, most of which goes to GPS trackers, and our $30,000 a year of worth of operational costs. Most of it goes to the overhead hosting ETAs, and we have some miscellaneous expenses just in case if something happens. So please note that we will first attempting to launch in Mon County, West Virginia here. And all the revenue estimates on this slide and next 3 slides are reflecting this phase, and the options 1 and 2 are scalable depending on district size. So we have 3 ways districts can pay for ArriveTrack. First one's a flat rate of $60,000 a year for all students. The second one's a $600 a year fee per bus. And the last one's an $8 a month subscription fee that parents pay that includes up to 3 students in one plan. So here are some of our calculations for option 1. As we see, we'll have a 200% growth every year, and in every graph, we go up per year. And we count a number of students for the first one, total costs, and expected net profit before taxes. Same thing over here, we just use number of buses instead. And for option 3, since there's a big variation in how much growth we could have a year, we did a minimum 10% growth calculation with gross profit and number of customers. So the $1,500 prize funding will help us greatly buy GPS trackers 25 buses, and it will help us jumpstart and publish ArriveTrack. After the first year, we plan to introduce and set this software up in other counties and states. We sincerely appreciate investors' help and funding. Thank you for watching our presentation. You can visit us at arrivetrack.com anytime. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Did you also speak on the one of the entrepreneurship ecosystem calls? On the monthly Zoom calls, I feel like I heard.
No, I went on the Launch Lab calls.
Okay. Well, I thought I
had
heard you somewhere, so that was great. So as a parent, I definitely see this as far as for different kids, and I'm here in Mon County, so I'm hopeful that you'll be able to get the pilot going in Mon County. Could you talk a little bit more on the kind of the pricing structure with like you're selling to the schools and you're doing a subscription to the parents? And just, I had one thought on, obviously Mon County is one of the larger counties of schools, but you may want to be thinking about the number of buses or the number of bus routes as part of your pricing, because you may want to scale that down or up depending on when you expand.
Yes, we did put that as one of our things. So like a small district that has only 25 buses, doesn't have to pay $600 for your fee per bus.
Yeah.
We could scale that down to maybe like 100. And for districts that don't have much money to pay upfront costs, the last option that parents pay instead, district pays nothing, is the best for them.
Okay. And then one last little minor thing as a parent, if you're able to kind of follow your specific student or your specific buses versus getting the updates about everyone in the county, that would be amazing.
No, you do get bus. You can follow your own bus.
specific one.
Yeah,
Okay,
you can follow
great.
your own specific bus.
Great.
For parents and students also have access to the software for their own bus.
Hey, buddy. Great job. I've seen you,
Thank you.
build this idea from the beginning stages at the Launch Lab, so it's really cool. I know you said that you were going to be buying the GPS trackers. Is there ever like a time where, the schools would be investing into those trackers for the buses? Is that part of the business model as you start to scale, or are you guys going to continue to front the cost for those?
So the GPS trackers, since there's technical stuff, we buy the GPS trackers and maintain them ourselves, and this will stay in the long run.
Okay, awesome.
Any more questions?
Excellent presentation, very interesting product. I think I would like to know why you think your app is going to be better than the other ones.
So the other competitors that we have over here, first of all, as we see, they have some reliability issues, most of them, and app usability issues. But also, we feature many extra features that other apps don't have. For example, we have emergency alerts for students. We have the parent absence reporting, as well as excuse letter uploading. And we have more features on the admin side, such as misconduct reports, that a driver can file if the student does bad behavior. No problem. Thank you. Thank you.
Good job.
Good morning. This is Servo Reader, where Braille technology is built beyond tradition. I'm Kayla Crowell, a salutatorian student entering biomedical engineering and dermatology. Previously, I have worked with WVU Medicine and Johnson & Johnson to form a nurse incentive program. As of today, I hold leadership positions among 24 organizations while also being the founder of Servo Reader. Problem. Nationally, 60% of visually impaired students live without consistent access to assistive technology. This gap exists because many Braille displays lack meaningful customization and technical features for diverse disability needs, provide limited built-in integrated educational and literary support tools, and remain financially out of reach for most schools and families. But Servo Reader is a biomedical engineering company taking steps to empower the disabled in everyday life and education. This starts with our innovative, affordable, and customizable smart Braille display. In fact, there is already a functioning prototype that has been presented at the West Virginia School for the Deaf and Blind, where Servo Reader conversed with some of the largest engineering companies in America. The global market for assistive technology is to increase 13% by 2029.
However, existing Braille display prices range from $3,500 to over $15,000. Only 10% of legally blind Americans can read Braille, and U.S. public schools already spend $14 billion annually on assistive technology and special education programs. Target consumers include those who are blind or visually impaired, with priorities set on K through 12 and college students, households with low to middle socioeconomic status and income, and schools, universities, and accessibility programs, with special emphasis on those who are requiring multiple pieces of assistive technology. With these details in mind, Servo Reader features 4 categories of novel data-backed resolutions. 1, customization mechanisms, including interchangeable tactile components, exchangeable motor head and assembly characteristics, input interfaces with replaceable key identifiers, novel device security settings, further history and log features, and vibration, haptics, and non-audio feedback mechanisms. 2, advanced technology features, including profiles that configure the device to act as a different class of Braille technology, a self-locking low-voltage pin mechanism, a hinged or segmented display body for transportation, servo motors as pin driving mechanisms, a detachable digital screen, and a movable platform. There's also artificial intelligence systems such as integrated AI and multilingual translation, a servo chat that allows people to gain general AI questions and summarize text, an analytical camera system that allows people to describe physical images and text in daily environments. Then we have educational tools, including an integrated learning mode that teaches students to read and write step by step, internal micro SD component, a general or learning add-on technology, an integrated speech recognition and text-to-speech with multilingual and natural communication abilities, along with much more. Revenue streams include Servo Reader Smart Braille displays, add-on components and premium design features, further internal storage space, and extra or custom technology profiles. Services include repair and maintenance, training and support, and government incentives and grants. Here's the cost pipeline. In year 1, the startup costs add up to $910,000. In year 1, the gross profit is roughly $1 million, with 3,000 units produced and sold at $800. The gross profit in year 2 is $2.2 million, with 6,000 units produced. This is because the FDA classifies Servo Reader as Class 1 and or 2 technology. Funding. I'm asking for $820,000 in startup costs. Here in the table, you can see a breakdown of the amounts, including patenting and registration, since Servo Reader is currently patent pending and is working on other registrations. But prototype and design is already covered due to the existing model, and then there is turning the device into a repeatable, sellable market, and then the rest is marketing and distribution. So why invest? Well, according to the NIB, there are only around 4 certified digital Braille display manufacturers in all of North America. As a result, Servo Reader will be the only company on the continent to place user accessibility and learning needs first, especially with companies standardizing expensive conventional methods. Thank you.
I appreciate your presentation. I spend a lot of time at the School for Deaf and Blind, and the need is definitely there. One of the things I noticed as you get older, the ability to adjust and read Braille is significantly diminishes. You know, as I get older, my skills aren't as good. Have you looked into the market of, you know, helping people as they get older be able to adapt and read Braille? Because when I'm there watching the kids do it, they sail through it. They're like geniuses. But when I try to do it, it's terrible. If that makes sense, is like, how do you help the older market when they lose sight?
Oh, so, okay, I understand. So this device is actually compatible to grow with people as they age. So the learning mode is designed for children when they're first learning Braille, but there's also customization mechanisms that are designed to change as you grow. So if you're older and you need larger tactile pins to feel and see better if you still have some range of vision. You can change those out with the customizable tactile variants. So that will also be part of the add-on components that we sell with the device. So it remains completely compatible with how you age and how your disability grows or changes over time.
Absolutely phenomenal. It's so cool what you're doing. I just had to ask, I know you're probably going to be targeting the schools a lot, but is there any other, would you be also selling to direct consumer and people buying this for anything like that? Just talk more about your customers a little bit.
Yeah, of course. Besides the schools, of course, it's hard to market to this population, obviously. So a lot of it, you have to go through trusted sources and sources that they will have to go to. So besides schools, there's also accessibility programs. So a lot of people go to there to learn about the new technologies for their visual impairment and to make that connection. But also, I plan on using an online website that is fit to meet the standards of traditional Braille displays. So if somebody were to search up for a new device, they can see mine and it's already within the format that they need. So besides schools, we have accessibility programs and individuals can access that themselves as well.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Really great presentation, thank you. I did have a question on, we were just discussing here, as far as, you were talking about the people that actually know how to use Braille, so I'm trying to understand like how big the target market will be. And it seemed like you said there were only 10% of visually impaired that know Braille. So is that going to be a barrier? We have something for those that know it, but then for those that don't know it or they're older, am I understanding that
Yeah,
correctly?
definitely.
Okay.
So that is a major gap for people, is that only 10 to 25% can actually read Braille, but that also includes literacy. So obviously you have to go to school, so within those learning years, the schools are required to offer those Braille displays, so that's why we sell it through them. But for people who want to learn on their own, that's why we have the integrated learning mode. So we can actually open up the market for those who don't already read Braille or aren't already proficient to a certain point.
Okay, so in a couple of words, why are you so passionate about this?
So I'm so passionate because when I first started, this was actually just going to be a science project. I presented it in the science fair. But as I started to go throughout the way, I started talking with people and I started to see the real big value to people, actually. And I went to the West Virginia School for the Deaf and Blind, like I said, and I was able to converse with Braille literacy professors, and they told me that this is a really big need, that you can help people with these customized components in this Braille display with all these new features in AI that's not within existing ones because it's such a small market and they can just up the price and lower the quality. So it really just added me into the passion of actually creating these devices for those people, just to help them break out of that loop of expensive materials and that lack of diversity in their options. Thank you.
Imagine this. You and your best friend are driving down a dark, rural road. You're laughing, and everything feels normal. But then suddenly, a deer jumps out. You swerve and you crash. You look over, and your friend isn't responding. You call 911, hands shaking, and then you hear the words that no one wants to hear. EMS will arrive in 20 minutes. 20 minutes? When brain damage can occur in just 4 to 6 minutes without oxygen? So you try to help, and you realize something terrifying. You don't have enough hands. My name is Will Walkup, and these are my teammates, Colton Tanner and Ezekiel Gray. And our mentor is our Highlander Health Sciences instructor, Miss Beth Roberts, and we are the Highlander SEAL team from Webster County High School. And we created Highlander SEAL to solve that exact issue. In emergencies like cardiac arrest, getting oxygen into the lungs is critical to survival. But in rural communities like ours, EMS response times can exceed 20 minutes, responders are often alone, and current rescue masks require 2 hands to work effectively. That means one person cannot effectively deliver oxygen or provide other life-saving care at the same time. Right now, there is no single rescue mask out there that is one-handed and for one responder.
If only I had another hand.
And that gap is costing precious lives. And in rural communities like ours, that gap happens every single day. This is why we created Highlander SEAL. Highlander SEAL is a single-handed, self-sealing rescue mask that allows one responder to create an airtight seal in under 5 seconds, while keeping one hand free to do something that could save a life. It's a simple device designed to help one person deliver oxygen effectively when no one else is there. In simple terms, it helps get oxygen into the lungs when someone cannot breathe on their own. Key features of this mask would include a medical-grade adhesive designed to maintain that seal, and it also has universal compatibility. This allows one responder to do what would normally take 2. So, what makes Highlander SEAL different is that it's not designed for perfect situations, it's designed for reality. For rural responders, for limited personnel, and for moments where seconds truly matter most. One responder and one device. That's a better chance to save a life.
Thanks to Highlander SEAL, I have my second hand free.
So, our primary customers are rural EMS and first responders, remote hospitals and emergency systems, and anywhere someone may need to act before help would arrive. We will generate revenue through direct sales to EMS, first responders, and rural healthcare systems. Based on our research of the materials and prototyping costs, we estimate a Highlander SEAL unit would cost approximately $25 to $35 per mask system. And for comparison, many standard CPR masks cost about $15 to $20, but they require 2 hands and often 2 responders to work effectively. Our goal is to remain affordable while delivering significantly greater life-saving capabilities. We are already working with local EMS professionals and healthcare partners within our region. And this isn't just our opinion, this is feedback from the people who respond to these emergencies. Today, we are requesting $65,000 to remove Highlander SEAL from concept to a tested real-world solution. Funding will allow us to refine working prototypes, test the device with EMS partners, and collect real performance data. Our goal is not full-scale manufacturing yet. Our goal is to prove the concept, protect the idea, and prepare Highlander SEAL for the future. Because the person using this device is not always a first responder. It could be a coach, it could be a teacher, or it could be any of you. We cannot control where emergencies happen, and we can't control how long help will take to arrive. What we can control is what happens in those first critical minutes. And if our device gives one person a better chance to survive, then this isn't just a device, it's the difference between a life being lost too soon and a life being saved in time. Thank you.
Just curious, how long have you guys actually been in development of this product?
So we started with the idea before we actually entered the Spark competition. This was an underlying idea we had started creating since last year, and the Spark, this entire Spark pathway gave us a chance to actually put this into real proof. So when we actually started creating the product, it was about in December, maybe like late November, when we actually started getting prototyping done, figuring out that medical adhesive. So I'd say we've been doing this for almost 5 months now, trying to get that real proof.
Great job, guys. Is there any patentability behind any of this? And do you have to hit any certifications to be able to be used by, EMS or hospitals or anything like that?
So that's actually a really good question. So when it comes to certifications to use something like Highlander Seal, you don't need any certifications. We have something called the Good Samaritan Act. So if a person sees somebody, like in our scenario, if you see somebody unconscious and you need to help, the Good Samaritan Act would protect you from, say you hurt them or something during your save. And that being, you don't need certifications to save somebody's life. And with that act, it'll protect you from like financial distress, anything like that. And then you said what else at the start? Any patentability? So what we basically set out to do was Highlander Seal, how I talked about the latch stabilization frames, the medical adhesive seal, stuff like that. Since we are developing that medical adhesive seal, we want to patent that out and make sure people can't, copy that or use something like that for a product very similar to ours. And then we also have one for just when we sell them in, like how we said, schools and stuff like that with EMS professionals, how people can't copy the packs together.
I'm curious about two things. One, although I was able to observe, what do you do with a free hand, right? I mean, that's part of your pitch, that it releases you from not having to use both hands to take care of the patient in this case. So you probably need to spend more time depicting that because that's part of what you're selling here, right? You have that ability. Who really is your target for this? Is it for the usual driver to have in the car, or is it for the EMS professional?
Okay, so when it comes to who Highlander Seal is for, it's for anybody. We're actually doing, traditional bag valve masks, how they have different sizes, stuff for like peds and people like that, adults. We're actually going to be developing different sizes, so it's for everybody. And what we want to do is, one, it could be included for your cars, like first aid kits that are put inside of cars. We would like to do that as well. And then we would also sell directly to EMS agencies. We would sell both types for peds and for adults. And then after we start developing the medical adhesive seals, since we talked about it being non-allergic and it won't have any latex in it because of allergies like that, we can develop different kinds of that adhesive and start building onto it for stuff like, because some adhesives out there leave red marks on the skin or sometimes causes discomfort to sensitive skin. So when we're making the new masks in different sizes, we'll also be taking into consideration the sensitive skin that people will have.
If you put this in your car, I'm just thinking about shelf life. I'm going to throw this in my car in some sort of portable thing and maybe not use it for the next 4 or 5 years. Is that adhesive and that still going to be valid in that time, or the plastic's going to break down? Kind of just think about the shelf life of something like this in the heat of a car.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, it should last that entire time, because just like as long as the plastic will hold up, and that'll be 20, 30 years, because it'll have, the sticky will last that long too, because it'll have the piece on the front of it that makes it where you have to rip that off before you stick it, and that'll just cover that. So everything should last a good while.
Thank you.
All right, everyone, that concludes the 2026 Spark West Virginia competition. Let's give a big round of applause to everyone that just presented. Great job, everyone. Great job. And now we need your help here in the crowd and those of you that are tuning in on our live stream. We need your help to vote and crown the crowd favorite for today. So please, if you can, get your phone out, scan the QR code that you see on the screen, and you can only vote once, but please do vote for your crowd favorite so that we can add that additional award to our list this evening. Thanks again, everyone, our judges, our participants, mentors, families, finalists, everyone involved that helped make today possible and such a meaningful experience for these students and teams across West Virginia. Thank you all so much. Have a great rest of the day, and we'll connect soon.
Okay, so we'll leave that up for a little bit longer. We've got about 15 minutes before our next competition starts, which is, it's a validation day. It's Vantage Ventures validation of their spring cohort, so they all will be presenting about their experience. So stretch your legs, we have concessions open for guests to grab popcorn, snacks, and then we will kick off the next program directly at 11 a.m. Thank you.
second, once you see it pop up, we can make noise. You can try and talk beforehand, it's just not going to pick them up. See how the graphic changes? Bam. Once it comes up there. Got it.
And test, test, test.
Turn it on, and then it switches to 559. That's how you know it's actually going to hear you.
All right, good morning. Good to see you all here. Thanks for coming on this rainy day. So my name is Ryan Angus. I'm the Executive Director of Vantage Ventures, and I also teach entrepreneurship in the John Chambers College of Business and Economics here at WVU. So it's a great pleasure for all of us to be here from Vantage Ventures. And so this is going to be our Validation Day event. And before we hear from the startups, I'm going to give a little bit of overview of Vantage Ventures for those who are unfamiliar. So what we do is we take scalable startups like the ones you'll hear from today. We give them $10,000 and we help them learn how to identify and test assumptions to figure out product market fit, among other things for their business, help them identify when pivots might be necessary, and we give them a community, which has turned out to be very valuable, where sometimes entrepreneurs feel like they're all alone operating out there in the world, but here, you'll be paired with a cohort of like-minded people, and you can help each other, assist each other, commiserate with each other. And through these steps, we try to make a real impact. And so to date, we also make investments. So in addition to the $10,000 we give to everyone who gets in, we sometimes invest $100,000 in startups. And then the first 3 cohorts, we invested $500,000. So in Bright, Plug-in Promotions, Geneva, Jarhead, and Market Leader Technologies. And we'll find out in a bit if there will be more investments made today. So we've only been doing this for about 18 months. So this is the conclusion of our 4th cohort. And our startups, I think we're good at choosing good startups that make us look good because they've already done incredible work. They've raised over $6 million in additional capital beyond the $500,000 we've put into them. They've generated over $1 million in new sales revenues. We've given them a total of $900,000 actually, including their EDA funding. So we've run 40 startups through in the last 2 years. And so we're planning to keep this going. We're very excited by the progress already. We've already exceeded our goals that the Economic Development Administration gave us. And so If you do get into Vantage, you can expect to hear this question on a weekly basis. What did you learn from your users last week that you didn't already know? And we will follow that up with, how will that change what you're going to do this week? And so it's our philosophy that learning, adapting, and engaging with your users to make products that people will want to buy is a really good approach to take. And so this is what we basically teach. We also have an announcement today we're making publicly for the first time. So previous to today, Vantage Ventures was restricted to only people living in West Virginia. So students could participate, anyone in any city or any county across the state could participate. But now we've opened it up to WVU alumni. So if you're an alumnus or an alumna anywhere in the world, you can now participate in Vantage Ventures. So this is an exciting announcement that we're making. Whoops. Okay, so if you are interested, the application deadline is next week for our next cohort. So our next cohort will start in September of 2026, so in a few months here. The deadline to apply is May 6th, so you can scan there. You can go to our website, just business.wvu.edu/VV, and that'll get you there as well. So we hope to get a lot of great applications. We continue to receive great ones, and it makes our job easy, or it makes it actually difficult to pick, only a certain number that can participate in the cohort. I figure it's my duty and obligation as a professor of entrepreneurship at WVU to tell you that we do have degree programs in entrepreneurship and innovation. So you can actually major in entrepreneurship or minor in it, so any student on campus can get a minor in this. And it's a rapidly growing, very successful degree program, so I'm very excited with that. Another thing we want to talk to you about is our Student Venture Associates. So we actually hire WVU students and pay them to work on their own startups. So they're not working for us, or they're not doing things we tell them to do. We are giving them the flexibility to quit their job that they may have, waiting tables or whatever it is that they're doing, and instead work on their startup. So we pay them $16 an hour to do that. If that sounds interesting to you, you go on Handshake and look for the Startup Development Associate job. So this type of program that we have with Vantage Ventures here requires a lot of moving parts and a lot of support and a lot of people and organizations that we need to thank. And so, there are a lot of generous donors, the James Clark Kaufman family, the Hoylman Business Learning Innovation Fund, the Van Scoy Fund, the Student Incubator Program Fund, and the Student Business Engine Fund. Without this funding, this would not be possible. We also got a $1.1 million grant from the federal government in partnership with the Brad and Elise Smith Outdoor Economic Development Cooperative. And that has really added fuel to this fire and really helped us grow. And there are a lot of individuals, within WVU, Vantage Ventures, Elliott Smith, Cannon Evans, James Carnes, our entrepreneur in residence, Andrea Gallagher, all of our alumni. I've seen some of them out in the audience already who've already done Vantage Ventures. We welcome them to continue participating and being part of the family. Dean Joshua Hall, who's here today, Kristen Summers, Patty Ratliff, Texie Wells, and Sierra Donaldson. All these people help us make it possible. And then finally, we have an investment committee. So separate from this meeting, we had a meeting with this committee yesterday where some of our startups pitched them for the $100,000 in funding. And so that committee is made up of Dr. Clay Marsh here at WVU and James Becker, who is underlined because he is an outgoing committee member. So we thank him for his service and helping us get this up and running over the last couple of years. Shelley Capito McLeod, Lindsay Fairman, and then Ryan Jackson. So thank you to all of these individuals and organizations. So, all right, what you're about to see. We're going to have short pitches. We've been in discussions with Y Combinator, which is the world's leading accelerator, and they've been telling us a lot of the tips and tricks and ways they're running it, and they've been compressing the amount of time they give to entrepreneurs on their demo day, which is a place where millions and millions of dollars are typically invested. So we are limiting them to 3 minutes, and because we have so many startups, we have 10, we don't really have time for Q&A. But I hope that you will find the entrepreneurs you're interested in and talk to them after. So they're all up here in the front, and I'm sure they'd be glad to talk to you afterward. And as a bit of a caution, so if you're familiar with pitch contests or Ignite or Spark, which you just watched, this is going to be different. Many of our startups are going to be presenting in an atypical fashion. So they're going to talk, some of them, more about what they learned and how they adapted and pivoted and changed throughout the course of the last 13 weeks. So that's consistent with, if you recall the question we ask them every week, what did you learn from your users that you didn't already know? And so be prepared that some of these pitches may be a little different than what you're used to seeing. And also pay attention because you, the crowd, are going to determine the awarding of $20,000 at the conclusion of this. And so we will put up a QR code after everyone has presented, and we'll ask you 2 questions. And based on how you answer those questions and your votes, we will award $20,000. So there'll be one $10,000 prize for first place and then 2 $5,000 prizes for the runner-ups. So we're excited to see how this turns out. And with that said, I will now turn it over to Tyler Brown, who will be our first entrepreneur presenting.
Thank you, Ryan. Hi, everyone. So to start, I want you to imagine that you need an MRI, right? The doctor that you're seeing refers you to the imaging facility owned by the health system they work for. An MRI at this facility costs $3,200. 5 minutes down the road, there's another facility that'll provide that same MRI for $700, right? You have a $4,000 deductible on your health plan, okay? You've just overpaid by $2,500, and you're never gonna see that money again. So this same overpayment applies to higher ticket healthcare services, such as knee replacements. You know, there's $15,000 knee replacements, and there's $70,000 knee replacements, with no correlation between price and quality. Scale these overpayments across an employer-sponsored health plan covering 500 to 1,000 lives, and you'll start to realize that in every community across America, millions of dollars are being systematically extracted from local employers and their employee populations due to the inability to shop for healthcare services based on price and quality. That's the problem that we're solving at BennyNav. Oops, I'm so sorry. My name is Tyler Brown. 6 years ago, after graduating from Marshall University, I started an insurance agency that specializes in employee benefits consulting for mid-sized employers. Since then, I've been on the front lines with plan members and employers, helping them navigate this healthcare ecosystem. What I can say is that the healthcare system that was set up to serve people is actually rigged against them. It forces people to make blind decisions without rendering relevant information whenever they're making these decisions, and then it forces employers to front the bill for these decisions that were made by their employee population. The good news is that all the information to fix this exists. The problem is that no one has connected it to the point in which a decision actually gets made, which is what we're solving at BennyNav. So BennyNav is a healthcare navigation and benefits orchestration platform serving 3 parties. For employees, it's a personal healthcare command center, somewhere that they can see a doctor 24/7 virtually. They can integrate all of their insurance policies and healthcare records into it, and then they can also invite their family members along with them. And whenever they need assistance or guidance, our human healthcare advocates are actually proactively reaching out to them to help guide them to the right providers at the right cost for the services that they need to render before they make an expensive mistake. For employers, it's the foundation that they've been missing from their benefits program and their HR department. So it's a place that they can support employees, guide employees to higher quality, lower cost healthcare services, and connect their third-party vendors with their employee populations so they can serve them. And then for consultants and TPAs like myself, it's the ability to deploy BennyNav across their entire book of business and support plan members along the way. So BennyNav is meant to be carrier, network, and, am I cut off? I'll keep going. BennyNav is meant to be carrier, network, and funding mechanism agnostic, meaning that it can be seamlessly integrated into any employer-sponsored benefits program and serve as a consistent foundation to the plan member experience. It's built for mid-market employers with populations ranging from 100 to 10,000 employees. And so the bigger picture
Hello, my name is Carlton Perry. I am the CEO and founder of Clef, a booking app that allows venues to hire musicians in their area. And I'm also a musician, and for the majority of my career, I've found the same problems with musicians and venues, and they've all been the same thing. But what if I told you that me and a team are developing the solution to these problems? Today, I present to you Clef, book with confidence, play with passion. So here's the problem. The problem is that only 11% of musicians globally can solely live off of their music alone. Majority of venues struggle with booking musicians, and musicians are often left underpaid or not paid at all for gigs, including myself. But here's our solution, and that's Clef. Again, a mobile app for venues to hire musicians in their area. In the app, we have installed proximity search that allows you to find the musician in your area, gig-based matchmaking, so the right artist gets connected to the right venue, and secure and free in-app payments for the musician. So some of our traction up to date is that we have 370 plus signups for our MVP, 50 plus Morgantown native musicians beta testing the app as we speak, $25,000 raised up to date, 11,000 plus followers across all of our social media, and we had the privilege of being in the 2026 Vantage Ventures Spring Cohort. And now for the moment we've all been waiting for, our validations. So the biggest assumptions that we had for the musicians was that they struggle with delayed payment and that they struggle with finding gigs. So to our left right here, we interviewed 21 musicians about their payment process after a gig, and we found out that 86% of them gets paid in cash and 81% gets paid with check. But specifically with the ones who get paid in check have reported is that depending on the venue or the event, they sometimes have to wait a week to a month to get paid, and that delays the responsibilities that they have to take care of. So now to our right, we sent out a survey to musicians and we got about 30 responses back. And the main question that we had on the survey was, what is the hardest part about being a musician? 57.1% said that it was finding gigs, and 39.3% said that it was scheduling gigs. So our assumptions were validated. But we've been in contact with about 5 to 7 venues in the Pittsburgh and the Morgantown area, and we've asked them, what is the hardest part about the booking process? We thought that it was finding musicians and booking them, but we found out that 100% of them that we interviewed did not say that they struggle with finding musicians or booking them. It was staying in contact with them and getting responses back. But my personal biggest learning is that I have to focus more on the problem instead of the solution and keep that mindset ingrained in me going forward. And but most importantly, our mission is to inspire musicians to pursue their passion so everybody can book with confidence and play with passion through Clef. Thank you so much. My name is Carlton Perry.
The green one. Oh, okay, thanks. Oh, my bad. There we go. All right, technical difficulties. All right. Hey everyone, my name is Jesse Wisniewski, and I'm the founder of Everraise. Everraise is an AI engagement team for relationship-driven organizations. We help organizations that rely on donors, members, alumni, and supporters to retain more supporters and raise more money automatically. And the biggest lesson I've learned during these past several months with Vantage Ventures is this. If you listen closely to users, they will tell you what to build. Everyone say hi, Steve. Several months ago, I was speaking with Steve, who leads a donor engagement team at a local nonprofit. And during our conversation, he said something that stuck with me. He said, we have tens of thousands of supporters, yet hardly any of them hear from us. These were people who had already given, already believed in the mission, and already care for the mission, but most of them rarely heard from the organization again. So as I started talking with more organizations, I realized something. This wasn't just Steve's problem. This is everywhere. Nonprofits, universities, political organizations, trades and associations, all of them depend upon relationships, yet the reality looks like this on the screen behind me. Only 20% of first-time donors ever give again, and average donor retention is around 45%. And this means one big thing. Organizations are spending time rebuilding their revenue instead of growing their revenue. So historically, organizations have faced two significant problems. Either A, hire more staff they can't afford, or B, leave supporters disengaged. It doesn't have to work this way anymore, and this is why I started building Everraise. In September, we started testing our riskiest assumption, which is building an AI calling tool. But over these last several months, with feedback and ongoing feedback, we reshaped our direction and evolved into an AI engagement team that combines AI voice, text, email, data hygiene, and a multi-channel campaign builder that can launch in minutes. Because users didn't ask for more software, they asked for outcomes. So 4 lessons that we learned while listening to our users was this. Again, we pivoted from an AI calling tool to an AI engagement team because users wanted voice, text, email, data hygiene, campaigns in one platform and not 5. Customers then also said they didn't want more AI features, they wanted outcomes such as donor engagement, retention, event registration. Third, they wanted simpler launches, meaning we want to be able to launch new campaigns within minutes, not days, weeks, or months. So we built a multi-channel AI prompt-based campaign builder. And fourth, trust matters. Compliance, opt-outs, consent are all core principles of the platform. So remember this. If you stay close to your users, they will tell you what to build. And here's what they told us to build. That there are thousands of organizations doing meaningful work who simply need to stay connected with the people who believe in them. That's why we're building Everraise. And as a shameless plug, since I have time, you can join the wait list here. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. My name is Cassidy Blatt, and I'm the founder of Green Matter. We are vertically integrated with Appalachian hemp farmers to create sustainable materials. And here's a little background into what we're growing. Can you believe they let us in the cohort selling this? Just kidding. So Appalachian hemp farmers and the hemp and cannabis industry typically throw away millions of pounds of hemp stock every year. They usually grow for the flower, but the stalk, the most valuable and structurally valuable part of the plant, is forgotten about. So we came into this cohort with a clear mission: make Appalachian hemp farmers, give them a clear output for their crop. We planned on doing this by creating sustainable materials, starting with hemp plastic bags, packaging peanuts, and hemp cardboard boxes. However, we learned through customer discovery that we had the wrong idea. So when we interviewed customers of small business owners of eco-friendly packaging industries, we found that they are actually not buying sustainable packaging, they're just reusing and recycling the packaging that they already have. So it turns out the most sustainable thing for them to do is to actually not buy from us, which was extremely humbling. However, on the other side of the conversation, we learned that hemp farmers are throwing away millions of pounds of hemp stock every year. We heard the same thing every time. We know the stock is valuable, we just don't know what to do with it. Some are burning it, some are throwing it away after every harvest, and some were literally paying garbage trucks every week to haul it away. So they knew that they were sitting on something, they just had no market, no processor, and no path forward. And after speaking to over 40 farmers, we learned that this pattern is consistent. So after doing more digging, we found that there are no hemp processing firms in our region in Appalachia. We actually had one of our advisors suggest to us to throw an entire bale of hemp into the river to help us break it down. So clearly that's not just a gap in our business model, that's a gap in the entire industry. So we decided on a clear plan. If the processor doesn't exist in Appalachia, we become it. So throughout Vantage Ventures and the NSFI Corps, we learned that it gave us the tools to understand not the business that we thought we needed, but the business that we needed to create. Creating sustainable packaging isn't completely off the table for us. We just have to be realistic about our business model and understand that moving into both processing and manufacturing isn't the best way to get us off the ground. Turns out the best thing that happened to Green Matter is to understand this early. And if you want to learn more about us, you can scan our QR code or find us on our website. Thank you.
Picture this. You walk out of the gym, exhausted, starving, and the only food available is the vending machine down the hall. It probably looks something like this. Bulky, out of order, half empty, and of course, filled with junk food.
You rummage through your bag for spare change to search for your choice of expired Cheetos, pork rinds, or raisins that look like they're a decade old. Walking away, you're still guilty that all you had to satiate your hunger was a bag of pork rinds.
Hi, I'm Tino,
And I'm Sophia.
and together we started
Lavendi Bros,
where we place and operate modern AI-powered and fully cashless vending machines, offering healthier alternatives than the traditional vending model.
Think protein bars, protein shakes, trail mixes, snacks that actually fuel your day instead of ruining it. Just tap your card, grab your items, and go. Our AI cameras detect which items have been taken and charge your card appropriately.
14 weeks ago, we heard on YouTube that vending was a fail-safe, money-making business. So we started walking into places we thought could benefit from our service. And after doing 40 cold walk-ins to different high-traffic locations, here's what we learned.
56% had no vending options. 10% had machines that were empty or out of order. And 34% had operational vending.
Early on, we assumed the machine's technology would be the biggest selling point. Instead, we learned most location managers had never seen a modern AI vending machine, which means we're not just selling vending, we're introducing a new concept.
To our surprise, nearly every building manager immediately recognized the value of our machines and expressed frustration with their current setup.
As we began negotiating our first contracts, we assumed most building managers would expect a share of revenue. Instead, we learned this was mostly limited to public entities with existing vending contracts, where operators are giving roughly up to 10 to 26% of sales. Most private businesses, however, expected nothing, meaning high-traffic private locations allowed us to keep that extra cash.
We also assumed that bigger buildings equals more sales. But the reality is that without an electrical outlet and high visibility, our sales potential greatly diminishes.
When we got our first contract signed, we were certain the machine wouldn't arrive for at least 2 weeks. Well, just 2 days after we purchased it, it showed up at the location looking like this. And even after plugging it in, it took an additional 7 days for the credit card reader to be operational.
Now, what others would consider a 10-day dead time, this was actually our chance to interview users on their snack and pricing preferences before we ever spent a dime on our first batch of inventory.
What started as a simple vending idea quickly became something bigger. We realized people weren't just looking for snacks, they were looking for convenience, reliability, and healthier, better choices. Lavendi Bros, ready to serve.
Today, nearly 90% of retired electric vehicle batteries are irresponsibly managed in the US. Not because these batteries don't have value, but because users don't have the tools they need to extract that value. This mismanagement wastes billions of dollars every year in usable battery assets, as well as the critical raw materials contained within. At Parthian, we're building a marketplace and logistics hub that brings trust, transparency, and simplicity to the chaotic world of end-of-life battery management. And to learn what we needed to build, we went out and talked to users and test theories, Mythbuster style. Initially, we thought selling a tool that could accurately tell users the health and quality of their batteries would allow them to be better managed, turning what was a hazardous liability into a valuable asset for electric vehicle stakeholders. The first thing we did was set out to find our beachhead user. We were confident this would be electric vehicle manufacturers. After talking with executives at these firms, we learned that their priority was selling cars, and helping them deal with their old batteries doesn't help them sell any more cars. Target user busted. Next, we focused on commercial battery manufacturers. While we did validate that our technology would be an improvement to their existing operations, we learned what they really needed was to have these insights before they acquired their batteries. Our target user needed to be further upstream. Finally, we landed on automotive salvage yards, and things clicked here immediately. Dealing with electric vehicle batteries was the single biggest operational headache they faced. After talking with 20 users, we were confident we had found our beachhead. After talking with 100 more, we learned that a testing technology by itself creates little actual value. Existing sales channels simply are not made for this battery market. Even with proper testing in place, buyers still can't tell the difference between a good battery and a junk battery on marketplaces like eBay. So, with our target user confirmed, we pivoted our business model from selling testing technology to leveraging this technology in creating a trusted battery marketplace, making it just as safe, easy, and transparent to buy and sell a used battery as it is buying new. From there, we quickly onboarded initial commitments to fill out our platform demand, and with that value validated, we figured we need to figure out how to actually build it. We thought the scope of our work would qualify us for grant funding. It did. We were awarded a $350,000 federal grant until it didn't. The SBIR program funding us was deauthorized, and our phase 2 grant was canceled. And just like that, our commercialization roadmap went up into flames. So we went back to where it all started and talked to users. This time, our focus was on commercial battery recyclers. We learned that their profitability depended on sourcing the right battery feedstocks, but they lacked the insights needed to actually get these batteries confidently. So we built a market insight tool. It solves exactly that problem, and already we've landed our
Hi, I'm Cadence, and this is Josh, and today we'll be showing you Skeleton Closet's first and latest video game, Chumps Chained. Chumps Chained is a game where you and a friend play as Walter and Jellybean, two best friends who end up being cursed to be linked at the wrist after scamming a wizard. Playing together online or in person, you'll platform and make your way through their crazy cartoon world to capture the wizard and undo the curse. Chumps Chained first started as a small idea we had sophomore year of college that we were able to pitch to our professor's game company, Mon River Games. From there, it's turned into a full-scale project with a team of highly dedicated programmers and artists. With Vantage Ventures, we've been able to take our product and go full-scale, bringing our game into a commercial product.
During this cohort, we were able to release our demo onto Steam,
which is the largest platform on computer gaming with about a 90% monopoly. So we're able to get a much larger audience than we did before. Beforehand, we had in-person play tests, so we were only able to play with people in our community. And in this case, we were able to release to a much larger market. Steam is also an advertising platform, which means that they'll take games that you already play and enjoy and recommend things that are similar to it, so we can spend minimum time and money on the marketing of game and focusing on the development. One thing that we noticed, due to this chart here, is that around half of the players quit playing before 10 minutes, and the other half play for well over an hour, which is about twice as long as it takes them to actually beat the game. The algorithm has pushed it out to about 400 people, 400 visits out of 2,000 people every week. 2,000 people is what the amount of people that are advertised to, with 245 wish lists. These are the people that want to get updates on the game and want to be notified whenever the game is released, and these people are across over 20 plus countries. We figured out our #1 issue is that people were confused on how to use the online feature of the game, since our game is meant for a wide variety of people of different demographics. Not everyone knows how to use the online features, so we've been focusing on making that more intuitive so that they can enjoy the game as much as the other half of players. We also want to build a much larger community that people can find and connect with so that they can enjoy the game with other people before they even download, and they can have a good time just from the start. If you want to follow us on our journey, here's the QR code. You can go to the demo. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm handing this.
Thank you. You know, that reminds me, I lost my Switch and I can't find it, so thank you guys for reminding me of that. I'm ready to go, yeah. Hey everyone, my name is Brian Hajar. I'm the president and founder of Telestrand. We are a biotech laboratory located in Ronceverte, West Virginia. I'm a proud member of the West Virginia Ascend program, where I brought myself, my life, and my main operations down from northern New Jersey. We renovated a dilapidated building and turned it into our high complexity CLIA laboratory. While the end of Vantage Ventures showed a positive TikTok beta program, I started the semester in the middle of nowhere, speaking to different sex workers about how they like to get health care. And the first one looked at me and said, "You're not supposed to be here." And I said in my snarky New Jerseyan way, "I'm very well aware of that." But what was a very awkward conversation turned into a wonderful afternoon of how we can provide better health care for everybody. And what we learned was over the course of the semester was that a lot of the people in these different groups were saying the same thing. And that was, healthcare sucks. Now, it's not the specific care that sucked, it was that the experience sucks, right? People wanted pain-free testing, they wanted care that was affordable, and of course they didn't want to go to a clinic and have an awkward experience with someone that they didn't know. So as a biotech business, we took what we already had in our arsenal and we rebranded it, Cannon Evans, thank you for that, and we created our thing called the Telestrand 1 Cup, which allows us to test in 1 cup of urine on the molecular level 14 different STDs, including HPV, allowing females the alternative to the pap smear, and HIV, people who screen for HIV routinely, the ability to have a non-invasive version of the blood draw. It's a little like Theranos, but just without the investor fraud and exploding machinery. That's a good joke. I like that one too. There we go. So when we think about selling this on social media e-commerce with our TikTok beta, we have the product being sold at a lower price at $25, and then when they're ready to activate the test kit at home, we then charge a higher price of $95 for that fulfillment. That's of course a total of $120, and over 30 days we had 4,500 impressions, 10 kit sales, and we spent $0 on advertising. So at the end of the day, patients all want the same thing. They want affordable, painless health care. And with Telestrand, all you have to do is just pee. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hi folks, I'm Andrew Like with Tuscarora Climbing, and I'm here to share with you the novel recoil device. Now, Tuscarora Climbing exists to address gaps in safety with current rock climbing hardware. And if you've ever heard the saying, "I'm at the end of my rope," this device addresses this issue head on. So to tell you how I got here, I've been a climber about 15 years. I've climbed all over the world, but I've spent most of my time situated here in West Virginia developing new routes. I'm currently a professional climber with Trango Climbing, and I've actually established or written 2 climbing guidebooks, both for the Cheat Canyon outside of town here. I've even invented new rope systems to climb some of the hardest routes in the Mountain State. So this is what I do full time. Now, as a climber, I found myself in a climbing gym, not surprising. And one day, my friend Matt walked in the morning with a box of donuts, and he was handing them out to all the employees. We thought this was a nice gesture. But he looked really somber, and he said, today would have been Brad's birthday, and Brad would have wanted us to have a donut this morning. Now, Brad fell to his death in Mexico in 2019. He rappelled off the end of his rope by accident. Unfortunately, this is a very common thing that starts to happen in the climbing community. We have a dozen deaths every year in America alone, many more worldwide. And I spoke with 200 climbers about this issue to dig deeper. And as it turns out, nearly half of them, 42%, are forgetting to use backups. Now, a backup knot would have saved Brad's life. We have almost half the population forgetting that. And just talking to people in the gym, 14% knew somebody that was directly impacted by this accident, this specific accident, not just Brad's, but they knew someone who had lowered off the end of their rope. Now, the recoil device addresses this issue by locking automatically when you run out of rope. So you actually need extra rope to engage the lowering function of the device. Now, other devices fall short in this regard. You just zip off the end and die, which is unfortunately happening all the time. But the recoil device, you can feed and take rope smoothly and efficiently, just like any other device would. So you use familiar belay methods. This should be an easy transition for climbers to use. Now, I took my prototype to a gym, and I got over 100 climbers to test this thing out and give me feedback. So I had them rate anonymously 1 to 10 of 4 different functions, standard functions of a belay device. And in the end, it actually rated higher than the Grigri, the most popular device on the market. So they sold 500,000 Grigris last year, so I know there's a large and eager market for this thing. Now, if I can just save 1 life with this thing, this whole venture would be worth it. Thanks again. I'm Andrew Like, Tuscarora Climbing. Would love to hear your questions if you come find me after.
Okay, I'm back. We have, at this time, a special announcement to make, so I'll invite the representatives from the Truist Foundation and Dean Joshua Hall to the stage. So as they're coming up here, the Truist Foundation has generously donated a $50,000 grant to Vantage Ventures, and this will enable us to keep running as we have been. So our Economic Development Administration grant is expiring at the end of the summer, and without this money, we would be in a really bad position. So we're very grateful for this. And I will turn the microphone over here. Or do we want to do the picture first, or do you want to say a few words first? Okay.
Somebody got it.
Oh, he got it. Okay.
Okay. Thanks.
I can't do this without looking at notes. Sorry, everybody. So on behalf of Truist and the Truist Foundation, we just want to say how much we appreciate being able to support Vantage Ventures. We believe in strong communities and that they're built through access to capital, education, and opportunity. So supporting entrepreneurship and innovation is one of the keystones of the bank and the foundation. So with that said, we're excited to see what comes from these ventures and see the next steps that you take, and we're really proud to support entrepreneurship in West Virginia. So thank you very much.
Yes, thank you so much once again. We really do appreciate this. And maybe you'll get some more P jokes at the next validation day. Who knows? Who knows? That's right. Okay, so we do have one more big check presentation to do here. So the Vantage Ventures Investment Committee, as I said earlier, they met yesterday, and they have decided to make a $100,000 safe investment in Best Damn Tape with Logan Kuba. Logan, do you want to say anything?
Hi, everyone. I was just doing some deliberation for Spark down there. I just want to give the biggest thanks to Vantage Ventures, to the state, to everyone who's believed in me, believed in the company. I'm really, really excited for this next chapter as I graduate school here in a few weeks. So it's going to be really exciting. And like I said, thank you, Ryan, for believing in me. Thank you, Elliot, for believing in me. And of course, all the donors, everyone who puts money into this, it just means the world to me. It means the world to every entrepreneur here, and thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, before I click on the next slide, I just want to say to all the startups who participated in this cohort, I am so proud of you. I love all of you. We're going to miss you. We hope you stay part of the family. Hope participating with us. We want to stay in touch. We wish you the best. We know you're all going to go on and do great things. So let's give them all a big round of applause. Okay, it's time to vote. Get out your phones, please, and scan this QR code. And a Qualtrics survey will pop up. It's only 2 questions, and it should be pretty easy for you to answer. So I'll give you a second to do that. And I'm going to go down to my computer and monitor the results, and we'll come up with the results in about 5 minutes here. So I'll be back soon. He's rolling it. Okay, great anticipation. Here we go. So the results are in. And we determined the vote based on the answer to your first question, who learned the most from their users? And so the first, just as a reminder, first place will get $10,000 of additional TA funding. Second and third, they both get $5,000. So we will invite the three that we announced to come up. We have a big check picture to take here. And so in first place was Lavendi Bros. In second place was Tuscarora Climbing. And third place, Green Matter. Come on up. Okay, thank you once again. This was a ton of fun. I'm very happy for Amber and Tara because we're giving you time back. So now you'll have time to eat lunch before Ignite starts at 1 o'clock. But before I leave, I want to leave this up on the screen. So we are doing some academic research on entrepreneurial pitches. So if you could scan this QR code, you don't have to take the survey now because you need audio. So there's videos you'll watch of a pitch. But I would really appreciate it if you could just it'll take about 5 minutes and do this survey. It will really help us out and help us give better instructions to our entrepreneurs on how to most effectively pitch. So thank you all for being here. It was a great pleasure. We'll see you around.
Thank you. I love when they hide academics in a fun event. So there will be a quick remarks from the city of Morgantown around 12:30, and then the Ignite opening remarks will kick off at 12:45, and our pitches will start right at 1. So you do have a little bit of time to grab a quick lunch. We wanted to make sure that our participants were eating, and that our AV team is eating, and our photo services are eating. So take a little bit of a break. We'll come back. We encourage folks to get back in here by 12:30 because we're not taking any more breaks. It's going to be back to back after that. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have found a cell phone. We have found a cell phone. Do we got a claimer? All right. We have found the owner. Back to our scheduled program.
Testing. Could all of the Ignite West Virginia Main Street finalists please come to the front?
All right. You know the ecosystem's always on time and strictly on time. So very excited to kick off our third competition of the day, Ignite West Virginia. And before we do, we would like to welcome Mayor Danielle Trumbull to the stage. The city of Morgantown has been absolutely incredible in hosting Bridging Innovation Week this year, and she just has a few opening remarks for the competitors. So thank you. Danielle.
Thank you so much for the invitation. As Amber said, I am Mayor Danielle Trumbull for the City of Morgantown. On behalf of the city, my colleagues on City Council, it is my honor to welcome you to Bridging Innovation Week's live pitch competition held here today at the historic Metropolitan Theater. This city-owned and operated facility just recently celebrated its 100th year anniversary, so we're very proud of our gem here in the city. What we're doing here today is one of my favorite things, witnessing people who are standing up for an idea they believe in. Whether you're launching a brand new startup or growing a business you've already poured years of work into, please know that we all recognize the courage that it takes in being here today. You're putting an idea out there, you're sharing your vision, and you're taking a risk. I know that people and passion are what make local business different from national chains. Your work isn't something you clock out of at the end of the day. It's something you always carry with you. It's the late nights, the early mornings, all of the problems that need solving, and the hope that you're building something that serves not only you and your customers, but the entire community. There's real connection in small business. And one thing you will always be able to count on is that your community here in West Virginia will always be there to support you, cheer you on, tell their friends about you, and come back time after time because they recognize the person behind the business. Those small business personal connections keep our communities alive and thriving. So today, whether you win or not, please remember that your bravery matters, your expertise matters, and your willingness to invest your time, talent, and energy right here, right now, in the Mountain State matters more than you may realize. Take a deep breath, trust what you know, speak from the heart, and know that this room, the city, and the whole state are full of people who want to see you succeed, not only in today's competitions, but also long-term. I myself have owned and operated a small business in the state of West Virginia, and I am here to tell you I cannot imagine that there is a better place to do that. So thank you again for being here. I wish you all the best of luck. I'm already inspired, or I guess based on this, maybe I should say I'm ignited.
All right, we're going to kick off Ignite, and I'm going to welcome Tara St. Clair, who is the mastermind behind this competition, to the stage. Thank you. All right, gang, we're ready for Ignite West Virginia. Woo! Okay, so just quickly, I've had a lot of people asking me about the schedule. We have the Main Street going first, and we'll have tech innovation to follow. You can also look up the schedule online, but we're going to keep it moving. I'd like to say thank you to the Office of Innovation and Commercialization, specifically Dr. Ariane Olish and Ryan Watson, who oversee that office, who support Ignite West Virginia. And of course, our sponsor, which is the Encova Foundation. So let's give a round of applause to our sponsor, the Encova Foundation. I'd also like to thank our coaches before we get started. So Michelle O'Connor has been coaching all of the finalists on these presentations. So if you have any problems with the presentations, take it out with her. We also had Dr. Carrie White, Bob Wagner, and Michelle Taylor. We're working with them through the I-Corps program. So all of them will probably mention that in their presentation as well. So let's give a round of applause to our coaches, Michelle, Carrie, Bob, and Michelle. Okay, and of course, can I have my judges stand when I call you? Christine, thank you. Christine Davies is here judging. Joe, thank you, Joe. Ron's a veteran judge. You've probably seen him many times. And Augie, you might remember Augie. He won 6 years ago the business plan competition. So thank you, Augie, for coming back and becoming a judge and giving back to this competition. So without further ado, I'm going to kick it over to Bella to start our Main Street track.
Up first, we'll hear from AT Woodwork, and on deck is Drone Assist Services.
Okay, before I want to get started, I want to make a quick announcement. So the samples I provided to you judges, the boards I will need back, but the business cards and the coasters are yours to keep. Okay. Why is it so hard to find somebody that does the job right? That's why I built AT Woodwork, hand-built and quality-driven. The core values behind AT Woodwork that other shops and manufacturers miss. I'm Austin Taylor, the founder of AT Woodwork and a high school senior. I started noticing early on that customers don't just struggle to find quality, they struggle to find reliability. Customers deal with missed timelines, poor communication, unclear pricing, and results that don't match what they expected. The process that most shops have is inconsistent and unpredictable. I built AT Woodwork to fix that. I combine traditional craftsmanship with modern tools like CNC precision and 3D design rendering. Every customer sees exactly what they're getting before anything is built. Timelines are clear, communication is consistent. AT Woodwork officially launched in January of 2024 in Charleston, West Virginia. We design and build custom furniture, built-ins, trim work, and even recreate historic woodworking. This isn't just basic woodworking. It's controlled, intentional, and built to last. For me, this didn't start as a business. I started woodworking as a hobby after my freshman year. That hobby turned into real projects, real customers, in 2024, a real business. As a senior, I've been able to build AT Woodwork as a sole proprietor, been able to complete the marketing shop programs, earning multiple certifications, and being inducted into National Technical Honor Society. And currently, I'm pursuing my LLC and general contractor's license for permanent installations. Our core products that we offer are built-ins, custom products, awards, and other products for small businesses. Our current clientele are homeowners, small business owners, contractors, people that are investing into something that they want built right the first time. With funding, we'd be able to expand to commercial projects and work with interior designers as well. The market opportunity is huge. The U.S. furniture and cabinetry market is over $200 billion driven by housing and remodeling. In West Virginia and surrounding areas, there's over $150 million in demand for this type of work. In short term, based on production capacity, AT Woodwork could scale to over $300,000 annually. Other shops don't offer design previews. Many struggle with inconsistent quality and missed timelines. AT Woodwork uses a structured process for each project. This creates something that most shops don't have, predictability. Since launch, AT Woodwork has generated over $15,000 in total sales with an 80% repeat customer rate, all while balancing school, performing arts, and building the business. New projects currently come in through referral-driven sales, and demand is increasing. Currently, projects range from $100 to over $3,000 and focus on shifting towards higher value work as this business scales. Our limitations isn't demand, it's capacity. I currently work out of a limited space working outside, which production is affected by time, weather, and efficiency. I'm seeking $30,000. $25,000 will be allocated towards a shop lease and professional equipment upgrades, while $5,000 to increase digital marketing presence. This will remove current limitations and allow for opening the door to hiring and expanding through social media growth. This isn't just about building furniture. It's about building a business that brings structure, reliability into an industry that often lacks. My goal is to grow AT Woodwork into a trusted name, not just locally, but across the region. Thank you. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Hello? So, great pitch. It's extremely difficult to be a high school student, and it's extremely difficult to build a business. Doing both is, kudos to you. With your graduation coming up, a lot of decisions to make. Is this something that you're looking to pursue first full-time? What's your plan after graduation?
So yeah, this is something I want to end up pursuing full-time. So once I go back to school, I have 2 weeks left, and then I get to hit the ground running, working 40 hours a week. As the appendix slide stated, each year I've lost over 1,200 hours just working, and then I've had 4 to 5 months shut down just because of snow and rain and just weather.
Great job on your presentation. I know it can be a little nerve-wracking. You mentioned multiple areas that you were looking at to attack as far as business, so cabinetry. What would be your prioritization of that? So what would be your first vertical or first area that you would really want to do and explore? Because a little bit of everything works, but maybe diving deeper might be a better way to go into 1 or 2 of those.
So my current top area is custom furniture. While I have done previous cabinetry projects, I just strive for the best quality, something that people can't just buy off the shelves, and something that people want to own and that will last.
Austin, thank you. Recognizing that this is a custom business, so every project you get, I imagine, has to be thoughtfully, figured out in terms of your pricing. I'm interested if you've learned even thus far in your operations anything about your pricing model, how you need to think about that, and how you can try and hopefully make it, make sure it's sustainable and profitable going forward.
So currently with my pricing structure, while I'm still getting my foot in the door, I have a ×3 model, so I take my materials, multiply it by 3. So I end up taking, once the profit's in, I end up taking 1/3 of that to pay myself, and then the other 2/3 goes directly back into my business. Now, once I'm able to work full time, the pricing model will be able to change a little bit.
You mentioned kind of your differentiation being, obviously the quality stands for itself, but what differentiates you from other competitors is your reliability. As you scale this, doing marketing and acquiring new users, building out that funnel, that by itself can be a full-time job. How do you, you mentioned having a kind of a rigorous structure that helped keep you in line with reliability. As you scale, how does that change?
So due to funding, I would be able to open doors to hiring. So I will say working and trying to do marketing at the same time has been a hassle. But working, I'll be able to then possibly hire an intern or just hire somebody to take care of that marketing aspect for me.
How do you turn it on? I'm going to use this one. Sorry. Well done, Austin. The only thing I would say to you, in addition to these questions, it's not so much a question, just a suggestion, is maybe consider a planer molder, custom millwork. You could probably float your whole company on that recurring line of business that is high demand, hard to find, and where you're producing one thing, a whole lot of it, and it ships easily. And that could really feed your business, so you can do a lot of the other things you're talking about. But really impressed.
Thank you.
Good. Hopefully you have time for one more. So I noticed you were looking to upgrade some equipment, get some space. Is there a new piece of equipment that you'll be looking at to buy versus maybe upgrading an existing piece? Or can you talk a little bit about that?
So currently I share a laundry room with my mom to keep all of my equipment in. So we have a back patio I actually go out and work on. So any equipment I have currently is just like your standard job site stuff that you find at Lowe's, Home Depot. I actually had an incident with one of those saws. And basically some of the equipment I'm wanting to upgrade is things like an industrial planer to get a smoother finish on boards, or just even a simple true cabinet table saw that allows for a lot more precision and safety.
All right, thank you very much. That's time for questions.
Hashtag Boomer, I'm with you.
Up next is Drone Assist Services, and on deck is Goldenrod Kitchen.
Hi, I'm Walter Veselka, and for 20 years, I've operated a SEAM where applied research meets real money. As a scientist, a grant writer, and as a business owner, I created Drone Assist Services to be a robotic service company that uses emerging technology to make dangerous and labor-intensive work safer and more cost-effective. Drones are just the beginning. Here's a quick look at what we do. Vegetation management, precision spraying, exterior wash, dangerous work that doesn't need to be done by hand anymore. Whether it be scaffolding, hillsides, or chemicals, we want to take the person out of harm's way. But here's where it gets interesting. Even though drones can do this work safer, over 9 out of 10 operators in this country can't legally secure most federal contracts. That's because they're flying Chinese-made drones that send data back to Beijing. It's a national security concern, and we are the exception. Last year, I did a soft start, around 8 jobs, $10,000, serving the ag community. Steady work, but honestly, just like other parts of the country, it's starting to become a race to the bottom. Any operator with a foreign-made drone and a Facebook page are all competing over the same acres on price alone. So that's what when I decided to zig when everybody else was zagging, right? I actually launched a demo campaign focusing and highlighting my American-made drone to serve and shift my focus strictly to government contracts. So far for this season, I secured $75,000, and at the request of an old client, we've expanded beyond vegetation management and became partners in a national drone cleaning network. We signed our first exterior wash job at WVU's Oakland Hall, and we're going to start off on June 15th. I'm actually using this as a marketing event, so anybody in this room is more than welcome to come and check it out if you're curious, and we'll have some lunch. I have another $60,000 in the pipeline waiting for approval. Many of these are lakes that maybe you've all been to. They're full of pond weeds that gets tangled in props and makes fishing and boating absolutely miserable. The DNR is working with us to showcase drones as part of a solution. But I'm also looking at future markets, right? Like boat drones to clean up some of the trash that you see behind Morgantown's lock and dams. Once we can demonstrate success here, we can take it from every lock, from Fairmont up to Pittsburgh, back down to Parkersburg and beyond. And all of these will be government contracts. Here's how we're set for growth. As federal law closes the door on a lot of these competitors, it creates a first mover opportunity for people like me that fly and buy American drones. I'm building off the Tennessee Valley Authority precedent and targeting Army Corps of Engineers because they're required by law to keep dams vegetation free. And there's no better way to tackle those steep rocky hillsides than with the drone. We're among the first nationally to recognize and seize this opportunity, and we'll be tackling R.D. Bailey in southern West Virginia later this summer. The economics kind of speak for themselves on this. I'm looking at 18 cents a square foot for exterior wash versus up to $1 for rope and scaffolding. For agriculture, we use 20 to 30% less chemical and can complete the job faster. I actually have business experience from concept and a successful exit. I'm licensed to spray chemicals currently in 5 states, and I'm a lifelong learner and part of the Vantage Ventures alumni. I was actually the oldest one there, and they taught me how to use AI as a force multiplier, and I now use it for my bookkeeping, CRM, and other records. So here's my ask. I'm asking for $31,000 to grow my business. $16,000 will buy this is actually the smallest American-made spray drone you can get. $16,000 will buy a larger second unit that will make short work of those dam sites like an R.D. Bailey. This current drone is going to take me up to 60 battery swaps and refills, whereas the larger unit I'm seeking will be less than 20, more than tripling production. And because it'll be another American-made drone, I'll be able to swarm. 2 drones, 1 pilot. I'm looking for another $10,000 to unlock a mobile base camp to unlock the remote sites in our pipeline that I can't get to with my 1-ton truck and trailer. And for $5,000, I'll be tapping into the oil and gas industry. Northeast Natural has an MSA waiting for me to keep their pads and compressor stations vegetation free. But that's only half my ask. One thing I like doing about business in West Virginia is a lot of word of mouth happening, right? So if anybody, I have a handle on the federal and farmer side, but if anybody wants to put me in touch with somebody that has a large building portfolio I will make the most of the opportunity and certainly will not waste it. In 2026, as I said, I'm focused on that government space. I'll take advantage of this fast-track opportunity for exterior wash, and I still have time to serve the ag community. Thank you, and I would love to answer any questions you might have.
Walter, thank you. Question about the NDAA moat, that you've built, having that your drones having that clearance, if you will, or qualification. I appreciate what you said about regulated industries wanting to work with contractors they trust, but how long do you think you have that moat? I mean, how long will it take for your competitors to adopt NDAA-approved drones, and then what would your secondary kind of area of value proposition be?
Well, I'll be the first to tell you, right? And Josh, who has a drone company, he'll be doing next. Like, he knows, he'll tell you these Chinese-made and DJI products right now are better than the American-made. I feel like I have at least 2 more years left in this administration before that rule changes. And that's where I'm talking about that first-mover advantage. If we're able to show Army Corps and other people that we can tackle these, lakes and ponds and dams, hopefully I'll be able to hold on to that advantage. But yeah, obviously this market is expanding. You're only limited with your imagination by drones. There's going to be more and more things that come up as time goes on.
You have great energy, Walter, so thank you for that presentation. My question is to being an operator of these drones, do you anticipate automating them? Were you able to run multiple drones simultaneously without being an operator?
You completely overestimate my ability as a pilot if you think that I'm doing all this on my own, right? This is a lot of upfront. These are semi-autonomous drones. You program in your flight missions. There's a stop where you can take command of it, right? So they're only getting better and better. At first it was radar, and I used to give trees little haircuts with it all the time. And so, the next version of these are going to have LiDAR, which can supposedly pick up something like a power line or even like a barbed wire fence. I tell my wife, if you want to be in the drone business 5 years from now, we got to start now and grow with the technology.
With the ask that you had in place, you outlined a couple different avenues that you could segue into. Is there one specifically that would create more value for you? What would be your focus? What would be your primary focus with funding from this?
Great question. My primary focus is getting that second American-made drone. With that, if I can triple production, I can keep the profits high, and then I can work on that mobile base station, getting that NDA, getting that Northeast Natural contract. So that is certainly, that 16,000 ask is my priority out of all of it.
Great job on your presentation. My question was, I noticed you have a clear cost advantage over manual deploying people on the ground. Is it as effective? In other words, the time that maybe before the vegetation comes back, is it shorter? Is it longer? Because if you have a cost advantage up front, but yet you have to do it twice as often, a lot of that advantage disappears.
I love this question because it kind of walks right into what I used to do, right? Before I started this company, I was at West Virginia University, Davis College, wrote grants for the Office of Surface Mining to test this technology out. The previous company I alluded to, we used to do a lot of veg management, and I'd feel awful. I sent 18-year-old kids out with backpacks to get these autumn olives. They'd go under, bend over, get chemical on their back, right? And then when you're crawling under these big autumn olives, you're worried about snakes, spiders, stings, everything else. And after 2 years of doing the research, these drones create like a wonderful prop wash. They turn the leaves over, right? And so you can get the whole tree all at once, and it's actually hitting on the most vulnerable part of the leaves, so stomata. A lot of leaves have that waxy cuticle up top. You get it to the stomata, systemically brought down to the plant. So I wouldn't have launched this business without 2 years of research backing it and 10 years of previous business experience doing it the other way. So I certainly did see this as a cost advantage, and that's why I ended up purchasing this first drone. This smaller one is under 55 pounds. The reason I got it is I can fly close to buildings, close to roads, everything else. As you get the larger units, you start to get more restrictions. Great question, though. Thank you.
One last one. You started off with kind of your pedigree being at a crossroads of science and actually real world implementations. Is there anything, and you also mentioned the use of autonomy in your operations, is anything on a software side developed in-house, or do you use platforms that your competitors use as well?
So the research I did actually was, the intersection of machine learning and robotics, where I had grad students would fly out, we would take aerial imagery, and then you'd be able to identify which plants are automotive. This came to me because, I saw this tech out west or in Ohio, and I was like, oh, instead of striping this area, we can do better. Why striping the whole area if we only have to identify certain plants?
That
And
is
so
all
I'm
the
building
time
on
we
2 years
have
of research. Thank you so much.
for questions. Thank you, judges.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Up next, we have Goldenrod Kitchen, and on deck is Laurel Fork Farm, LLC.
And then it's just hit the green, and then that's when I go back, right? Okay, thank you. Hi, my name's Nola Todd. I'm the owner of Goldenrod Kitchen, and just 6 days ago, we invited our very first guests into our new brick and mortar space in Charleston, West Virginia. But before we get into that, let's back up because I have a story to tell. As an entrepreneurship student at West Virginia University, I noticed a problem in my hometown of Charleston, West Virginia. Charleston, the state's capital, a city home to nearly 50,000 people with a thriving small business community, had a massive gap in the food space: breakfast. Charleston is home to just a few local breakfast spots and cafes, and those that are the most popular were missing the mark for many customers. These cafes were often closed during prime breakfast time, like Saturdays, Sundays, and Mondays, and their food offerings often lacked meat-free and health-conscious options or were limited to cold grab-and-go and bakery items. I quickly realized that I was not the only Charleston resident experiencing this issue. Some simple customer discovery showed me that Charleston residents were craving a good breakfast spot with consistent and convenient hours, scratch-made offerings, and a space for community gathering. So, as an entrepreneurship student, I took what I now knew about the problem and developed my solution. My solution is Goldenrod Kitchen, a scratch-made cafe inspired by Appalachian culture, committed to offering an inclusive and comfortable dining space with health-conscious and meat-free options. I began testing my concept while still in school. I started competing in pitch competitions, developing my branding, and in late 2024, started offering pre-order baked goods sales, caterings, and pop-ups where I served a full breakfast menu in both Monongalia and Kanawha counties. These pop-ups allowed me to test recipes, develop my revenue model, and hone in on my geographic niche and target customer. Goldenrod Kitchen's target customers are Charleston residents and visitors who enjoy eating local and are in search of fresher, scratch-made lunch, breakfast, bakery, and beverage options. The response from these pop-ups was so overwhelming that in November of 2025, we took the next step and signed a lease on a brick-and-mortar space in Charleston's Elk City district. The customer discovery gained through these pop-ups gave me the confidence to choose this space as our permanent home. And just 6 days ago, we invited our very first guests into the space for our soft opening. Operating under this soft opening model has already been immensely useful. We've been able to test our team, our systems, and our equipment under a real operating environment. We've learned so much already, and we have big plans for our grand opening that involve a ribbon cutting, a news feature, and a visit from the mayor. But we don't want to do this until we feel confident that we can efficiently perform and meet demand. For us, this means growing from a space that was one that we could simply get open in and turning it into a space where we can thrive and grow. We are asking for $26,000 to transition from our soft opening to grand opening, in time for what we believe will be our busiest time of the year, summer. This funding would help to increase seating capacity by renovating our outdoor space to include an additional 20 seats, nearly doubling the capacity that we have indoors. Increase average order value by helping us to obtain our beer and wine license and setting us up with the stock we need to serve breakfast mimosas, sangria, and craft beer. Helping to build out our production space and increase production value. Our space is already in the works, and this would also help us outfit this space with a high-capacity stand mixer that would cut our bakery preparation time in half. And help to increase customer retention by implementing a thorough training course for staff to help them learn how to hustle in a high-volume environment, as well as to help foster relationships with other small West Virginia businesses by helping us to build out our retail area and stock it with local goods. In just 3 days of our soft opening, we served over 350 customers. Our vision is to be Charleston's go-to breakfast spot, and with this $26,000, you can help us to speedrun this vision by increasing revenue, margins, retaining customers, employing West Virginians. So please help us become Charleston's go-to breakfast spot, because at Goldenrod Kitchen, we believe that breakfast is better with you. Thank you.
Great presentation. Thank you so
you.
much. I'm curious, recognizing you've only been in operation for 6 days, congratulations,
Yes,
and you're
thank you.
here, and I know you'll probably be scooting back to Charleston quickly for tomorrow or
Yes, ma'am,
whatever
that
it might
is
be. Tell us what you've learned about the price sensitivity of your customer segment, your customer target, and given I'm impressed by the extensiveness of your menu, are there certain elements or key ingredients that kind of fuel your model that you're worried about and that you'll have to watch from an inventory perspective? So sort of a double-headed question.
Absolutely, that's a great question, like one that seems very familiar with the food industry, so I appreciate that. We have only been open for our 3 days during this soft opening model in our brick and mortar space, but we also have about a year of data from customers at these pop-ups, which helped us create the pricing for our menu. But I will say, I actually just sent in a new menu for print today, because just these 3 days has kind of showed us that we can make more money on a lot of these items. And so before we have a ton of people coming in the doors, we wanted to correct that menu and make those changes so that, it's more of a putting that foot forward before everybody gets to see for our grand opening. And yeah, so our menu, something I really honed in on when I was developing it was engineering it so that we can have a few number of items creating a wide menu. So our prep list is just like a fraction of that menu, and that's something good about breakfast is you can do a lot with a few things. And so, yes, there are some things, price sensitivity, eggs, dairy, those things are very flexible, but we're pretty conscious about checking pricing before we place an order. So if our food supplier can't get it to us for a better price than Sam's Club can, I'm taking a trip to Sam's Club. So that's just kind of how it works in the food industry for us. But yes, and we believe that our customers are willing to pay even more than what we put on that menu. And so we've already made those corrections and are getting those menus in print before we open up tomorrow. Thank you.
Great job.
Thank you.
One thing I thought about when you were going through your presentation is can you address how or when would you go into like an online presence? Because as you say, if there's nobody else kind of doing what you're doing in Charleston, would you go and add an online ordering where they can pick up in the location or something along that lines? Or Uber Eats?
Yes, absolutely. That is our priority for about 1 month after soft opening. So we're aiming to do that around the beginning of June. We want to be on DoorDash, Uber Eats, and also our website just went live. And so we're planning to add like a online order pick up out front option on there. But it's just a matter of staffing. So we're letting our staff get comfortable with those tickets that are coming through the door before we start, sending them out the door. But that is a priority for us about 1 month post soft opening.
And just a side comment regarding that, I would look at that pretty hard because I think there might be a higher ROI on something like that versus quickly trying to add alcohol sales. Because with alcohol sales comes staff training, insurance issues, and of course the law itself.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think as part of our training, kind of getting us staffed up for that that's a great suggestion. Thank you.
I look forward to being a customer of yours next time I'm in Charleston. My question is around the rest of the capacity of the business. So being breakfast focused, potentially adding an alcohol license, do you anticipate maybe doing private events in the evenings or any of that kind of dining experiences for businesses and things that need to do meetings?
Absolutely.
Which are typically higher margin events.
Absolutely. So something we pride ourselves on is our space, and that's after people compliment the food, that's the next thing, or even before, because they see it when they walk in before they even try the food. They're like, this space is awesome. And so that's also part of our working model. Of course, in 5 minutes, we can't get to everything that we want to share, but that is part of our working model to include renting out the space after hours for parties. We have that amazing outdoor space that we're working to build out, and so we'd love to have graduation parties there. I already have a bridal brunch on the schedule for late October, which is crazy, but yeah, so events for sure to help increase that revenue is something that requires less staffing and less prep, less upfront ingredient cost of goods, things like that. Thank you.
Yeah, excellent job and congratulations on the soft launch.
Thank you.
I as well am excited to try it out next time in Charleston. And I do appreciate the kind of menu that you gave to us here. Just with your ask, is there something that you prioritize most in creating value for your business?
Absolutely. I would say that production space and the outdoor seating are going to be our top 2 priorities on our ask. Thank you.
Thank you, judges.
Thank you, guys.
Up next, we have Laurel Fork Farm, LLC, and on deck is Mountain Sky Drones.
All right. So in the midst of COVID, my family was entrusted with a historical home at the heart of Laurel Fork Farm. Instead of simply maintaining it, we brought it back to life as a Laurel River Club bed and breakfast, inviting guests to experience its history, beauty, and the land around it. Since opening in May 2020, it has grown into something much more than a place to stay. It has become a West Virginia destination. I'm Marcia Waitbright, third-generation farmer, wife of a third-generation farmer, homeschool mom of 3, and teacher of traditional skills. This is our story. In the early 1900s, this land was the town of Jenningston, home to West Virginia's second-largest lumber mill. The railroad that once hauled millions of board feet of timber is now our driveway. The superintendent's home is now a bed and breakfast. In just 6 years, we've welcomed guests from over 70 countries and every U.S. state but one. If anybody knows someone from North Dakota, send them our way. What began as a way to feed our family has grown into feeding our guests and our community. We grow, raise, and produce much of our own food through high tunnels, gardens, forest farming, and livestock, including beef, pork, poultry, and dairy. As guests became curious about our Appalachian culture and food systems, they didn't just want to observe, they wanted to participate, so we invited them in. Today we teach hands-on farm life, everything from birthing animals to butchering, planting, harvesting, and preserving food, bread making, fermentation, and traditional cooking, as well as hunting, fishing, firearm safety, CPR, and first aid. Everything we teach comes from the natural rhythm of daily life on our farm. Today, our family operates 7 businesses from the farm, including the West Virginia School of Traditional Skills, our 501c3 nonprofit. In the beginning, we relied on overflow from nearby Canaan Valley to fill our bed and breakfast with farm experiences as added amenities. 2 years ago, we made a strategic shift. We made the farm the destination and the B&B the immersive experience. Now, instead of relying on Canaan, it often receives our overflow. We've also expanded our reach beyond the farm. We are active across social media platforms, YouTube, and our blog, The Waybright Family Experience West Virginia with Us, where we share our journey as a family of entrepreneurs. Through these channels, we're able to share our Appalachian heritage not only with our guests, but with people around the world. Our commitment to excellence is reflected in our guest feedback: 4.8 stars on Google, 100% 5-star reviews on Airbnb, and a 9.4 on Booking.com. We now partner with colleges, universities, and organizations to provide hands-on learning experiences, and we're all ready to scale and meet a growing demand. Since 2020, the B&B has grown by 15% or more each year. By expanding to day guests and locals, and not just B&B guests, our farm revenue has grown from $15,000 annually to $34,000 just last year. But we've outgrown our space. Classes now overflow into guest areas, impacting the experience and limiting how many people we can serve. What was once a limitation has now become another opportunity. We are seeking Ignite WV support for phase 1 of a 20 by 40 multi-purpose educational facility with a commercial kitchen. This phase includes site work, concrete, septic, and the building structure. It will allow us to preserve the B&B guest experience with a dedicated learning space, expand to year-round programming, serve groups of 15 to 20 with flexibility for more, and continuing fundraising for the remaining phases. We already have 3 entrepreneurs planning to use the commercial kitchen, demonstrating immediate demand. One of our most successful fundraisers took place in September of 2025 when we hosted our first farm-to-table dinner. In partnership with 16 local businesses, we welcomed 114 guests and raised more than $5,000 to support this project. It was a powerful community event, bringing people together around local food, shared purpose, and Appalachian heritage. That same evening, we were honored as the first farm in the state to receive the Naturally West Virginia Agritourism certification. We will build this facility in 4 phases, completing much of the work ourselves to reduce costs. We've already begun acquiring equipment for phase 3, the commercial kitchen. We didn't wait for opportunity to come to our farm, we built it. And now we're not just building a facility, we're building opportunity, not just for us, but for our community. We welcome the opportunity to explore a level of support that aligns with Ignite priorities and capacity. With your partnership, we can turn momentum into a measurable progress much faster.
That's really impressive. Can you tell me about how booked out you are? It looks like you're getting a ton of demand for what you're providing. Are you booked year-round at this point?
We are year-round, yes. And I should have had more children. It's all family-owned and operated.
That's great.
I'm definitely excited to check you guys out too, so congratulations and thank you. Tell us a little bit, as you've been experimenting, and maybe more than experimenting, with these different service lines, the experimental, the farm experiences, the bed and breakfast, the farm-to-table dinners. what is showing at this point the best signs of profitability as you continue to grow? And have there been any experiences you've had that you've decided to roll down because they haven't been, from a profitability perspective, that promising?
So probably the most profitable thing that we've done is the farm to table dinner. To continue our fundraising, we'll probably do one of those every quarter, and just because we teach foraging and how to live off the land, we use all the Appalachian things that we can do. We have people to go out and get their own salads, pick their own food. It's very popular, and I feel like if we did one every quarter, we could definitely get the money, to continue to expand.
First of all, just great work. I think preserving this sort of knowledge and this sort of Appalachian culture is really important. So thank you for doing that. In one of your slides, you kind of had a display of a lot of the partnerships that you've worked with in collaboration with the teachings and all the programming that you have on the farm. What sort of interaction or how much hands-on support is provided with those? Is it still you, your team, doing all the work with their sponsorship, or is there avenues where these people can step in and run these programs on your farm with limited support from your team?
So we do a lot of what's called lunch and learns, where, like, for an example, we'll work with the Tigris Valley Conservation District, and they'll come in, we'll do a lunch and learn. They have lunch, and then we go out and we teach them how to make biochar. Just lots of little things like that. So the Tigris Valley Conservation District would bring things in to help support that event. So we do have a little bit of grant funding in that way. But we also go to off-site and work with the different places and do teaching as well.
It's kind of a sweet spot right now with experiential type of events, and I think that you're in a sweet spot regarding that. How have you acquired your customers so far? You mentioned all the different states and countries they have come from, but how do they find out about you?
How do they find out about us?
Yeah.
So we're on Booking.com, Airbnb. We use those as marketing tools. We get a lot of repeat business after that. We get a lot of diplomats from Washington, D.C., a lot of people from Pittsburgh. So word of mouth has been huge for us. And, whenever people, all we have to do is get them to the farm. I don't have to do anything. The farm sells itself. We're just, I feel like we're just kind of caretakers of nature. I wish I could say that I made this happen, but it's kind of one of those things that when we get them there, they have to come back. It's just a beautiful area.
Thank you.
Tell us maybe a little bit about the farming aspect of what you're doing and where you found, the greatest profitability, not to make that the theme of my questions, but, on the different crops that you're growing. Have you had to make any transitions, that sort of thing?
So I can't really hear what you just said. Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
In terms of the farming element of your business, which I gather feeds into the total revenue stream. Just curious what you're farming and if you've had to do any crop rotations recently and what the outlook is for that piece of the revenue.
So probably one of the biggest things is we have the 2 high tunnels, and everything at the bed and breakfast is farm to table. So we save an extraordinary amount in the amount of groceries that we have to buy. And because we do forest farming and all of that, it's kind of like, again, we take people on a walk and they pick a lot of their own food that I'm going to serve them. So that's a huge money saver right there. We do raise our own, pork, beef, rabbit, all the different, chicken, turkeys. So it's more of the money saving that we have with what we serve. Now, in the future, do I need to stop? In the future, we will plan to sell some of our products.
Thank you.
As well. So.
Up next, we have Mountain Sky Drones.
I'm going to I'm going to stand behind the podium, so I refrain from throwing my Army knife hands at people. I know there's some fellow vets in the audience, so I'm going to stand back here. So my name's Josh Poling. I'm the owner and operator of Mountain Sky Drones, a veteran-owned aerial solutions provider right here in Morgantown, West Virginia. My story started about a year ago when West Virginia passed legislation to allow thermal drones to help recover lost game for hunters. And I thought, what a cool way to pay for my new toy. So fast forward a year later, I have successfully helped 18 recoveries in lost game. I have done countless real estates. I have a contract with one of the leading real estates in the region to do their photography and videography. And I have helped reunite over 15 pets with their families. So I still remember my first dollar. It was a lost 9-year-old chocolate lab. And I used my thermal drone with a video recorder on it and the owner's voice. And I called in a 9-year-old blind chocolate lab. From there, it's just exploded. I currently do contracts with the U.S. Army. I train our future warfighters with the 5th Special Forces Group just last week in Montana. So my company is greatly expanding. Last year, my side hustle alone earned $30,000 in revenue. My 21 years in the military as an Army engineer officer bring experience, decision-making, and selfless service, skills essential for entrepreneurship. My master's degree in environmental management and policy and my work with U.S. Forest Service display my stewardship to the land and the environment. My side job has proven revenue, and with your help, we can increase over 200% in the next year and plan to move forward with this side job full-time. So the ask is this. I'm asking for $32,000 for a ready-to-fly drone package. What that means is the drone, 3 batteries, rapid charger, remote, and seed spreader. What this will allow me to do is bring precision agricultural spraying capacity and accelerate revenue growth to the region. This will provide an immediate cost reduction to local landowners and farmers while helping the environment. The problem is this. Since 2020, the cost has gone up. You see it at the stores. You see it at the gas pump. Diesel fuel alone, 60 to 100% increase depending on the region. Through customer discovery, I see that farmers are hurting. Farmers are hurting locally. Farmers are hurting regionally. Farmers are hurting nationally. Another issue that impacts the environment is the chemical runoff and waste provided by traditional spraying. By adding an agricultural spray drone to my fleet, I can reduce waste and runoff by 20 to 30% and add a safety factor to the region that we say no more rollover accidents and no hills too steep. The solution is this. By adding a drone to my fleet, I can reduce costs per application up to 40% or more. Less volume of water is also included in this package. 20 to 94% depending on the application, I can save farmers on that cost as well. The drones that I currently use, I can apply aerial scans to farmers' fields and crops and detect early disease, crop damage, drought, or pests. By using a drone, I also allow zero soil compaction, which results in greater yields and less crop damage. The chemical exposure alone reduced and the safety reduces 90% of the safety factor for farmers in contact with these chemicals and farming accidents. And the efficiency of these drones reduces chemical waste by 30 to 50%. With a service rate of $12 to $15 per acre, I can quickly recoup my initial investment of this drone. With assisted funding, I ease upfront costs and quickly reinvest into the market expansion, and that money goes straight back to the local economy. With my goal of 5,000 acres in the first year and a revenue of $75,000, I can quickly meet my break-even point, and I estimate that to happen within 4 to 6 weeks. With your help, your funding brings immediate cost savings to both the business, local farmers, and the communities I will serve. So what happens next? Mountain Sky Drones is positioned to immediately purchase the necessary equipment to expand my business. I'm partnering I have a partnership with Best Way Ag, and they are going to be my main supplier through mentorship, drone parts, drone equipment, and agricultural spraying. This purchase will not only bring cost-saving measures to the region, it's going to put money back in farmers' fields. The average farm in Mon County alone last year had a negative revenue of negative $3,600.
Thank you. Any questions?
Thanks, Josh. Can you go into the details a little bit about the ag spraying? I think you said 500 or 52 acres an hour or something like that. How many tank changes is that? You know, how many batteries do you see going through in a day? And do you anticipate doing most of that locally, or would that be up in Pennsylvania? Based on, you know, West Virginia is not a big dirt farm state, so.
Absolutely, and I've run the numbers. Because we're in Mon County, those are the numbers I brought to the table first. 485 farms in Mon County alone at the average 100 acres per farm. You look into Fayette County, you look into Oakland, Maryland area, the farms get much larger, and the ability to expand is easy for my company. The drone I'm seeking has a spray capacity of 52 acres per hour. With the 3 batteries that I'm asking for in my ask in front of you, that helps me continue operations. It just is a quick battery swap. These batteries run for about 7 to 10 minutes at a time, depending on how much load you're carrying, and they charge in 7 to 8 minutes. So that's why it's essential to have 2 to 3 batteries running at all times and 1 cooling. So it's a continuous automation with the drones. They come in, swap batteries, they're programmed, they take back off, they're already flying the next flight path.
Great job. One thing with the cost advantages of working in the agricultural space compared to conventional methods currently employed, with that cost savings, why is this not deployed, you know, universally? What's the biggest friction in deploying this, and is there limits? What's the friction, and what are the limits in scaling this with additional farms?
Absolutely. I think just regionally and locally, the resistance is the knowledge of the capabilities. This is a technology that's used across the country, across the world, and through customer discovery, through iCore, I noticed that I think out of the 40-some folks I interviewed, only 2 people even brought up spray drones. So that just tells me that the market is widely open, and with the proper marketing techniques, I can reach the right customers quickly and bring that money back to their pockets.
Is there a competition at all from when you get into bigger farms? Maybe not the 100-acre farms, but bigger farms. Is there competition from helicopter and airplanes, small airplanes? Because I have seen those spraying fields in the past. What's the differentiator in cost?
Drastic. One of the farmers he had a lost calf. It was missing for 3 days. I went out and found it. And I talked to him about, my next step is I want to get spray drones. So if you ever need any spraying, let me know. He said, wow, I had a helicopter out here, and he charged me $80 per acre last year. And that was before the cost of all the chemicals that were used. So $80 versus $12 to $15 cost before chemical use. That's pretty drastic. So bring your pilots if you want, but I'm going to outperform.
Josh, thank you. Recognizing that the drone is the common factor in all of the different business lines that you've been in thus far, and obviously will be part of agriculture, tell us, are you planning to kind of keep the pressure going in all of those different areas that you've been in business, or is the idea of investing in agriculture because you really see that as the value driver, money maker for your business going forward? How does one person do all of that?
So moving full time, I want to work a program where I hire local veterans. I know I also have Jobs for Hope. When I was in the Army National Guard here, I worked through that program with the apple orchards down south at Camp Dawson here. So I'm familiar with the need for labor. But on top of that, I just really I noticed the need in the area. The census from 2020, Mon County alone was negative 1.7 net gain in farming as a registered farm. So people are hurting. and I can bring that help to them.
One more question. You're talking to the farmers. Have you looked at like where there's rights of way with like utilities, things like that as well? Have you addressed that market?
Yeah, absolutely. The government contract's going to be my next big thing, but with the help from hiring and internships from WU and veterans, I'll be able to expand that on the ag side. But I hope you guys had time to look at my notes that I didn't pitch today. I have a few other ventures that I'm going to explore, and there's a market for drones that's the sky's the limit. Thank you.
Thank you, judges. Let's have a final round of applause for all of our Main Street finalists.
Am I back? All right, so let's give a big round of applause one more time for those Main Street finalist teams. Judges, I will ask you to pack up your belongings and then maybe just move a row back or two. And as we have our tech and innovation judges come in, Bella and Hazel will get you some fresh waters and the new packets will go out. But while we have that transition, I wanted to tell you guys a little bit about what these finalists have been doing for the past couple of months. So in round one, the round one entries came in January, and we had hundreds of entries from across the state of West Virginia, and we narrowed it down to the top 10 in each track. So you just heard from the Main Street track, and next you'll be hearing from Tech and Innovation. After that, they did 3-minute pitches with judges online and did answer some questions and answer those questions for the judges, and then we narrowed it down to the top 5, which you are seeing today. So we are very proud of the work that they've been doing. In addition to the competition, they have also been doing I-Corps training with several judges, and they've been working with Michelle O'Connor at Innova Commercialization. So they have put a lot of time, of effort, and energy into this competition, so we are really proud of the work that they have done. And as soon as we get our next judges up, we will invite our Tech and Innovation finalists to pitch. Thank you very much.
Up first, we have Farmers Tool Technology, Inc., and on deck is Green Matter.
Hello, everyone. My name is Tafara, and I am the founder of Farmers Tool Technology. And we're simplifying livestock management for small-scale farmers. But before I tell you how we do that, let me take you back for a second. I grew up raising pigs and goats commercially, and we kept all our records in a notebook. So breeding records, feed formulas, vaccines, sales, everything lived in that book. This notebook system worked until one day that book went missing. And just like that, 3 years worth of data for more than 400 animals was gone. It was a total nightmare that took us almost 9 months to fully recover, especially financially, from everything that went wrong from not having those records. Today, there's over 100 million small-scale livestock operations globally, and over 1 million in the US alone. and 75% of these are still managing critical data on paper, notebook, and some Excel spreadsheets. So why haven't they adopted digital tools? Well, digital tools today fall into two categories. They are either too expensive and not actually built for small-scale farmers, so their features don't really fit how smaller operations actually work, or they are affordable but don't have enough features for farmers to fully digitize all of their records, leaving farmers to use either multiple different apps or you're running a half-app, half-paper system. Either way, there are still major gaps that these digital tools haven't filled today. So in 2024, I started working on building a solution to fill these gaps. And with the help of the resources here in West Virginia, in October last year, we were able to launch our MVP, Farmers Tool, which today it supports 22 different management modules, 16 animal species, and is available in 5 different languages, providing small-scale farmers with a complete farm management system. But what really makes Farmers Tool different, that it goes beyond just digitizing data, able to integrate with devices and hardware that farmers already use on their farms. So like RFID readers and GPS trackers, where everything is connected and can be controlled from Farmers Tool, which really simplifies a lot of things for farmers. And currently, 142 farmers in 6 different countries are benefiting from this simplicity, managing data for over 22,000 animals across livestock and poultry, and heavily relying on Farmers Tool for their day-to-day operational activities while completely moving away from papers, notebooks, and some of those Excel spreadsheets. We've designed and built our business model to be flexible and encourage early adoption for farmers, even if you have 1 animal, with a free tier for farmers with less than 200 animals. And then as you scale, you can transition on to the $40 a month plan. And then if you need any custom features, we can build those out for you for $10 a feature. We've also introduced the Farmers Marketplace, where other companies in agriculture can now directly advertise their products to our farmers for $100 a listing. And so far, we've done just over $5,000 in revenue from this entire business model. However, 65% of farmers, including our own users, operate in areas with low to no cell reception, making offline functionality a major requirement for them to be able to use the product in the field or in a barn. And currently, our mobile app doesn't support offline mode. And 35% of any potential new users won't even sign up until it has offline functionality. We've also learned that our strongest and best growth strategy is in person, at livestock events, face-to-face with the farmers, where they can see the product, try it out, ask us questions, and learn about us. In February and March, we attended 2 small local livestock events. As you can see from the graph, we were able to onboard over 71 new farmers, half of all the user base that we have today. And we have 6 companies ready to advertise with us once we have 600 farmers using the product. So now, we want to build the offline functionality on our product and then scale to larger, bigger national livestock events, where attendance is more than 4,000 other farmers coming in and more than 500 companies coming to exhibit. And this is where we need your help, Ignite West Virginia. Today, we are seeking $30,000. $5,000 will build the offline functionality, and $25,000 will help us to exhibit at 8 major livestock events, where attending a single event averages a cost of $3,000, which includes a booth, traveling, and some marketing materials. With a product that works in offline mode and a booth at these major events, we can bring in over 2,000 farmers, over 80+ companies to advertise with us, generating at least $160,000 in annual revenue. This will really ignite Farmers Tool. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions?
There we go. Great presentation, Tafara. Really liked just seeing the flow of everything for farmers, the value props, some of the product screenshots. I noticed on your products slide you had quite a bit of features and functionalities, and you also talk about building custom features. How do you think about the one kind of core feature, kind of that thing that's getting 80% of the value to farmers? Is it because it's bringing all of the data together and that's the core value that's giving them a system of record? Is it other sub features all working together? Like, what is that one kind of key value prop that's that 80% thing for them in the platform as it stands today?
Yeah, so the value comes in from being able to integrate everything into one, where like I compared with these competition people. So CattleMax and AgriWeb, they're usually disintegrated. So they're usually focusing on either one part of your farm operation, so they're running health services or just the breeding part. We are able to bring in everything into one place. A lot of our farmers that are using some of these products are complaining that, all right, I have 3 different apps that I have to run to do my health records, my breeding records, and then my feed. We're able to bring all of that in and still give it to them at an affordable price, as well as all the hardware that they have. So if they have like an RFID reader to read the ear tag of an animal, if you have a GPS tracker to track your animals, everything is integrated into one central place, which is what these guys are not doing.
Nice job.
Thank you.
And nice user interface too, by the way, that I saw. It looked good in the offline mode. Sounds like a good place to start, especially on the small and medium-sized farms. But one of the things you mentioned, which I was glad that you mentioned, because when I read some of your material, I was thinking about this. It looks like you want to scale to much larger farms, right? So I was curious, can you talk a little bit about what your roadmap looks like for not just GPS, but Internet of Things, AI, how you're going to potentially incorporate automated tractors, harvesters, agricultural drones, automated irrigation systems. Are these things that are on your roadmap, and is that where you see yourself scaling in the next 3 years?
So in terms of scaling, we're not looking to scale to like larger farms that have 20, 30,000 animals. We're looking to scale to where there's more livestock operations. So like in places like Texas, Nebraska, Alabama. So the local events that we've been going to here, there's not that many livestock farmers that we can reach to. So that's why we want to go to those bigger places. But then in terms of features and AI, we are focusing only on livestock. So equipment that farmers use is what we want to integrate with. And if they are needing cameras that have AI enabled in them, we can integrate with those through their different API keys that they can provide. So we want to scale to just larger places where we can reach more farmers. And then what we build is what farmers want. We don't determine what farmers want. They tell us what kind of features they want, what kind of devices they want to integrate with, and then we can build those out for you for the custom features. And we can charge $10 a feature depending on the scope of work.
Your 2 existing competitors that you mentioned, CattleMax and AgriWeb, what's their installed base now?
Sorry, can you say what's their what?
How many installations have your competitors had in this space?
So I know AgriWeb has 3,000, and they're based in Australia. CattleMax is just over 1,000. And then HerdWatch and HerdBoss, they are just under 2,000 as well from the last time I researched.
So you've got 4,000 with the total number of available farms is?
So for 4,000 people that will attend the events, and we are estimating to onboard about 200 of those that are coming in. And this is based off of the past event that we went to, where there was over 200 to 300 people, and we brought in close to 71 people. So this is where we're basing what we can do based off these past 2 events. And as you can see from there, it pretty much outdone every other strategy that we have tried. In months of January, where we're doing 4 or 5 people coming in, and then in March, we're able to do 60 from just 2 events alone.
Does your product provide any regulatory support in case farmers have to demonstrate compliance of inoculation or compliance of anything of that nature?
Yes, we especially from a tax perspective, we can do Schedule C taxes for you as well.
Thank you. That's all the time for questions.
Thank you very much.
Up next is Green Matter, and on deck is Human Creative.
Hi, my name is Cassidy Blatt, and I'm the founder of Green Matter. What if I told you there's an economic resource being grown in West Virginia that's being kept out of the economic marketplace, and that it's not only good for West Virginia's economy, but is also good for the planet? I've been speaking to farmers all across the state, and let me tell you about my friend, Corey Wells. He is a farmer in Tyler County, West Virginia, and he, alongside with many other farmers, have a problem where 75% of their crop is being destroyed, stored in a barn with absolutely no plan, or is burned after every harvest. And after speaking to over 40 farmers, this pattern is consistent, simply because the infrastructure just isn't available to process it. Meanwhile, on the other side of the conversation, manufacturers who are looking for a supply of this very waste, again, are struggling due to the lack of infrastructure. There's real value being wasted simply because the infrastructure just isn't available. And this waste comes from a plant called hemp. Before you think you know what that means, this is about the stalk, the part nobody's talking about. After some customer discovery, we realized that the real issue here is the lack of infrastructure. That's why Green Matter is reintroducing one of the strongest plants in existence. Hemp is non-toxic, it's carbon absorbent, and it's naturally BPA-free. It has a history of being used in the US for rope, paper flags. I mean, the first American flag was made of hemp. This product was taken off the market for hundreds of years, and now farmers around the world are cashing in while leaving our farmers out of it. There's real value being wasted simply because the infrastructure just isn't available. So that's why Green Matter is introducing West Virginia's first hemp stock processing operation. We acquire our raw hemp directly from Appalachian farmers, and then we strip this down into the hurd and the fiber, and then we wholesale these sustainable materials to hempcrete, biocomposite converters, and textile converters. And then, because typically they buy from out west or overseas, and we're in active discovery right now with hemp buyers, and they all say the same thing. They want domestic supply, they just don't know where to get it. But we want to give it to them, and the timing couldn't be any better. We're entering a massive and rapidly expanding market that's not only new to Appalachia, but is growing nationally, with the global hemp market expected to reach $20 billion by 2035, and our obtainable market, which is the East Coast region, is valued at $10 million, with tremendous potential to grow. So these buyers are currently sourcing from Montana to Europe, paying a premium. A regional processor cuts that cost out entirely and adds a familiar origin story that's similar to theirs. So with that being said, here's our traction. We have connections in the hemp industry and 5 eager farmers who are already ready to go. That is included with 15 acres, which totals to about 40 pounds of hemp. To put that into perspective, that's enough to fill 60 PRT cars. We have farmers throughout West Virginia, Virginia, and Tennessee. So here's the team that's tending to the roots. I've been researching hemp through WVU's entrepreneurship program and on my own for the past 4 years. I'm still learning every day, but I'm now positioned with the expertise to begin processing in this space following graduation. I've partnered with my co-founder, Mason, who has a background in mechanical engineering and is studying material science. We've been backed by advisors at WVU, the hemp industry, and across Appalachian agriculture. We've also been invited to work with Vantage Ventures during their spring cohort this semester, which has given us the tools necessary to listen and learn from our customers. So judges, today we're asking for $25,000, and $15,000 will go for this decorticator to help us move from manual production to scalable output. This decorticator will help us to we are currently hand stripping our stalks, which is extremely time consuming. So this decorticator will allow us to have that capacity to process 50 pounds of hemp every day, which will generate $5,000 in revenue every month. The remaining $10,000 will go for a year of production space, which will allow us to house our inventory, our equipment, and a working development space. The supply is here, the demand is here, and Green Matter is ready to prove that the timing and opportunity to explore hemp is right now. Thank you.
Hi, nice job. I think I have a multi-part question, if I could, so just some clarifications. So you talk about a process that's going to have two outputs, right? Hurd and fiber. And I think when I took a look at the business plan, you only really talked about one of the outputs. You talked about hurd, and it had a great return based on your per ton cost and projections, and that looked really good. What will a ton of fiber produce in terms of income or revenue?
That is a great question. So the fiber is a little more complicated than the hurd because the hurd doesn't, the specs are a little simpler to understand. So the fiber is around the same as the hurd, except for a bit of a premium. So this is around 50 cents to $1 per pound, and then per ton, it's we also get around 500 pounds per ton. So with that leaves us with about 3/4 of the stock being used, and the remainder is waste. That is around $70,000 in revenue every month, or every year, with a ton.
Okay, great. So there's a revenue stream that comes off the fiber as well that only improves these numbers. That's good. So the other quick question I had for you was, in terms of getting operational, and your business plan kind of states that really, the impression I got was West Virginia is really not playing in the hemp market, right? Because a lot of hemp's being brought in from other areas, or is there existing fields and availability of hemp today?
I'm so sorry. It's kind of hard to hear you.
Okay.
Could you repeat that? I'm so sorry.
All right, so is that better?
Yes,
okay.
that's better. Yeah.
So when I look at the business plan, one of the premises I think that you're operating from is that I guess there's not a big hemp market in West Virginia today, right? You want to fill that gap. Perfect. Makes a lot of sense. Numbers look like they could potentially be good as you scale. The big question I have for you is, once the investments are made and you go out and you pick up your equipment and you start processing, how long is it going to take the West Virginia farmer community to actually start producing enough hemp to make your business viable? Is it a year from now? Or?
That's a great question. Yeah, we already have farmers here who are growing, and we're actually getting donations of hemp stock because farmers want us to be able to do this so bad. So that's why a year of production in space would be very helpful for us, because it's sitting in my friend's basement right now. I don't have any more room for it. But once we scale, this goes way further than West Virginia. We have been working with Appalachian farmers. So that's in Kentucky, Tennessee, Virginia, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Virginia. We have active farmer partnerships and have been talking to everybody in the community, not just farmers, people who know farmers, manufacturers, producers, people out west, to figure out every aspect on how to get this to work for us. And everybody is extremely positive. Like I said, we are getting donations at this point. As soon as we talk to somebody, they're delivering it to us. It costs nothing to me or my partner. We just need something to do with it now. The decorticator is the bottleneck. After that, we're good to go.
Great job, Cassidy. You've done a lot of customer discovery, it seems like, just through Vantage and the iCore, and now kind of coming out of Vantage, seems like you're really hitting this full steam ahead. For your base case revenue on your slide there, thinking about the next 12 to 18 months, what are the top 2 or 3 things that really need to kind of get executed on and happen to make those base case revenue numbers happen?
Could you repeat that again? I'm so sorry.
You're good. For your base case revenue, on the slide there, what are the top 2 or 3 things that need to happen over the next 12 months or so to really execute and make that base case a reality and those revenue numbers tangible?
Number 1 is ensuring that these farmers are indeed growing the hemp that we need. In order for us to make this possible, we need tons of hemp, literal tons of hemp. And right now, we are seeing that. But again, we need to grow our partnership relations. And again, that goes through all across Appalachia, through different states, especially here in our home of West Virginia, as well as our equipment and a place to put the equipment, because if we don't, then it's going in the basement.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Human Creative, and on deck is Storefront.
Hello, my name is Tiffany Ward, and I am the CEO of Human Creative. We are a company that is dedicated to certifying original human content in the age of AI. So what's the problem? The world is currently inundated with AI content, and at the same time, our AI content detectors are failing. They're actually getting worse. I have a little audience test to illustrate the problem. If you could think in your own mind which of these 2 quotes you think is original human content. Is it A, know then thyself, presume not God to scan, the proper study of mankind is man? Or is it B, God, the sovereign good, ordains all lesser goods to find their truth and end in him? If you chose A, you would be correct. That's Alexander Pope, an essay on man written in the 1700s, and yet it will ring up in a very popular AI content detector at 30% AI. And it's not just them. If you look in the bottom corner, you're going to see Zero GPT, Copy Leaks, GPT-0. They're all saying the same thing. And you might think only academic type of content's getting flagged wrongly, but my own fictional novel, written in 2017, pre-AI, came back at over 79%. How is this impacting the real world? Vanderbilt quit Turnitin's AI content detector for its low accuracy rate. UPitt immediately followed suit for the same reason. OpenAI abandoned its own AI content detector because it had only a 26% accuracy rate. And GPT-0 pivoted last year to a different business model, now becoming an AI-assisted grading tool, although I did see that it now grades AI hallucinations, which is fun. Something this is showing us is that everyone wants a tool like this, but they can't find one that works. So our solution is, unlike other organizations which are grading content after it was already finished for a questionable amount of AI, we actually live track the entire crafting process from start to finish. We monitor your tabs, we block generative AI sources, we lock your phone, we live audit the written and pasted content of your file in real time, and then we provide an expert human auditor who can analyze the entire writing process for signs of AI. Certified works get a certificate that's shareable so that verifiers can see how your file was crafted. And while this is the live monitoring service for writing, we also have provisional patents to become the live monitoring solution for audio, video, graphic design, and the tangible arts. Who needs it? After conducting interviews, we now know that academic institutions need to know students are growing in critical thinking and originality. Businesses need to be able to vet content that comes into them to know it's not AI, whether that is job applications, writing submissions, or vendor submissions. And individuals need to be able to prove the humanness of their art. We are currently being used by college classes, and we have been this whole term. This is testimony from a professor who's been using us this whole term. He says that students who write well can and will be identified as composed by AI. I'm becoming more and more convinced that this, our system, will be one of the only ways to verify authentic student work. I want to highlight a few of our stellar team members because they set our company apart. We have Dr. James Brooks. He is our Chief Technology Officer. He is a computer systems PhD with over 50 patents to his name, resulting in hundreds of millions of dollars in annual revenue. We have Patrick Trester. He's our Chief Software Engineer. He came to us after 11 years serving cybersecurity in the United States Air Force, where he also won the Innovative Professional of the Year Award. And we have Derek Berger, our CFO, who is a controller at Ketter, overseeing the plant operations of 55 to 65 in annual revenue. 55 to 65 million in annual revenue. So we're asking Ignite West Virginia for $20,000. $10,000 of that would cover legal expenses, and $10,000 would cover advertising. So while we have our provisional patent filing, we do need to update that to a full patent filing by July 17th. And we're also doing trademark updates for our certified human content phrase, and both of those are costly items. In addition, we have recently launched a service for individuals, and we're close to signing academic contracts. However, we have a very low ad spend, so we are looking to increase that by $10,000. Next, we're also asking for $8,000 in conference and travel expenses, because what's about to happen in the early summer is decision makers and educators are going to be at conferences where they're making their decisions for ed tech for the next year, and we want our face to be in the room when they do that. We are currently changing the world. Teachers are able to assign homework again. We're being used in publications, not only in the content being put forward, but for submissions to those publications. We're being used by artists to prove their originality, and we are close to signing academic contracts. Thank you.
Any questions?
Can you give us some insight into how protected your intellectual property and your way of doing things actually is?
Yeah, so we have in our provisional patents the systems architecture, not only for what we are doing in our writing service, most of which has been laid out. However, there have been additions which will go into our full patent filing, and additional for our other services that we intend to create. That is also in our provisional patent.
Nice job, thank you. Do you have a protocol or algorithm created or developed by your team in order to implement this function?
I'm sorry, hold on, I'm gonna get closer to you because it is a little hard to hear up here.
I said, do you have an algorithm or protocol that you have created in order to make sure this function works?
I hear something about a function working. I'm sorry, I'm still not catching the first part of that question.
I'll try it again. Have you developed a protocol, a mathematical protocol that shows this technology that you are thinking works the way it is?
I'm sorry, I'm still having a hard
Don't
time
worry
catching
about it.
this question. I apologize. Oh, is there an algorithm or protocol? We do have certain types of data algorithms that are catching basically percentages of how much human editorial behavior is going on in there. A lot of that is proprietary. Additionally, we have a couple of things called rejects, and we do have an AI tool that is auditing all of your pasted content. Thank you.
Great job, Tiffany. At the end of the slide, I think I saw you had close to closing 23K in contracts. Can you just talk through the number of institutions? It sounds like that's focused on academic institutions. How many institutions is that? And then what's the title of the people you're actually trying to sell the product to at those institutions?
Yeah, thank you. That's a great question. So that would be just 2 contracts. That would be one for a K through 12 school district that is somewhat small in number, and then a smaller private college. The decision makers there are usually some type of superintendent in the K through 12, or someone who oversees technology development, their CTO, something like that. In higher ed, it gets a little more complicated. It can be a dean, a provost, it can be a committee, it can be, sometimes it's just departments get to decide on their own ed tech, so it kind of depends on the institution. In this case, it was an organic movement by professors who had been turned on to our service and then rallied other professors to bring it to their provost because they wanted to have some type of AI-proof humanities core.
Real quick one for you. So I was down at the Chambers Business School the other day and happened to run into a professor, and I mentioned this to her. And she was very familiar with AI to be used in, deciphering students' papers. And she mentioned a couple things that she was concerned about, right? She's like, hey, I don't want to ruin someone's, their scholastic career here by interpreting things incorrectly. She was very impressed when I mentioned that you all do real-time, analytics and observance when a student's composing. So I had a couple questions. One, is this a piece of software that runs on the individual's workstation, or is this a SaaS overlay kind of service that they log into and then generate their documents that way? And the second question for you is, as you progress and you get more pilots across organizations and academia, I'm assuming you're going to get more insight and statistics on just how accurate you all are with the diagnostics of, whether it's real or not real or AI generated. Can you just talk a little bit about those questions?
Yeah, so first, we are currently operating as a SaaS company. It is an online web editor that anyone can create an account and log into, so individuals could have a subscription. We're doing licenses for organizations. And then to the next question, it's high on our priority list to start recording our data. This is something we talk about in our develop meetings all the time so that we can do helpful comparative work, because it's nice to say, we do think we are the most secure service out there for providing a guarantee that there's not AI as much as anyone can guarantee that. We think we have the most secure service. However, we want to verify that and be able to put that forward. So we are actively taking in data constantly from our service.
That is all the time we have for questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Up next is Storefront, and on deck is Tuscarora Climbing.
Testing, testing.
Hello everyone, I'm Jacob Burcham, and I'm the founder of Storefront AI, a software platform that empowers marketing professionals to control their brand in AI channels. For the last 20 years, if your business operated online, your brand's visibility was determined almost entirely by Google search. So your marketing team had to learn how to get your content on your website to appear higher up on the results page of a Google search. This became known as search engine optimization, and that became the de facto playbook for controlling the top of your marketing funnel. But buyers aren't just searching anymore. Increasingly, they're asking AI. So here's an example of me asking Claude, what's the best accounting software for Storefront? And you can see I get a detailed response, and it even recommends a few brands, one of which I actually chose. Show of hands in the audience, how many of you have used AI to get a product recommendation or to do research on a product? That's most of you. So this shift is happening now, and it's happening pretty quickly. As of earlier this year, about 80% of consumers had already used AI in this way to get a product recommendation. Gartner estimates that by the end of the year, about a quarter of all search traffic will be displaced by this new AI channel in terms of the top of the funnel. And about 40% of consumers reported that they already discovered new brands directly in AI conversations. So the problem is that marketing teams are flying blind in this new AI channel. They have 20 years of experience in search and SEO, but it doesn't really apply to the AI channel. They see their pipeline is stalling out or eroding, and they can't really explain why. These teams feel disintermediated by this new AI channel that's taking over the top of their funnel. The solution is Storefront Answer Engine Optimization, or AEO. Storefront AEO empowers these marketing teams to measure, understand, and control their brand within AI conversations. You can think of it like Google Search Console, but for AI. Users log into the Storefront portal, they define the prompts that they want to track, and then Storefront runs those prompts against all of the major AI platforms on a daily basis. We then analyze all the responses we get back and surface metrics like your overall brand visibility, your competitive rank, and sentiment towards your brand. Storefront then asks a series of follow-up questions to get to the bottom of the model's reasoning and to surface insights about what it really thinks about your brand. Together with the insights and the data, we compile a plan of action that the marketing team can use to go and improve their brand's visibility in AI. This AEO product category is relatively new. We estimate the global market for AEO to be about $5 billion now and growing to about $11.5 billion by the end of 2028. The serviceable portion of that market that Storefront is after are US-based businesses that are selling high consideration products. These are businesses spanning from the upper portion of the SMB all the way up to the lower portion of enterprise. So why does Storefront win in this category? Well, as the only founder in the AEO category with a payments background, I believe we win based on our long-term vision for Storefront. We have a partnership with Gravy, which is a leading payment orchestration platform. And in the short term, this partnership provides a distribution channel to go and sell Storefront AEO to Gravy customers. But in the long term, it provides a strategic data asset for Storefront. Gravy, as a payment orchestration platform, can provide Storefront with payment transaction data for AI-mediated transactions. So Storefront will be able to do something that no other AEO platform can do, which is combine payment transaction data from AI-initiated commerce with our brand-level insights from AEO, producing things like sales channel attribution and SKU-level analytics. So the plan is to start with AEO and then evolve into the intelligence platform for AI commerce. I'm asking Ignite for $25,000. Most of that, $20,000 of that would be used to finish up the first version of the product. I've developed the product to about 85% of an MVP. I'd like to contract a professional engineering team to get that production ready so that I can onboard my first customers. I have about 10 businesses that are waiting on me to finish the product so that they can try it out in the beta. And the remaining $5,000 I would use to invest in go-to-market activities, attending strategic conferences, as well as building the first inbound motion and inbound funnel for Storefront. Thank you so much for the time.
Great job, Jacob. I'll kick us off here with questions. For your 10 pilot customers that you talked about, if you think about those converting over the next 6, 12 months, a couple months, however many, what does that kind of equate to in terms of potential revenue for you? And then are they all kind of similar types of customers, like potential organizations, or do you see differences across those 10 companies?
Yeah, so just to repeat the question, I have about 10 customers that want to try the beta. What does that look like in terms of revenue, and what kinds of customers are they? So on the screen here is kind of my first version of a pricing model. It's kind of your standard SaaS model, entry, middle, and then kind of a custom tier. So average contract value varies depending on the kind of customer. In terms of the 10 I have lined up, I have, I would say, a pretty good mix. It's like 50% B2B SaaS brands, and then the other 50% would be agencies, like digital marketing agencies. And so probably somewhere in the middle in terms of monthly revenue from that.
Curious, because we don't have any other questions right now. Could you talk a little bit about the strategic partnership more? And does that help kind of act as a flywheel for distribution, separate from just kind of the enterprise possible deals here with the 10 customers you talk about, and just kind of the structure and kind of the long-term aspects behind that strategic partnership?
Yeah, for sure. So I'll tell you the story with Gravy. So back in January, I started talking to Gravy. I used to work for a payment orchestration platform similar to Gravy, so kind of knew some people there. We have a partnership discussion that's basically verbally been agreed upon. And since January, they kind of offered me a job to work there. So where we landed was kind of a part-time contract basis. So I'm actually contracting for Gravy right now to do agentic commerce product strategy for them. So I'm doing that. The partnership, which is not signed yet, but it's been agreed upon, is basically like a reciprocal preferred partner kind of partnership. So I can go and sell AEO to their customers. I would be like their preferred AEO provider for and their customers are merchants that fit my ICP. They're like mid-market to enterprise level merchants. So it'd be kind of like warm leads there. And then I guess in the opposite sense, well, I don't know what I can comment on, but hopefully, does that answer your question? Yeah, thank you. Okay.
Nice job. So, when I read your business plan and all your materials, which, by the way, I thought you did a great job putting those together too. The good news is this is a big business area. Also, good and bad news, it moves very, very fast. There's very big money in it, and there's big competitors in it. And this is not a throw in the towel comment. I think this has viability to be a good business and potentially offer a great exit at some point. The thing that concerns me a little bit about your business plan is where you are projecting to be in like 3 years. And, I can tell you that if you look at adjacent markets like AdTech and MarTech, you come out of, I think, the payment optimization or orchestration platform business or payments. You probably know this, but stuff moves quick. People get acquired quickly. I mean, you look at AdThis, Blue Kai, Collective Intellect, all those companies, it just boom, 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 just getting plucked off left and right. What concerns me a little bit, and I'd like you to talk about it if you could, your 3-year projections are the only thing that concerns me in your business plan. You don't concern me, the market doesn't concern me, and I think you can be successful, but you've got to move real fast. I'd like to hear a little bit of your thoughts on that.
Yeah, no, I agree. This space definitely moves very fast, and it's a good and bad problem to have. I think one of my concerns is looking at my direct competitors in the AEO space specifically. You have companies like Profound, which is a YC-backed startup that's raised like $150 million. So the competition is definitely fierce, and there's a lot of startups in this space. And that's why I'm kind of leaning into the payments thread, I guess. Like all these AEO platforms, they're marketing tools for marketing professionals, and that's what I'm building as well. But I think the future vision of being in a world where AI is involved on the commerce side, like initiating payments, I want to be the intelligence platform from a payments perspective. AEO is just part of that. So that vision is kind of how I'm hoping to alleviate some of that competitive pressure.
That is all the
Thank
time
you.
we have for questions. Thank you. Up next is Tuscarora Climbing.
How are we doing, folks? I'm Andrew Like with Tuscarora Climbing, and I'm here to show you guys the novel recoil device. It's my first product here. Now, if you've ever heard the saying, "I'm at the end of my rope," this device addresses this issue in a very real way. So for the last 15 years, I've been climbing all around the country, all around the world. I'm a professional climber with Traingo Climbing right now. And I've actually published 2 climbing guidebooks in the last couple of years, both for the Cheat Canyon outside of town here, and even invented new rope systems to climb some of the hardest routes in the Mountain States. So this is what I do full time. Now, as a climber, I found myself, not surprisingly, in a climbing gym. And one day, my friend Matt walks in with a box of donuts, and he starts handing them out to people, which we thought was a nice gesture, but he looked at me and he said, "Today would have been Brad's birthday, and Brad would have wanted us to have a donut today in his honor." And so Brad had a habit of eating donuts before going out into the mountains, but he was a good guy, and unfortunately he passed away lowering off the end of his rope accidentally. And this is a shockingly common problem in the world of climbing. We hear about this all the time. And so to explain why this happens, here's how it works. So as climbers, we don't just trust our buddy to hold the rope really tight and just hope it all works in case we fall. We actually have the rope passing through a belay device, which helps lock in the event of a fall. So it also helps you lower back down from the summit. So in this picture of Seneca Rocks here, we have my blue route on the left side here, and on the right, this long red arrow is the rappel route. It takes 2 ropes to get down, and a lot of people forget this. I've personally stopped multiple people from falling 100 feet to their death in this exact spot. So it's a very real problem that I encounter regularly. Now, I was lucky enough to step on one of these guys a few years ago, up in the left corner here, timber rattlesnake. It was a life-changing event. The reason I bring this up is because the recovery was significant. It took over 2 years to come back and climb the hardest route at Seneca Rocks. And all that time, I spent writing books, but also training at Seneca and running into this issue repeatedly. JD here was fortunate enough to survive, but at least a dozen people in America don't every year. Now, I talked to 200 climbers, and I found that a pretty horrifying 42% of them forget to use backups. All right, a backup knot would have saved Brad, it would have saved JD here. There's some pretty scary things going on in the community. Now, the recoil device works by stopping immediately with at the end of the rope. This is done purely by the geometry of the device. There's no mechanics involved to it. Other devices fall short here. You'll just zip off the end of the rope and die. Unfortunately, that's all the community's come up with at this point. Now, the device works just like any other piece of gear. It uses familiar techniques that climbers would use to belay. So there'll be an easy transition for people to use this piece of gear. Now, these are the competitors. So right now, the Grigri is the most popular device in the market, despite being the most expensive. But unfortunately, it doesn't really accomplish all the tasks you need. So when I go to Seneca, I take a Grigri and I also take an ATC, and I combine both. Unfortunately, most people do that. The recoil device would actually accomplish all of these tasks listed here, and it would be the first device to do so. So it's also more convenient, not just more safe. Now, I tested my prototype with over 100 climbers, both outside on real climbs and in the gym. And I had them anonymously rate the device from 1 to 10 on 4 different basic functions of the belay device. And to my own surprise, actually, it rated higher than the Grigri. This is just a prototype too, not my fine-tuned version that I'm envisioning. But it actually rated higher than the most popular thing on the market. Now, they sold 500,000 of these Grigris last year, so there's a large and eager market for this thing. So what I need to get all of these next steps done is about $43,000. Now, $20,000 would get me the full US patent. That's the immediate next step. 30 would also get me an additional prototyping budget to help fine-tune this device further. Now, my intent is to partner with an existing brand. Trango is the most obvious, since I'm already partnered with them, and they have a partnership with the Olympics, which is, if you saw Olympic climbing, that's a big thing coming up. But I also have a few other contacts in the industry and other brands I would like to reach out to. I'm also speaking with Black Diamond. So that's the general plan. I would love to take any of your questions, and if we can just prevent 1 death from this thing, that would be enough. Thanks. I'm going to go ahead and walk up here because it's been hard for people to hear. So I'd love to hear your questions if you guys have any.
Great presentation, Andrew. You touched a little bit on it during the presentation. Would just love to hear a little bit more about kind of timeline, getting this product into the actual hands of people kind of beyond just maybe some early 5, 10, early users. How do you think about getting it to market, and then maybe tying into that just where you're at with some of the patent aspects, things like that, and how that ties into the funding ask as well?
Okay, yeah, so I have a provisional patent right now. Getting the full utility patent is the goal. I have about 12 months to complete that. I'm expecting it to be around 12 months to get it to market, just because it takes time for marketing the product, for testing the product. There's certain testing procedures that have to take place that only the existing manufacturers have access to. So I can't just go and test it myself. There's certain machines that are specific for climbing testing, climbing gear testing. And there's also a certification system, a UIAA and CE certification system that they would have to pass through. And while those are all simple tests, it still takes time. So 12 months.
Tell us about the manufacturing plan for the device.
Tell you about the manufacturing plan? Sorry.
Yeah,
Okay.
where, who, and how?
Okay, so it depends on who I partner with. Trango is the most obvious. I've already talked with their engineers. They're interested. I'm also talking with Black Diamond. Now, Black Diamond is one of the largest gear producers in the climbing industry. So if I can go with them, that would be great. I also have the personal phone number of the CEO of Petzl, which is the largest gear manufacturer in the world. So I'm exploring all of those options. But the actual manufacturing typically is done it's typically done in another area. So like I know Trango produces their gear out of the country, imports it, and then distributes it worldwide. And most of the other companies do the same. Did that help answer it? Okay. Yeah, if you want specs on like how it's actually produced, you know, it can either be forged or cut. It can be complex.
How do you think about like potential exits, or I think I saw the royalty aspect on the slides. Is this something that's like get the distribution, collect royalties, kind of continue to just run it for a long time? It's obviously something you're very passionate about. You're in the space, it's something you love. Do you think of it as an exit opportunity as well? Just kind of some of the long-term thoughts there as you're thinking about building the company.
Yeah, so my intent is to just keep pushing with this thing. So I have other gear in mind. I won't get into the weeds with this because it's silly climber lingo, but there are other serious gaps in the climbing industry, gaps in safety that need to be addressed. So I want to keep pushing this. I don't really intend on having an exit. I mean, this is my life. Climbing has infiltrated every facet of my being, so I'm not going away from that. Anything else? I forgot to show a diagram of how it works too, if you guys are interested, if you want to get really geeky. But basically, it's purely by geometry. There's no mechanism involved. There's no, there's no fancy tech involved. This is purely just working on physics. Physics doesn't fail us, luckily, or it hasn't yet. So as long as that continues, people will not die.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thanks, guys.
All right, gang, so let's give the Tech and Innovation finalists one final round of applause. At this time, I will have the Tech and Innovation judges follow me downstairs to the deliberation room, and I'm going to invite up my friend Amber Ravenscroft to talk about what is up next. All right, we're gonna do a little bit of a room transition. So we have the LG Nova Elevate West Virginia competition coming up at 3 or a little before if we can get it going and get everybody switched and ready. So we're gonna play some music, grab a quick snack, go to the bathroom, and then come back in when you hear us start talking. Thank you. No, we've got enough. We've got time. If you're a competitor in LG Nova, if you could just come to the front, we want to walk through a couple logistics real quick. Thank you.
Hello.
That's way too close. Oh, you're fine. You're fine. Hello. 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 Hi. 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 Now, are you playing or is that just me? Okay. Nope. Nope. I just need to know where to be. Well, I would, but since it's already adjusted, I think we're good. Thank you.
All right. If you're in the hallway getting popcorn, like 1 minute warning. Thank you. We are at the last competition of Bridging Innovation Week's competition day, and I'm going to hand it over to the LG Nova team. This is a brand new competition to competition day, and we're very excited to have them. So we've got some top tier competitors coming up, and we appreciate you all being here. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much. Really excited to be here. I'm Josh DeFrancis. I'm head of incubation and venture building at LG. And I'm going to chat a little bit about LG Nova just for about 5 minutes to give some context. And then my colleague Dave will talk a little bit about the Elevate program and what we're doing in West Virginia. So LG Nova, folks might know, but at a high level, we're the Silicon Valley innovation arm for LG Electronics. And our vision is to create a brighter future and a better way of living for all, made possible with new experiences powered by AI technology. So how do we do that? So we essentially we're focused on building out long-term strategic businesses for LG that aren't aligned with their core business. So you think of LG, makes fantastic products, TVs, washers, appliances, car parts, people don't realize are car technology. But beyond that, we're really looking to build out software, platform, SaaS type businesses in a couple of focus areas. And hopefully some of those businesses, we want to become billion-dollar businesses. And so how we do that, we have an outside-in innovation model that involves collaborating with a bunch of different folks in the ecosystem. So we work with a lot of startups. We have about 5,000 startups in our ecosystem, all over, a lot in Silicon Valley, but all over the place. Working with West Virginia startups as well, corporations, investors, government, state. We have a partnership with the state. That's been really fantastic. Higher education institutions. And we have a venture studio, essentially. That's what we do in Silicon Valley. And so we have a bespoke incubation innovation process where we build companies from scratch. And so we hire really fantastic folks, EIRs, we have product, we have engineering, and we have this innovation process where we define opportunities. We then try to de-risk those opportunities. We select some, we de-risk them through proof of concept, through customer discovery. We eventually build out products, then bring it to market. And some of those, from about a portfolio of about 25 projects a year, we spin out every year, 2 to 3 new companies. And so just a little bit of what we're doing in West Virginia. So the goal, through the partnership is to create a self-sustaining innovation ecosystem for economic growth in West Virginia and in the focus area. So we work in health tech and clean tech, transformational tech, which is kind of broader enterprise startup, AI across there. And so in the near term, we're really looking to take our businesses that we've built and businesses we're working with in West Virginia and bring them to the state and hire people and scale that technology and try to solve problems and challenges in West Virginia. Then over the longer term, we're working to actually not just kind of take businesses and hire teams and folks in West Virginia, but build new businesses in West Virginia. And that aligns a bit with the folks you're going to hear from today through the Elevate program. Then hopefully we eventually scale those businesses in West Virginia. And that leads to that recurring driver of innovation, new ventures, new venture creation jobs that will drive the economic development. And that's our hope and our vision. And we work on businesses in kind of impact-oriented areas that are solving real problems. And so thus far, our team has built out 4 businesses in kind of California, but they all have teams now in West Virginia. So we have Prime Focus Health, which is hospital to home, really focused on transitional care, helping folks move from the hospital to the home, live healthier lives. We have Relief AI, which is really giving behavioral health providers tools to better serve their patients. We just spun out a company called OnVibe, which is really focused on a platform that creates tools for small businesses and content creators to market and share more about their business. And then last year in the energy and the clean tech vertical, we spun out a business called Pato AI that is an energy orchestration platform in the data center space. And so those are what we have thus far. However, we have about a bunch of projects in the portfolio right now, and there's 2 to 3 more businesses we're going to spin out this year. Then we also have folks in West Virginia you're going to hear from today, and hopefully some of those folks will move forward, but ultimately build sustainable businesses as well in West Virginia. And Elevate, I'm going to talk about a bit. Dave is going to, my colleagues, talk more. But Elevate is one of our efforts. We have a number of different initiatives, and this is one, and it's really about collaborating with LG to build businesses. So we are looking to find great entrepreneurs, but it's a structured venture building program for West Virginia and the Appalachian area, designed to kind of bring in startups and entrepreneurs and identify real world challenges in West Virginia and build these businesses here, not other places hiring like our others, but actually build them from the ground up here across health tech, clean tech, and transportational and transformational tech. So I'm going to actually pause there, and I'll hand it to Dave, who's going to share more. But thank you for joining us, and you're going to really enjoy the pitches in a few minutes.
So thank everyone for being here today. I was really excited to see a good crowd in here for the Ignite West Virginia competition right ahead of us, and I'm glad to see a few people here today. We really didn't know what to expect, but I'm glad to see that there's interest here in innovation and interest in what we are doing here with LG Nova. So for Elevate West Virginia, our opportunity really is to engage with a venture studio that has been operating in Silicon Valley for a number of years and share some of those resources with West Virginia entrepreneurs through our office here that is really built to replicate as best we can what they've done in Silicon Valley. And we'll get into a little bit of those differences in a minute. But we really want joint collaboration with all the teams across both of our offices on the West Coast and East Coast. Built into our networks, we have potential investors, some of our own funding, but we also have a network of capital partners. But this third one really is what we're all about here today. So ecosystem network, ecosystem building, we're all part of this event, Bridging Innovation, which has done a tremendous job in the last 5 years helping the entrepreneurial ecosystem in West Virginia take root and to grow. What we are trying to do is just pour some fuel on that fire that they've already set. So Elevate West Virginia is all along those lines. These are a few of the benefits. As I mentioned, sharing the ecosystem that we've built in California and across the world with hundreds or even thousands of other startups and small businesses in that portfolio of potential partners. Go-to-market support. We get a lot of support again from the Silicon Valley office as we grow the team here in West Virginia. I mentioned the ecosystem before. I'll show the steps of this process in just a second, but through the middle of the journey through Elevate West Virginia, we provide some grant funding to keep the innovation going until it gets to the point where we can actually put some funding behind it and spin the companies off. Again, we have captive funding in the Nova Wave Fund that comes into play in later stages. And then across the board, I sound pretty repetitive, but again, in both coasts, a tremendous number of professionals that have either launched their own businesses, had successful exits, have been in coaching and mentoring. A lot of folks in our network internally and those that we touch that have been there and done that and can help lend their expertise. The process looks like this. Over the last several months, we spent interviewing entrepreneurs, getting to know people in our networks. We were familiar with all of the competitors who have been at Bridging Innovation over the last several years, talked to a lot of them, and we're really looking for innovators that have some experience, they have drive, they have good ideas, and they align with the verticals of interest for LG Nova, which fall in healthcare, or health tech, clean tech, and transformational technologies, which is a much broader, sort of all-encompassing category. That second phase is where we are today. So we're here to show the 5 participants that have been working with us for the last couple of months, give them a chance to present their ideas, and pitch for the opportunity to move on to stage 3, where some of that grant funding kicks in and we start to really focus in on the ideas and begin developing their proof of concept. Later on, this is a continuous stage gate process, so later on there'll be another gate at the end of the proof of concept, where then they would move into venture planning and then into MVP development and seeking seed capital. So in stage 5 is where the businesses become standalone, they spin off and go after funding. Ideally, they would get out there, they would be successful in their seed rounds, they would get out there and be able to raise multiple rounds, and ultimately the goal for us is to create unicorns. Internally, we call those Novacorns. A friend down here, Will, came up with that term, I think, so we want to give him credit for that. But that's our goal in the end and what we're looking to do. So who we're looking for, we're looking for very early stage ideas if the idea is already developed, or entrepreneurs who are interested in working with us to develop an idea. Location for what we're doing right now is right here in West Virginia. We want to build the concept of this process, prove it out a little bit, and then expand it to a broader area in Appalachia. Again, we want to focus primarily on industries of interest for LG Nova, and above all else, we're looking for passion for innovation. We want people that can move something forward and get over hurdles and jump roadblocks as they go. Back up one. Before we get started, I want to acknowledge our panel of judges. We have 2 local judges whose names you will recognize in Kevin DiGregorio and Mark Halbritter. Thank you guys for taking the time to be with us today. And I guess the other 2 guys you've kind of met, you saw Josh a minute ago. He's the LG Nova head of incubation. And Will Barkus is our lead of Grand Challenges and Ecosystem Development. Our format today will be 10-minute presentations with 3 to 4 minutes of Q&A and then a minute to switch over. So it will go by pretty quickly, but we hope you sit back and enjoy the show from here. And with that, I want to invite Dr. Maria Jose Ramirez with Your Local Nest.
Okay. Hi, everyone. How do I do it? There. Okay. Who here, show of hands, who here has a toddler or had a toddler at home? Yeah? And who of you were paying $1,000 or more for daycare? And maybe who of you or your partners stop working or lower their hours because of daycare? Well, in my case, that was me. So I have a 2 and a 4-year-old. Wow, it's emotional. And I built my career since I was 15. Sorry. And I've been I studied in 3 different countries, I speak 3 different languages, I have a PhD. And in my mind, I built a business that I will be able to, work in the mornings and have my kids in the afternoon, but, sorry, that wasn't possible. It was like the meme, like the expectations versus reality, when you expect something and the reality was different. I couldn't work with a toddler at home, and even though I have my own business, I couldn't really afford daycare. So I had kind of like to kind of stop working, and that was, still is very painful. Because like, even though like I can work and I wrote a book and kind of can do some consulting here and there, it's so hard. And I keep trying, and it's an uphill battle, and I feel like sad and angry, and like brings tons of conflict with my husband, and like me hating everything and thinking I'm a failure constantly. And then, I realized, and I saw all the women around me that like were professionals and had even advanced degrees, but also had to choose to not work and leave their careers aside and things like, kind of like leave all their degrees to the garbage. And it turns out it wasn't a me problem. It wasn't that I couldn't do it and I was a failure. It's like, it's an industry that it's a huge industry, but it's failing families. And these like numbers are like crazy, like 50% in the US, people in the US live on a childcare desert. And that is a very technical term. It means like there's 50 kids under the age of 5 that don't have access to a licensed daycare, so their community doesn't have a daycare, or for one space in daycare, there are like 3 kids waiting for it. So even though there's no daycares, there's a lack of daycare. And on top of that, they're super expensive. And even though if you can pay for those expensive daycares, like here in West Virginia, they say like the average is like $800. We pay like $1,500. I'm not sure where those average are. And in like California, they're paying $3,000. So the percentage of money that we pay for daycare is huge. And even if you can pay, if you're a doctor, like working tech, like we have long waiting lists, rigid hours, and not a really, really good quality daycare. And also we have limited transparency. So what is important to have daycare? And I didn't know it until like I started studying it. Childcare is an economic bottleneck. Like many families like me, we have to choose between working or care. And like low access to daycares or care for kids account for like a big part of the population that cannot work. And in West Virginia, only 55% of the population that can work are working. And for women, like the workplace participation is only it's under 50%. And on top of that, you have like a third, like 33% of parents have to lose work, like stop work, like miss work because of daycare issues, and that costs a lot of money for the state. Oh, no, wait. Oh. Yeah, there. So what is that? Like we think like, oh, daycare is just expensive. How come it's expensive in like California and it's also expensive in West Virginia, or like it's expensive in New York, and we think like, oh, they must be making tons of money. But reality is like childcare centers are like working on like really thin margins, and I didn't know that at first, but they have very strict ratios. Like for instance, like for babies, you can only have 1 adult for like 4 babies. And why is that? Because in case of a fire, like an adult can only take realistically 2 babies, or at least at most 2 or 3 babies at the same time to run out. You cannot really take more, like you cannot take 6 babies at a time to like run out of a fire. And also, if you have more than 4 babies at a time, can you imagine like a room full of crying babies that are only trying to survive? So like you won't have that interaction that kids need to for their brain development. So like the difference from childcare centers from other industries is that you cannot actually make them more efficient. The ratios are not able to change. So what I am proposing, but what we're missing is that there's a large unutilized childcare supply. We have plenty of people available to do childcare. In this example, it's a friend who texted me like she was taking care of my 2 kids when she was taking care of her 2 kids. And she was able to do more things around her house because our kids were playing together. So it was easier in a way. And also we have community centers. Or like in my case, we have children's museums. And in Spark, where the children's museum where I work, we are going to pilot a co-work space for parents so someone can watch their kids while they're working. And that will be my pilot for this venture. So what do I propose? I propose to unlock flexible childcare through a trusted AI-powered local marketplace. It will help working parents to find reliable, affordable, and flexible childcare. It will activate stay-at-home parents and third spaces like museums or community centers to provide some care for the community. And will we use AI to match families with the local caregivers, enabling like instant search, booking, and payment with a trusted platform. Similar with it will be between Airbnb and Uber. So what will be the consequences? What will be the good things about this platform? It will help parents to have access to like affordable and flexible caregiving for their kids. For caregivers, they will give them access to have some money. Then for the system, it will increase childcare supply without building new buildings or without building new infrastructure. And for the state, it will create more revenue. So this is how we're going to use AI, matching families, optimizing pricing, and we can aggregate the reviews and stuff. And also the trust layer. And these are our potential partnership with other LG Nova startups. So we can partner with Didit to do identity verification, with the Hello AI to give caregiving outsourcing, stuff like that. So that's it.
Thank you for the presentation. Can you share a little bit about how it would be different from an urban sitter? My wife and I use Urban Sitter to find babysitters, and they're kind of rated and reviewed. Is this more for ongoing care?
Well, what I find with the sitters, and we have always this issue with my husband, it's like, why don't we have a sitter? And I get very tight and kind of angry, because sitters is like one sitter for my kids, and I feel very guilty using them. Like, they're expensive. One is like I have to pay like $100 to go for a date. So that kind of pains me. It's like more expensive to pay for a sitter than to go for dinner. But also, like, I feel guilty. Like, the times, like, if my sitter is there and I'm working, I feel really guilty. But like, when you have another mom watching for my kids with their kids, my kids are playing with other kids. Or if we have a community center like the museum, my kids are interacting with other kids and learning something, not with kind of like a subsidized mom. That should be my role. So I am not really a fan of babysitters, and also you have to text them and then review them, and they don't come, and it's a huge thing. You can use it once, but then they're never available. I mean, I don't like it. Like, I think that's the great thing about Uber is like, it cut the coordination between me having to call the taxi and schedule it. I don't want to call the babysitter. That's the difference.
Dr. Marias, thank you.
Yes.
You've identified a clear need for the service. In your mind, who will be the one that pays you for the service?
Well, the easy way will be the parents. So the parents who need the service, they will pay. But like, I think now with the TriShare program and there are there are like businesses that can pay for the service. I think that there could be more avenues, not just the parents directly, but we can have like businesses that pay for hours, for instance, and also like we eventually would be nice to partner with for them to kind of pay for us part of the service if they're if the parents are working on a company for a tri-share, model.
Thank you.
Thanks. It's definitely a painful thing. I have 2 kids. I remember that phase. It was terrible. It obviously brings up a lot of pain, so thank you for sharing that. I'm curious about how do you get blood out of a turnip? If you've got low margins, it's already really expensive. Like, where does the extra money come into the system that the service itself like captures some fraction of? I mean, the $60-some billion is like the total spend, but most of that goes to the caregivers, I think, right? And you said they have low margins. So how do you get money out of this?
Well, in this case, it's similar to Airbnb or Uber. Like, I think on a marketplace like this, it's like, I think the margin is like 15% of whatever they're paying. So in Uber would be like some marketplaces 7% for the caregivers and some 7% for the parent. Like, there are different kind of margins that like you can play with. But I think most importantly, like, this is a repeated business. Like, even though like maybe every parent will pay like $30 to $40 per time, every time, they can use the service 3 or 4 times per week. So just at one time, like it's unlike Airbnb. Airbnb, maybe you book once or twice per year, and Uber, maybe a little bit more, or maybe some people use it way more, but like with daycare, this is a recurrent need. So even if the margin, if then you're just charging the 15% that it's for this marketplace, you have a lot of like repeated business. And this is a business that is still growing, like there's millions of kids that are boarding all the time. So this problem is not going away. And when I was trying to explain the problem of childcare providers, is that problem won't get solved. So it's only getting worse. So we need an alternate solution. Like, we need to kind of bring something to market that is disruptive because things are not working. So that's why.
So it's very good. It's obviously a big problem, and I like it when you care so much that it makes you that emotional. That's a good thing, right? Don't be embarrassed by that. That's a good thing. So I'll follow up on Mark's question with a comment, then I have another question. It might not be a bad idea for the providers to also kick in money to join the platform, and then parents pay to use it after that, maybe. But that's something we need to think about. But how do you see launching your proof of concept? You going to do that in a real local place? I mean, have you thought through that yet?
The proof of concept?
Yeah, the proof of concept.
Yeah.
Once you launch it, you're probably not going to launch it, globally at first. You're going to do it somehow.
Yeah, so I don't have these slides. Yeah, so for the proof of concept, I have like 2 things. Oh, why is it? Sorry. It went, well, obviously we're launching here in West Virginia. And first we will find like 20 families for caregivers. And in my case, I was talking with my friend who took care of my son, was taking care of my kids and taking care of my kids this evening for dinner. And when I told her the idea, she said like, oh wow, and I can make $10 per hour while I'm watching my kids. So for the beginning, I will have to first find like 20 families that will be vetted, and I will know them. Probably I will start with all my friends who have kids and I trust, and we will trust, and then we can like kind of market it or promote it with like a circle of closer people, and like test it and see what actually happens. Because I can imagine plenty of things, but in the reality, maybe there are things I'm not seeing. So I would like to test it with like a group of people that can actually give me quick feedback, quick and honest. And also we're going to do at Spark, like the museum that I work at. We're going to launch a workplace for parents. So like we're going to have a caregiver there for kids while the parents are there. So we can also test the market and see if it's a valuable idea for the museum. Because we already have, like in the museum, we have a building, we have capacity. Like the museum only opens for 3 hours a day, so we have all the afternoon free. So we can do other things, and this is one of the projects that we're doing. Answer my question?
No, that was the time.
Okay.
Yeah, perfect. Sorry.
Next up is Dr. Mona Gias with Patient Experience Companion.
Good afternoon. Now, I want you to imagine you come into the clinic for routine lab work, and then the phone rings. Your results are back, something is wrong, and you need to be admitted to the hospital. You find out that your white blood cell counts are 20 times the upper limit, so 238,000. So you get admitted, doctors are coming in and out of your room, you need to have imaging, more lab work, a biopsy. You hear the words cancer and leukemia. You're terrified, but you're expected to absorb this life-altering information and make critical decisions based on it. And then, just like that, you're being discharged home, you have this new diagnosis, new medications, a new daily reality, and you are alone with all of it. That is the daily reality. Sorry. Now I want you to imagine if this happened to you or to your child or to your family. That is the daily reality of hundreds of thousands of patients and their families. And medicine, with all of its brilliance, has had no answer for it. My name is Mona Gias. I'm the founder of the Patient Experience Companion. I am a board-certified physician with a decade of direct patient experience. And what I'm bringing to you today comes from the bedside, a gap in medicine that has become impossible to ignore and has cost the healthcare system and the patients a lot of time, money, and suffering. Now, this is not a niche problem. This problem is massive, and it's growing. Currently, 3 in 4 American adults have a diagnosis of chronic illness, whether it's hypertension, chronic kidney disease, malignancy, and chronic illness management is costing us $4.9 trillion every year. But now, children are becoming a big portion of this, with 1 in 3 children having a chronic illness diagnosis, and 130,000 new diagnoses is being made annually every year. So the system fails patients in 3 distinct areas, and the first one is health literacy. So only about 12% of American adults can manage their health effectively, and that's pretty unsurprising given that the average reading comprehension level in the United States is at the 5th grade level. But medication labels, discharge summaries, consent forms, none of them are tailored to this. So this lack of health literacy becomes a very potent driver of readmissions and poor health outcomes. The second one is anxiety and trauma, and this is one of the most overlooked aspects in all of medicine, but it's a very big barrier to re-engagement and leads to non-compliance. And then as a culmination of the first 2, you kind of get this loss of agency in patients. Published studies show now that a diminished patient autonomy leads to disengagement from treatment, non-compliance, and poor health outcomes. So children with chronic illness are navigating one of the hardest experiences of their lives, along with their families, completely alone between hospital visits and clinic visits. So 27% of US children live with a chronic illness, and $238 billion is lost annually to low health literacy. But there are 0 scaled AI tools to address this. Now, this is something I like to say from my own clinical experience. The complexities of medicine really begin when the patient is at home in their own element. because that's where the gaps become apparent. That's where the patient is most vulnerable, but that's exactly where the white space is. The AI boom is beginning to transform healthcare. We have tools for diagnostic radiology, we have EHR optimization tools for physicians. What we don't have is something to bridge the gap for our most vulnerable patients. That is where the PEC comes in. The Patient Experience Companion is the name of the platform and the brand. And then REMI CS is the AI framework that powers this platform. And the first product I'm proposing is MyBuddy, an AI companion for pediatric patients. REMI CS stands for Responsive Emotional Modeling Intelligent Clinical System. It's an AI framework that's been built from both the bedside, but also grounded in published medical evidence. And it stands on 3 pillars. The first one is medical literacy. So you have clear, age-appropriate explanations of diagnosis and treatment. So patients and their families, their caregiving teams, know what happened, what is going to happen, what to do next. And the second one is emotional processing. You have AI-powered, trauma-informed support that meets the patient where they are in their own element, so the patient's fear is addressed before it becomes avoidance. And then the third is developmental continuity, because we know that illness interrupts normal growth and developmental trajectories. So REMI CS protects the whole child throughout their healthcare journey through a series of psychosocial tools. Why pediatrics first? First of all, because studies show that medication non-adherence is actually highest in pediatric patients. 50 to 88% of pediatric patients are non-compliant to prescribed medications. And we hope that with early intervention, you can foster trust in the medical system, and those habits that they learn carry them into adulthood. And also because pediatric patients actually have more frequent check-ins, more frequent touch points, so proof of concept can actually be established faster. So meet Taylor on day 31 of her treatment journey. As she goes on the app, she sees her power pills, her hero missions for the day, her emotional mood check-ins, and she has her AI chatbot companion. 3 things are happening on this slide. You have emotional companionship, health literacy disease management, and empowerment with establishing autonomy. And some of the things that keep Taylor coming back is the engagement engine with gamification, where missions earn stars, stars earn badges, and badges are clinical milestones. You have psychosocial tools, and an amazing Heroes Like Me section where celebrities and athletes are featured that have undergone difficulties with chronic illness. So she knows that her diagnosis does not define her ceiling. And as Taylor is on her own healthcare journey, her mom, Jessa, sees everything in real time. She has her own health literacy tools, her own AI chatbot, because a mom that feels informed and supported makes less panicked ER visits, asks better questions, and stays engaged in her child's care. Why does PEC become a unicorn? Well, because first, as there are some fragmented attempts at solving this problem, there's no actual AI scaled platform to address this big gap. So currently we'd be setting the standard in the space. And AI patient engagement is blossoming underneath us. The wave is growing. So much so that the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid are running their own pilot this summer. And they're utilizing patient engagement tools for hospital systems and changing their entire reimbursement method to become outcomes-based, showing us that this is the future of medicine. This is affecting policy. This will be the future. And also because pediatric cancer has a direct path, PEC has a direct path to scale from pediatric cancer to general pediatric chronic disease to adult chronic disease. And I just want to leave you with this one last note. Every day, hundreds of thousands of patients and families ask the same two questions. What is happening and where do we go from here? And for the first time, there's an answer. Thank you.
So my child has cancer, and I'm going home with this diagnosis, and I have your tool. What am I going out with? Am I going out with an app that's going to be on my phone? Are you handing me a tablet that now has the tool?
It'd be on the phone.
Okay, be on the phone.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I would purchase it, or the medical institution would provide it to me as part of the.
I would see, one of the main things I wanted to do was not have an EHR, linked just in the beginning, so to kind of leave room to decide that, but I do think ultimately the medical system would purchase it,
Okay.
and even insurance companies,
Would pay for it. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really cool. I was going to kind of related. How does the FDA look at this? How do you think about, like, is this clinical decision support? Are you giving it medical advice? And then when you get into those areas, like, are you worried about hallucination of the models, et cetera, HIPAA when it's connected up? Like, there's a lot of, like, messy
So
stuff.
HIPAA compliance, that is relatively easy. I've looked into it when I was building the prototype earlier. The FDA, I don't think it would be giving medical advice. I have to look into that further because the FDA is a whole nother avenue, and I do understand that. So I will have to look into that. Yeah.
What about hallucination of the model?
Oh, wait, sorry.
Oh, if the model hallucinates somehow or is telling them something that's not really totally true, or, you know what I mean? Like, do you worry about the AI systems?
Yeah. Well, we'd probably have to have backup systems, and the good thing is that the patient's family is along the ride with them, so it's not like the kid's engaging completely on their own, right? So it'd be mostly gamification that the patient's engaging in with their on their own. But yeah, the hallucination model, we'd have to look at that.
Thank you, Dr. Gies.
Thank you.
Very good presentation. It was interesting to ponder the possibilities. Tell me about what interaction would occur with the doctor's office and the staff out of the office. How do they use this as you envision it?
So the thing is with the non-EHR compatibility, what you can do now is upload everything into, not upload, it can all be QR code accessible. So I have looked into that, which is actually relatively easy, and then they can just look at updates until you become EHR linked, and then it would be real-time feedback of data to the healthcare system. But until then, I think the QR code, or they can just like upload and look at the app themselves. But I think the QR code is actually the easiest way of garnering information from the app itself. Like all the updates of logistically how the patient's been feeling, all the data points that you would gather. Yeah.
But you're getting at, like, does the doctor need to be involved at all, like keeping track of how the family is using the app, or is it totally sort of separate?
I think initially we would have to be involved. Just the feedback loop to see if it's, to reiterate that it is working, in fact. But I think ultimately if it becomes autonomous and it takes off, I think, and it's working well, I don't think the feedback loop, yeah, it's important for the doctor to see the data points, but I don't think it'd have to be as involved, if that makes sense.
You had some screenshots, and I'd love to hear how much progress you've made with a prototype and what your thoughts would be on a pilot if you were to move forward. Would that be a WVU or, where the opportunity is?
Where to do the pilot? Sorry, I couldn't.
What your next steps would look like if you were to move forward and get some money to test it out.
Well, I have thought about WVU Children's versus UPMC. Obviously not UPMC right now, but also any there's other like children's hospitals and cancer centers like further down in the state, so they'd be a good source to start the pilot. But I think WVU, just because of this conglomeration of how many different types of patients they see and different cases, I think would be a good place to start. Yeah.
We have 30 seconds. Is the avatar going to look like my kid?
Sorry, what?
Is the avatar going to resemble my kid, or will it be a? Yeah.
Ultimately, yeah.
Ultimately,
that was a placeholder.
It's going to be very.
picture.
Yeah. It's going to
Or well, the thing was initially when I had built it out, it was supposed to be your companion, right? You could have a picture of your companion that you choose. That was what I was building into it, and that was before. But I think it'd be nice to have a combination, like an avatar of your kid, and your kid can choose what avatar they want, and then their care companion, they can also choose what kind of AI chatbot. That's what I mean, not care companion.
Sure.
Your AI chatbot is like a character to make it more interactive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Good. Good stuff.
Thanks.
And next up, let's welcome John Barton with Catalyst.
Let's hope for the best here. Sound check. Oh, wow, that's loud. Hey, if I'm being too loud, somebody say, hey, that's really loud. Thanks. All right, quick question. Show of hands. Who says thank you to their AI? Okay, so about half. Follow-up. Does that matter? Not why do you do it, because the motivation could vary across, and we can't really measure motivation. But we can measure consequences. So if we're asking, why does that matter, then does it impact the model? No, the model's already locked. Does it impact the system prompts? No, because again, those are locked. But it does impact the user, because how you treat the model is a little bit how you view it, but also more a reflection of you. So thanking the model, you reinforce that. You are respectful, that you treat things that you work with respect. My point is that when we talk about sort of what is the ecosystem of AI, the user is part of that ecosystem. An important, essential part of that ecosystem. And sometimes we leave that out. Time. Okay, real quick. I wanted to thank Tara and Amber and everybody for this week. I thought it was amazing. And also, I got to visit the AI pitches on Monday, and then all the workshops and everything else Tuesday, and hear all those amazing conversations, and listen to, and then the AI Build hackathon last night. Do you know what I didn't hear? AI readiness, AI literacy, AI fluency, safety, ethics, bias, identity, role, and the first time I heard hallucination was from the last question. None of that was brought up. None of it was discussed. That is a problem. Because if we're talking about change management, another term I didn't hear, There are 3 sections to it. The first is AI literacy, just understanding the basics. Then AI fluency, how good you are at it and building up those skills, until we finally get to AI adoption. If we jump straight into AI adoption without the foundation and without the skills and fluency, it would be the equivalent of if we took 16-year-olds, tossed the keys to a Lamborghini and said, here, go learn how to drive. Would some manage to get it across and around and, not hurt themselves? Yeah. What about the rest? Because it's certainly not 100%. One of the comments I heard at a workshop this week was that AI is not the advantage because everyone has access to it, that the business's systems and processes are what sets it apart. But I think that's false, because it assumes that everyone has equal access. And when you're talking about communities and individuals that do not have AI literacy and AI fluency skills, they are starting this way behind. Catalyst is an AI readiness solution. We're talking about AI. This is Google Trends data. Notice that up until 2023, it shows up almost as a 0. Not that there was no interest in AI before then, but simply compared to now, we've seen 100% increase, like multiple of how it grows. So this conversation went from nobody's having it to more. You see the drop there at the end? Have we lost interest in AI in the last 3 months? No. Then why would it drop so significantly? Because the conversation has moved on to talking about specific skills and specific models and specific tools. So we may not see AI as often, but we would see Claude or ChatGPT or OpenClaw. But again this week, we weren't discussing those. We are still talking about AI in general terms. Even for a cycle that's this short, we're still starting behind. 58% of small business owners self-identified that use generative AI, up from 40% in 24, and then more to double to 23. So small business owners are using it. Again, we're seeing adoption without literacy and skills. And projecting 96% would. AI is, according to McKinsey & Company, is advancing at record speed. The internet did not reach this level of usage until the early 2000s, nearly a decade after it started. We're seeing a massive expansion. And for those of us that lived through the 90s and the first several years of the internet, this is faster. And we know how hard it was for people to adapt to that. 68% of organizations run AI in production, but only 16% have a high AI readiness. Only 12% received any sort of AI training. Only 9% are very comfortable using AI at work. 32% are very uncomfortable, and 69% never use it. This is Gallup, so that's national, but the West Virginia Department of Education ran a poll of 1,500 professional workers within their system that came out with similar results. 69% of the professionals within their system did not use AI, did not like AI, did not think it belonged in the classroom. How are we going to prepare a workforce of the future when the educational system does not believe that AI belongs in the classroom, they're not familiar with it, they're not being trained on it, and we're not doing anything about it? looking side by side, AI adoption rates versus AI readiness. That is a monstrous gap. In between that gap are this question. How do small business owners plan on dealing with the following risks? How are they going to manage it? For ethics violations, bias, hallucinations, equity problems that are showing up in data sets, over-reliance of the workforce or of themselves if they're solopreneurs, low implementation rates, and ultimately skill gaps. The market is new enough that projections for AI readiness and change rate are still growing. I calculated it for a bottom-up. There are 2.5 addressable small businesses in the US. Looking at a couple of different generation models and compared to other things, it looks at between $5,000 to $9,000. I took $6,500 at the low end for more of a conservative estimate. So that would create a serviceable available at $16.25 billion. Year one, to reach 1 million in sales, would require 155 customers. Year 5, to reach 150 to 200 billion at a 1 billion valuation, would require between 20 and 30,000, which amounts to less than 2% of the addressable market. The important thing there too is in Appalachia alone, there are 270,000 small businesses that would fit this, which means I'm looking at 10% of the businesses in Appalachia compared to 1.6 to the ones for national. Thank you.
Can you talk a little bit about the, thank you very much. Can you talk a little bit about the product? You know, even in my role, our team uses a lot of different AI tools for different use cases. So would it train people on many different tools? How exactly would it work? Because there's so many emerging tools.
2 phases. One where we are right now, and then later onboarding. Okay, so let's focus on right now. First, by starting with AI literacy, that's going to be the general foundation, so the tools don't matter. If we're talking about hallucinations, it doesn't matter whether you're talking about Claude, we're talking about Lovable, we're talking about Perplexity. The risk of hallucination and how to prevent that are all going to be the same. So, very basically, AI literacy is basic concepts, vocabulary, so we're all on the same page. But then we get into fluency, and that's going to be tool specific, which also is going to have to be updated with each update for that tool. If anybody was using ChatGPT when they shifted from 4 into 5 and saw all the workflows kind of go nuts for a while, you can see how updates can drastically change where you're at. But yeah. Once you get past the readiness section of it, then it's going to be, okay, how do we specifically train people for each tool? How do we diagnose where they are, create custom lessons and feedbacks to give them the skills they need, and then build up from there. And also test how they're using it to determine what we can suggest to help improve that.
Zach, thank you for your presentation. Question for you about how you plan to go to market, how you might foresee that. You talked about small and medium-sized businesses in the aggregate. Do you envision segmenting those in somehow and focusing just on, for example, medium-sized business, small business, large business? How do you see the market evolving?
Right now, I see small businesses, 10 to 100 employees, because they have the greatest need. They're already picking up tools, they're already adopting. Like if we look at a technology acceptance, curve, then they're starting early adopters, kind of mid. We're not talking about the dinosaurs that aren't reluctant. We're looking at, for beginning, those that are already buying tools, but also see the data, their people aren't using them. From there, it becomes compounding because after you finish the initial training, like I said earlier, you've got phase 2. Whatever the turnover is for their industry, that's going to be continual onboarding for new employees, plus whatever tools that they're using are going to have updates. That's going to require updating. If they decide to switch tools, that's going to require an all-new training. So with each new client, it becomes more, the lifetime of that client. At its core, it's still a learning platform. So ultimately, the expansion, seeing what the market shows, but anything that would generate a learning, that would use a learning platform, it could apply to. If I just focused on AI readiness audit, that's something that teachers could use, students could use, parents that were trying to talk to the kids about AI and what it was. That's a general tool, even though we build it for small business, could be utilized multiple sectors.
Thanks. Okay, last question, I guess. First of all, I feel like someone should say amen. There's a lot in there that was really true. From a business side, though, I'm still getting my head around, is this a product? Is it a service? Is it a university? How much will it cost? Price per employee, let's say? How much will it cost you to actually deliver it? And then also, I guess, how do you compete with if this is a learning platform, as I'm kind of thinking about it, how do you compete with, Coursera or LinkedIn Learning or other things out there? Yeah, a lot of questions, I guess.
Looking at, discussing with lifetime value, looking at what is effectively service. A larger chunk for the initial onboarding because that's such a larger thing. And then the service part becomes the ongoing updates, as well as blocks for major trainings whenever anything comes out new that's being updated. As far as competitive market, yes, there are other L&D companies out there that are doing AI, but they're either focused on enterprise, which requires custom solutions for each company, and each company is large enough that it's going to take them a while to build that out and iterate it, or like Coursera, are entirely reliant on employee motivation to go out on their own and do it. This is an employer deployed solution. So they're able to implement it, they're able to do it. It would be, an AI-driven system that could then follow through and kind of identify what behaviors are they seeing, what sort of new problems. And as that data sets build, that also becomes a differentiator because we learn more about how people are struggling, what they're having trouble learning with. And even though that market of 270,000 in Appalachia is smaller, if we have an AI readiness solution that works for Appalachia, it is going to work anywhere else. So that offering becomes not just the US, but a larger global expansion. Thank you.
Okay. This one on? Okay. Quick battery change there. Sorry about that. Next up, and we're in the home stretch now. Next up is Zach Edgel with InsureWise AI.
Hi, I'm Zach, and I'd like to start this off with a simple question. How many of you all have ever went to a doctor's office, got a procedure like an MRI, CAT scan, or whatever, and got a surprise bill in the mail 6 months later because your insurance won't cover all of it? That actually happens a lot more common than what you think. 57% of Americans have a surprise bill. That causes 44% of them to skip care entirely because they don't even know what they're going to cost. Add that to 50 million Americans on high deductible plans, that's going to add up to $800 billion out of pocket costs by the end of 2026. So, why don't insurance companies fix this? Well, they have no financial incentive to go and send you a $300 cash pay office versus $900 in-network one. And they do got alternatives out there. They do got calculators for calculating how much you're going to owe, but they're very unreliable and are hard to find. So why don't other companies offer this? Because the data is just not becoming available. It used to be behind paywalls or not even available at all. Now hospitals and insurance companies are required to make this information public. The raw data is there, but it's unstructured in a lot of times. We add intelligence later to make that possible. It's a $5.5 billion problem hiding in plain sight. There are 153 million insured Americans. A third of them are on high deductible plans. That means there's a $5.5 billion total addressable market. Like I said before, $800 billion in out-of-market cost in 2026. West Virginia has one of the highest ranks in out-of-pocket cost for surprise bills. I'd like to introduce you to InsureWise. InsureWise is a way to go and see cash prices and insurance prices up front. The setup process is simple. You'll go in, put in your member information such as your insurance plan, your current deductible status, etc. That's it. You can start looking at procedures. Our AI will help you find the cheapest place to get a procedure done based off the hospital's ranking, and along with their cost, it can recommend you different cash prices versus insurance cost. And in the future, we hope to even implement various other technologies out of that. So why does AI make this possible? There's a scale challenge. Like I said before, this data don't all follow the same structure. 65,000 different fragmented data providers out there, and insurance companies offer only a PDF most time. So what we do is we use the LLMs to parse this unstructured data in seconds. Then we can also employ autonomous agents to handle verifications and member queries 24/7. And every query helps improve our data model. The network effect widens the accuracy gap, which makes it harder for our competition to catch up as we move on. So, why do existing solutions fall short? Like I said before, care cost estimates are hard to find. They don't provide very good data. You got your human navigators, like your customer service reps for hospitals and insurance companies. They're slow, expensive, and they have inconsistent quality. You got some good ones for pharmacy, though. You got like GoodRx and Endpoint Solutions, but they're pharmacy only. And you got your enterprise solutions like Turquoise Health. They're large, enterprise focus only, no employee-facing apps, and some don't even service cash prices. And just to be honest, how many people have ever heard of Healthcare Blue Book? Coverage of West Virginia is minimal, and there's absolutely no AI personalization and don't integrate the plans. We offer real-time insurance versus cash price comparisons. We service cheapest ones automatically, and our AI power improves over time. So what's our goal? We want to reach $1 million in year one. And how are we going to do that? We do B2B sales. We're selling directly to these employers at $3 per employee per month. That's something that HR is not familiar with, so they're going to put this in the budget pretty easily. We only need to cover 27,778 lives to get that $1 million in 1 year. That's just 0.05% of our total addressable market. We also plan to expand in the future with an ACA individual market, point-of-care financing integrations, and also white-label partnerships with brokers and TPAs. So, about me. Why am I qualified to build this? I have built AI in healthcare many times before. I've dealt with claims and network architecture, and these solutions required HIPAA from day one. It wasn't a bolt-on solution later. I also have different connections here with WVU, and I'm working to try to get Vidalia Health as an initial pilot customer. So why West Virginia? West Virginia, like I said before, has the highest rates of surprise bills. We can also establish partnerships in Morgantown and Huntington with Vidalia Health, WVU Health, along with Marshall Health. This will help us provide a local impact we're AI native by nature, which helps us, parse this data a lot quicker. Regulatory guidelines are in our favor, and we're capital ready. So, in short, we're the right solution, the right time, the right market. We're ready to pilot, ready to build. Now, and on this, 57% of Americans have been surprised by a medical bill, and SureWise exists to the 50, it never is. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. A nice job. One question, I understand that there's recent changes in policy and requirements for price transparency. What I don't know is, have healthcare institutions made that available yet? Because obviously it needs to be available, both the cash pay and for each insurance plan. Is that information all available for you to pull out and provide that to the consumer patient?
Yeah, they had to make it public available. The CMS keeps track of all the different APIs and stuff to grab it. So we just make a simple call out to these services, and it has to be public available and can be authenticated of that nature, so we just pull the information back in.
How long do you think it would take you to get to the point where you'd be able to sell the service or product to customers?
Yeah, so we're done building out a POC already. I was done able to implement a pretty easy, just a proof of concept, in just a few days. I feel like, with enough development time, we had this rolled out in just like a month, to initial customers.
In a month's time it'd be ready?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Have you done any customers discovery yet? Have you really gone out and just see if people are willing to pay? And
Yes, I spoke with some PEIA employers, like Public Board of Education employees and stuff, and they seem really eager with this idea because the rates and stuff depend on how much employers cost them. So they seem very interested, and so did the actual teachers and stuff like that, PEIA too.
Can you just explain a little bit how you monetize it?
Yeah, so we're on $3 per employee per month. So the employer would charge that. So the employer would be charged $3 per employee per month. They can choose to offset that to the employee, or they can choose not to. But we folks going to save them a lot more than that per employee per month.
I'm curious how the patient knows what procedure they need or how to search for that piece of it. Is this only going to work in a situation where the patient knows they need to do a given procedure and then they can search for that? But what if they don't know they need to do something? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, so the way we're looking at it is so let's say an employer has this, right, for employees per month. The reason we don't go out to customers directly is because the customer ain't necessarily going to use it until they need to cover that cost. So the employers, if they're saving $20,000, $30,000 per year because their customers chose to pay cash because they get cheaper, then that's giving a discount to the employee to the employer at that point, which cuts that cost.
When you think about the product, would you start in a particular area? For example, my understanding is imaging is an area where there's wide disparity in prices between two imaging centers right next door. Is there a specific focus area you'd start, or are you going to start for all healthcare? Is it easy to pull in everything?
Yeah, we're wanting to start with this major hospital chains that's easy to grab. That been like CMC, anything Vandalia related, of course, W and stuff. The main things we're going to cover first is your most common procedures like MRI scans, CTs, X-rays, most common procedures. But the cool thing about this data though is it pulls in all this data at one time. So as we get it more accurate stuff, we're going to do about doing how knee surgeries or any publicly available price data that they provide. So it's all in the same data model, so we'll have it right there for them to already use.
A lot of insurers, especially the big ones like Aetna and so forth, have special deals in their networks and they have special pricing. Will you be able to take that into account and pull that data in?
Yeah, so that's part of the data that has to be made public is negotiated rates for insurance companies.
That's also public, okay.
So we're pulling that in also.
I'm curious about the longer term vision and thinking about, getting involved in the payment. We talked a little bit about that at lunch, I guess, or even getting to preventative medicine and things helping prevent something from happening at all. How big is the vision in the long run, I guess?
Yeah, so the three main things that we want to do off the bat is, of course, the payments. That's the main one we're going to get moving. then we also want to do it like an ACH marketplace almost, like to where people can go in, like say like I got mentioned or two earlier today about, you know, people going and switching plans all of a sudden on Medicaid or Medicare, but we could take that information and we could help them decide, like, is it worth switching plans, and if so, which plan should we switch to? And then with that too, we also like to go to these brokers and help sell to the brokers too. Awesome, thank you.
And last but not least, David Levine with Kinship Exchange.
Hello, David Levine here with Kinship Exchange. And I'm going to present a way we can coordinate agentic AI in a way that's not only cooperative, but fully legal. So there's a biological imperative that people don't really consider. Social baseline theory and self-determination theory say people need two things. They need other people, and they need purpose in their lives. And this is borne out by statistics. People have a 50% higher chance of survival, all causes of mortality, if they have strong social relationships. And they're 15% less likely to die if they have a strong sense of purpose. Now, this means that our current internet is literally killing us. The trolls make everybody feel isolated. That ongoing scroll makes you hyper-vigilant at all times. And this was determined by a jury back in just a month ago, saying that for the first time, social media platforms are actually liable for the 41% of Americans who've personally experienced online harassment, and the fact that people are 66% more likely to be depressed if they spend a lot of time on social media than if they don't spend time on social media. So this is a public health crisis akin to the tobacco problem. And we have the equivalent of Nicorette. I guess it's a really bad analogy. But we bring people passion, purpose, and that really leads to a lot of self-autonomy and power. So I use this term movement very purposefully. Now, it could be an organization, enterprise, a club, anything. But the difference between a movement and like a Facebook group is you have a common objective, you have a way to make decisions, you have coordinated action, and measurable results from those actions. A few of our initial movement sponsors are the 2nd Cavalry Association. That was actually the first. I was talking with my daughter's husband, my son-in-law's brother, and telling him what we were building, and he said, oh, I'm part of this veterans group. We could really use this for mutual aid, networking, suicide prevention. We presented to their board of directors, and they were like, we're just getting used to giving up the horses. I don't know about this AI stuff, but they got on board. We have 3 chambers of commerce now in Southern California that want to use this to connect the tech community with the arts community. We have the Center for a Loving Workplace. Their big customer is the state of Washington. They're based in Seattle. This is how we plan to get into the enterprise with all kinds of new ways of leadership and decision making. And then the African American Holiday Association wants to promote this new holiday of healing, forgiveness, and restorative love through this type of agentic framework. So you can now build a movement in 3 simple steps. First, the movement sponsors design their agents. So they put forward the objectives of the group, kind of the guardrails, how it's all going to work. And then all the members put together their own avatars. And this is what's really important. They explain to their avatars their experiences, their aspirations, their challenges, their virtues, their values, and then those avatars can actually represent them in decision making, because they can see how personally, you might be aligned with a particular mission or a particular movement. And the decision-making process is really interesting. AI is very incentive-oriented. So instead of just saying, I'm for this or I'm against this, we give them virtual tokens, and they trade those tokens. They buy and sell them. And at the end, the ones that are on the losing side of the vote lose the value of their tokens. So it's not just, what do I care about, but what consensus is forming, and how can I be convinced that either the pass or fail is the right thing to do. So it's a real decision market designed specifically for AI. And then once the group has determined what the right course of action is, the agents then go and they can sign contracts, they can send money, they can post on social media, they can write letters to congressmen, they can hire people, they can fire people, they can basically do all the things that humans do on behalf of those humans. And the humans are continually interacting with the agents and can set whatever guardrails and human-in-the-loop decisions they choose. So there are 4 major subsystems that we put together that the web, social media, SaaS products separate. So the signals, all the communications that help you determine whether to trust somebody or not, the governance, how you make those decisions, the economics, who gets paid, what they get paid, and then the really important thing that's brand new and really unique to West Virginia is a new legal wrapper so that these fleets of AI agents can have legal standing. And I'll start there. It's called a DUNA, a decentralized, unincorporated nonprofit association. Those can serve for-profits and nonprofits, but essentially they allow, West Virginia just passed this on April 2nd, it goes into effect July 1st. It's one of 3 states that are going to be able to recognize fleets of agents as entities that can function just like a C corporation or an association or an LLC. The kinship graph, if you're familiar with social graphs, those are basically how Facebook matches people and their interests in other people. Knowledge graphs let you know that Obama is a node and Hawaii is a node. The edge between them is born in. So we have this graph which basically assembles all of the disparate information to make these huge fields of agents and people intelligible. Kinship intelligence is our orchestration layer, which reaches out to the large language models when it needs to and then tells the agents what to do. The protocol is a blockchain protocol which distributes funds according to the rules. And future directions, I mean, if you think about vehicles and deciding on lane changes, when lights should go on and off, how decisions are made on massive scales can be done through this same protocol, the same infrastructure, which we call the telepathy engine. And all of a sudden, you know, if you don't want drones flying over your backyard when you're sunbathing or playing badminton or whatever, you should have a say in that. And that's, I believe, almost anything can be solved at the national, local, global level with these types of decision markets. The value flow is all determined by the movement itself, but we have essentially a standard which we think most are going to adopt. It's $10 a month at the protocol level. So if I pay $10 a month, I can join as many movements as I want. We distribute that based on the actual usage of the LLM. So if a lot of people are joining the West Virginia tech movement, then they get a larger share. It's sort of like how Spotify works. We're not going to have to do a lot of advertising because we pay affiliates directly. Someone joins, you get paid. Sponsors pay $100 a month for each movement that they're going to be leading. So this is a huge market. I mean, we're not describing this as an enterprise platform only because right now enterprises are so incredibly confused by AI. I would not want to be standing in front of a CEO right now, or CIO or CTO or anybody right now trying to convince them to use my product. So that's why we're really going more for the movements. And then when people go to work, they're like, man, my Boy Scout troop is using this cool thing. I want to use it for this product. There's not much competition. You know, everyone's trying to cram AI into their own products, but nobody's looking at this globally in terms of the field effects. I've been building big data platforms for over 30 years. I wrote one of the first books on the Java programming language. I presented a paper at the first International Conference of the Web. So I've made a lot of mistakes, a lot of learning experiences, and I plan to make at least a few less this time. So thank you so much. I've really enjoyed getting to know the whole LG Nova team, and thanks for inviting me.
Very interesting, David. I don't completely get it. I have to. It's complicated, I think. So tell me, I'm a member of a Boy Scout group, and I've got this, and I've got an avatar in there with my values, and everything's in there, and it's making decisions. And how's that Boy Scout group really using that?
Sure. It's a great example because I used to be a Boy Scout. I loved environmental sciences. Like, it was totally my jam. Other people might like woodworking, some might want to do camping, whatever. If they can just tell their agent what they want, and the Scoutmaster, you know, can just essentially run a poll, they have essentially the movement, then it'll go to the various agents, and you can only do one thing that weekend. But how are they all going to argue? How are they all going to argue and make a decision among each other? The outcome is going to be the most beneficial based on how everybody has explained to the agent, their agent, what they want to do. Now, afterwards, all the emails go out, or they'll just use the app. Here's what you're going to need for this weekend. It just basically takes care of all of the infrastructure people don't want to take care of. I mean, how do people do things now? They use the app. My kid, my grandson now, has the soccer app, and I have another app for this and another app for that. There's a term that people are using more and more, which is headless agents. If all I'm doing is, instead of going to ChatGPT and asking ChatGPT something, if I'm telling my agent what I want, it should be able to go out and tell the agents what you want, and they all make the decisions, and then they take care of the details. Did that help?
It helps.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, similarly, I thought it was a super grand vision. I almost feel like we're listening like Tim Berners-Lee, or like Stuart Brand in the Whole Earth catalog or something. It's like, it's hard to get your head around, right? Because it's really a paradigm shift. So I guess I have a couple of questions. One is, I'm trying to imagine for like the 2nd Cavalry folks, like how they're actually going to use the protocol. Like, what's the user experience like? Are you creating, an app on top of the protocol, like a Slack, or and who creates? Yeah. You have to create that. And then the question is like, maybe in the long-term differentiation, like, is this essentially like a protocol and a framework and what do you own as far as like intellectual property in the long run? I don't really understand it, I guess.
Yeah, no, it's a good question. So first of all, I'm a big believer in what Geoffrey Moore called the whole solution. So if you just have a protocol and you're trying to convince people to build on it, forget it. It's never going to happen. So yes, there's an app. We're going to release the app in a few weeks, so someone will have something. I'll give you 2 examples. So 2nd Cavalry is a great opportunity because Matt introduced me to quite a few of the people, and I would talk to them. And one of them, Gulf War era, they check in, they do health and wellness checks every day on each other, right? Somebody doesn't pick up the phone, I got to find out what's going on. We found that there's a grant that we're applying for veteran suicide prevention. And the thought was, and I did a lot of research on this, people are more likely to talk to an AI agent than another human because of often the sense of shame, vulnerability, so some of these people are hard to reach. I mean, they might have substance misuse disorder, all kinds of PTSD. So if you have someone, the AI, it's not I'm there to make sure you don't kill yourself. I'm there because I also have this incredible historical record of the Battle of 73 Easting, right? That's just part of the app. And that's been built by the recollections of these Gulf War veterans who built that, and that's going to be interesting to others. So I'm going to use the app for this, but guess what? It also has this VA benefits navigator. So all of a sudden, you don't have to build these vertical market systems, like, oh, I'm going to use Salesforce to, and MailChimp to send these things out. Look, here's your app for the 2nd Cavalry Association. Guess what? Guess what? It's the same app you use for your Boy Scout troop. It's the same app that I use for my chess club. You don't need all these apps, and that's one of our little taglines, build agents, not apps. The other thing is the proof of concept. I was listening to Jay, and he's complaining about Monday.com. You sent all of us these huge spreadsheets from Monday.com and this and that, and you sent me a PowerPoint. I took all that and I dropped into AI and said, what do I need to know about this? And it gave me all these email addresses. Well, our proof of concept, we want to build a protocol, a platform, a movement of West Virginia tech startups and investors where it would have introduced me to the other tech companies I need to know. It would have introduced me to the right investors. And that's why we call it the telepathy engine, because that investor is saying, hey, I really want to find this type of thing, right? I'm a climber, a rock climber. I wouldn't have known about that guy's, cool carabiner, so it's, yes, it seems really big and complicated, but the reason it does is because we've been doing something in stupid ways for the last 9,000 years. We were really smart for a while. The last 9,000 years, it's all been hierarchical mess, and now we can do things in a natural way, again, because of agentic AI.
That's time. That's good.
Okay, thank you guys, appreciate it.
Okay, that's the day for us. I guess it's the day for everybody. But I just want to make a comment that I think over the last 3 days we've proven, I think probably everybody in this room already knew this, but we've proven it to other people, that we don't have a shortage of innovation in West Virginia. We just need to nurture it and grow it. We just don't have the mass they have other places. So thank you for all the things that you've done, each of you, in helping grow innovation in West Virginia. We're going to deliberate with the judges for a while. We will announce the winners this evening at the banquet. I had a couple of notes because I knew I was going to forget a couple of things. We do want to do a picture with the with the judges and the contestants. So we are continuing to evolve this program. I'm certainly interested in feedback from those who've run other competitions. So look for announcements in the future as we go. Also, if you're interested in learning more, can you put that slide back up? Interested in learning more, try one of these links there or catch one of us before we leave today or at the banquet this evening. Certainly reach out to any of us who are around or you can get to through your network. But thank you one more time for being here, and that's a wrap for us.
All right, real quick, thank you for everyone who attended Competition Day. I just want to clarify that the banquet is private, so don't go roaming around Morgantown if you are attending Competition Day in general. So thank you very much, appreciate you all, and we'll see you at next year's Competition Day. Most of the people in here are coming. And then after that, shut stuff down. And then since it's kind